Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And let's be honest, this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. Before we get to that, my name, of course, is Angad, the experiment Jahel, and joining me is a gem of a person, a little mischievous, the devil himself. It's Floki. Floki, this is it, baby. We finally made it, round 3. The big boys have come in. Sparks are going to fly.
Absolutely. The creme de la creme is here, baby. We got all of the best teams over here playing it out right now. Exactly. Just be a little cautious, You might burn yourself looking at the quality of these teams over here. But I'm quite sure, given the games that we're going to be seeing today, we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff. Brace yourself for that mid to late game chaos, because that is where the action's going to be.
Now, what I love is, again, we've been going about this in the last couple of weeks, that this is the chance that a lot of these underdogs, a lot of the unknowns, have the spotlight on them. But the question is, what is going to happen when fresh meat, this new blood, goes up against the old guard? Well, are the old guard going to crumble under pressure? Because, with ever-changing times, the newer teams are more adaptive, more versatile. Or are they still going to hold their ground and go down as legends? And, well, speaking of legends, we got to give a massive shout-out to this bad boy in my hand, the iQOO 7 legend, for basically making all of this come together.
Absolutely. This phone is single-handedly responsible for this all. So we're going to be talking a little bit more about this, letting you know exactly what it holds. But just in case, it's a beast for gaming, like, XP has been saying all along. It's really, really good for those purposes. Also has some really good cameras in there and a 22-minute flash charge to get it up to full battery. So if you have a phone that, needs to suit your gaming needs, as well as make sure you make some good memories when you're out with your friends, this is the phone to get.
And it has everything in store for you, but you know what? Don't take our word for it, because once again, let's actually have a listen from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. It is, of course, the iQOO 7 legend. Let's take a look. Well, there you have it. This phone has everything for everyone. Maybe you want to be a professional gamer, grab this phone. Maybe you want to try your hand at some photography. I know I tried some. Grab this phone, 48 megapixels, and, well, even if you do anything, like you mentioned, that flash charge is going to make sure that you're always going to be 0 to 100 real quick. And let's just have a look and see what else this magnificent phone has to offer.
Oh, absolutely. If Experiment can become a good photographer by just picking up this phone, I'm sure you can as well. But digs and jokes aside, it genuinely is one of the best phones you can buy for the buck. Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, 66-watt flash charge, as you can see, and an in-display monster charge, making sure that, all your gaming needs are met. And not only that, it's also got that 120Hz AMOLED display, making sure it looks buttery smooth every time you play. So those jitters, all those lag that can sometimes, cost you a game, cost you a shot, not going to happen with this baby.
Well, it definitely isn't going to happen with this baby, and I guess the stats and figures speak for themselves. But now, Floki, the moment of truth. It is going to be all about the teams that have come in today. Now, I'm sure you've been, keeping in touch with social media. Everything's been on Instagram, Facebook, and whatnot. Everybody knows that the qualified teams, well, they've made it. And, of course, we have a few invited teams coming in as well. And I'm pretty sure they have a lot of fans out there. However, with a lot of fans comes expectations.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The expectations are really what starts to get to those newer players, when they start thinking a bit too much about that. But we got to hold on to the expectations for a bit, because we got something even more important, the prize pool. Let's have a look and see exactly how big this tournament is.
That moolah, baby. That's what they're going to be fighting out for. 1 crore rupees is the total prize pool. That is not a typo, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the first place is going to walk away with a massive chunk, half to be exact, 50 lakhs.
That is massive. massive, life-changing money right here. I mean, this basically makes sure that if you want to pursue this professionally, winning this tournament alone is going to make sure that your parents believe you, that your teachers are not going to be mad about your failing grades, and yeah, all sorts of other things. But second place, third place, fourth place as well, they get a sizable chunk of the money, 25 lakh, 10 lakh, 3 lakh and 2 lakhs. And so, of course, as we keep going down, the prize pool is going to keep reducing further and further. But there's reward for the solo players as well. You got the MVP with 1 lakh rupees, the Lone Ranger with 50,000, the Rampage Streak also with 50,000. Most finishes by a squad, so probably going to be split up 4 ways, 50,000, and the Redeemer for 50,000 as well.
You know, Floki, gone are the days when, well, our folks would, either say, hey, son, you either have medicine or you have engineering to basically do something in life. Now there's a viable option. Esports is giving the opportunity to all these youngsters, if you have the skills, well, buddy, you can make a name for yourselves in this tournament. But now let's have a look and see how all this fighting for all this money is going to take place, because the points are now up on our screens again, something that all of you watching are familiar with, but you got to keep out for one thing. A, 1 finish equals 1 point, and B, you don't want to end up in, 8th to the 16th position.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. That is the most painful place you could possibly be at. You could be a team that eliminates like 5 squads, and you probably will get a lot of points for it, but you will be beaten by a team who finished in the first place and just beat 2 squads.
If you eliminate 5 squads, I'm going to be happy with those 20 finish points, buddy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it just goes on to show that placement is also really, really important, right?
I like that, gone are the days when, teams could take it easy and just, battle it out at the end. Now, with the fact that, every single finish point matters, it just makes it that much more interesting. And, well, for us as viewers, the action breaks out a bit more earlier. And speaking of action breaking out, let's just have a look at the BGIS calendar, because, well, a couple of rounds, in fact, have been done and dusted, because now we are going to be in, round 3. There you have it. We were talking about this, round 1. We did go through all those events a couple of weeks ago. Of course, before the Christmas breaks, we had round 2 as well.
Absolutely. Just in case you were hibernating, this is to jog your memory up. You've woken up from the slumber at last. You've seen that this is finally round 3 over here on the menu. We're going to be starting off today and ending on the 30th, and the teams who make it from here will be qualifying for the quarterfinals, eventually having a very realistic shot at the prize pool. But you also want to see how it culminates further. So when we move to the New Year's, this is what the schedule is going to look like.
Well, the new year is going to bring higher stakes, because, as you mentioned, the quarterfinals are going to commence from the 2nd of January 2022 through the 5th. After a day's break, we are going to be going forward with the semi-finals as well. Now, this is where it gets tricky, because if you want to be crowned the kings or the queens of India, it's all going to happen on the 13th through the 16th. That is when the grand finals are going to be taking place, and, well, only one squad, 4 men or women, are going to be walking away the champions.
Absolutely, that is the best part about it. And I'm quite sure we're going to be seeing a lot of newcomers come in, make a name for themselves, maybe even gun down some of the top dogs over here. And I'm quite sure a lot of these teams who, made it from the qualifiers, just waiting for the shots, waiting to pounce on these top tier teams over here. But are they going to get to do that? That is the question.
It's all about David going up against Goliath, right? David's going to get one shot. It all depends. If he misses with a slingshot, well, that's all she wrote. So, they do get the opportunity. And let's talk about the opportunity further as we have a look at the format. Now, up until this stage, 1,024 teams did qualify from the in-game qualifiers, and now we are in round 3, from where only 64 teams will go on forward to the quarterfinals, 24 to the semis, and, well, 16 teams are going to battle it out in the end to be crowned, like I said, the kings or the queens.
Absolutely. I mean, the grand finals is where it's at, but of course the road is long, the journey is arduous. It is not a sprint, it is a marathon. You have to keep that in mind and make sure you do your homework, you get ready for all these other teams. But let's have a look at the schedule for today and see exactly what the maps are going to be looking like. So a bit of a change up in case you guys noticed. So for the first map of the day, we are going to be starting off in Erangel, but for the second one, we're going to be going towards Miramar. And just as an added bonus, each group plays an extra match today.
There you have it. So the pressure that we were talking about, for teams in rounds 1 and 2 is going to be still there, but not so much, because, well, 3 games are obviously better than 2. But I like the fact that we do have Miramar coming in the mix as well. For me personally, it is, well, a sniper's haven, right? I mean, you get all that long-distance engagements, you get all the weapons, and chances are, more often than not, you see those long-distance engagements, people just depleting each other's utilities, and, well, vehicles are going to be driving past. But the thing in Miramar, Floki, is that it's an open desert. You can spot things miles out, and chances are a lot of vehicles are going to go boom. That is what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, well, let's see if that does end up happening, which I'm quite sure it will. You know, a lot of these teams are going to be sniping. A lot of these teams are going to be very, very happy. Those designated snipers finally getting to play. You know, it's been such a long time since we've actually seen the map change up from Erangel. So they're going to finally be like, okay, you know what? I finally get to play my role. I finally get to have impact on the team. And maybe some of the players who up until this point haven't been performing well start really shining right now. Because like we've said earlier, you know, Erangel, it's a balanced map, but not necessarily a map that favors sniping.
You know, I do agree with you, but I've seen some sniping action. We
Yeah,
saw some
sniping can work.
sniping
Yeah,
action
we did.
recently as well. So, you know, I mean,
It can work.
You have to use whatever is available
Yep.
at your disposal. But now, before we start speculating as to what is going to happen in the games, we are going to have a look at the teams which should be springing up on your screens in due time. But again, the pressure we were talking about, right? Now,
Yeah.
all the teams that have qualified to this stage, a little bit of dust off their shoulders, just a little bit, right? But now,
yeah.
like I said, the old guard's coming, the big boys have entered the fray, and chances are either the teams, as they go up against them, they might buckle under the pressure,
Absolutely.
or they grab this opportunity, they grab this moment, they know that everyone is watching, the spotlight is on them. If they can dethrone one of the old boys, whew, that is going to be quite a Cinderella story.
Absolutely. I mean, the underdogs, they've always got the mental edge, right? Knowing that the other team probably doesn't have as much material on them as they do on them. So, in all these things, was the underdog a little bit over here. But the cool thing about being the top dog is that as long as you stick to your plan, as long as it keeps working, and, you know, as long as it is working, the underdog teams eventually are going to look at that and be like, okay, guess what we're doing is not working. We got to start emulating these guys. And that is where those teams start messing up a little bit. They're like, oh, well, this is not working. We maybe need to borrow this page from their book or that page from their book. And it all falls apart.
What I'm going to expect is, since again, you know, we talk about, we're just going to separate the teams as underdogs and, well, the better known dogs, or the big dogs, if you will. So the thing about these big dogs is that, you know, I mean, yes, they have all that pressure, but, you know, before we talk about the big dogs, let's actually have a look and see which players made it, well, pretty much made waves as we shine the spotlight on them, because, well, they did make sure that they surprised us. There you have it. First up, round 2 performance. It is going to be coming in from Sub-Zero. And, well, looks like 15 finishes is nothing to scoff about.
15 finishes. That is a ridiculous number. I think the only person I've seen come close is Joker.
Keep in mind, this is just 2 games apiece.
Oh yeah, this is just 2 games apiece. 15 finishes, 2,400 damage, which means he potentially knocked down even more players. And he's got 3 headshots to boot for as well. I mean, wow, I'm just waiting to see when this guy's going to prop up on my screen and you're seeing all the carnage for myself in first person. But let's have a look at what other players are also here in the spotlight. There's another player we should be keeping an eye out for. And well, we remember this name. Untitled OP, the only player who is indeed, like his name suggests, kinda OP.
Kinda, I think he's a bit too OP over here, but yeah, 14 finishes, 1865 points of damage, 1 assist coming in along with 2 headshots, and well, a decent average survival time as well. Again, we knew that UP50, you know, if I quickly go back to round 2, their first game was a bit lackluster, but then they knew that, you know, if they want to get into round 3, oh buddy, they've got to make sure they bring their A game. That is what they did, and of course, Anuj was pretty much at the tippity top to make sure they qualified for this round.
Absolutely. So when you go against the top dogs as the underdog, right, it really tests how polished your fundamentals are, because you make one tiny mistake and they will not let it go. They will punish you for it. So, I mean, that's usually what happens. So let's see who the next player is going to be, and it's going to be Aladdin. Once again, all of these players, you know, everybody's having a look at them, everybody's cheering them on, but the real trial by fire is when they take up fights against those top tier teams.
Now, the only question that I have for Aladdin is the fact that, you know, how many of his wishes has he already used up? Because, well, normally the genie only grants you 3. I'm going to assume 1 is to make sure they get to this stage, and now is it going to be their skills or is it going to be luck that propels them forward? Because judging by the numbers, I think it's all skill. 13 finishes, 2,204 points of damage, and 7 assists. This is the kind of guy you want on your team.
Absolutely. When, you know, somebody says team player, this is the man that pops up. Aladdin, you know, he's got 13 finishes. So individually, he's also strong, but then he's got 7 assists. He's got a couple of headshots. I'm quite sure if we were having a look at the player's revived stat as well, we could have seen that, and that could have also been up there, just helping his teammates get back up on their feet.
You know, over the last couple of months, we've seen a lot of new vehicles being introduced. I wonder if we have a flying carpet coming in sooner or later. But for now, we're done with the players. Let's have a look and see which teams or which squads made it to the top. And well, if you have one of your members in the player spotlight, chances are that squad is going to share some of that limelight as well as Sub-Zero with a total of, yes, what the hell, 42 finishes, Floki.
In 2 matches, they managed to get 42 finishes. That is a ridiculous number.
I
Think
mean,
about it.
averaging 21 a game, these guys might just give Team Miami a run for their money.
Absolutely, but once again, you have to remember the pressure is increased. The quality of teams is so much greater at this point that any slight mistake that they make is going to go punished. And once again, like I said earlier, you know, your fundamentals are really going to be tested against the strong teams, right? Because if you make any sort of slip up, they'll be quick to catch on to that. These guys have seen everything there is to see. And this is when you truly find out if you've got what it takes to dethrone the top tier kings. I mean, yeah, I just hope for their sake that this performance continues, because I too, like everyone, you know, enjoys a good underdog story.
Oh yeah,
But
I mean,
at the end of the day, the pressure, it's gonna mount, and maybe they're gonna buckle, maybe they're gonna perform.
well, that could be a possibility. Now that we've had a look at a few squads, let's have a look and see from round 2 specifically which all players pretty much made a name for themselves, as we have a look at the top 4 players. And of course, Izzo is going to be right up there with 15 finishes to his name, followed by Anuj2 OP, and of course we did have a look at Aladdin as well. And coming in number 4, we have Empire from 4 Heroes.
Absolutely, great stuff coming out by all of these players, of course. But Empire, okay, I mean, I don't believe we saw him in the top player spot. Well, okay, that's good enough. I mean, he is in 4th place, so it's still a good place to be. But 13 total finishes, 2 assists, 1300 damage done.
You know, usually the podium just has those 3 positions, right? 1, 2,
Yeah,
and 3. But I like
that
the fact that
explains it.
we are, in fact, shining some light on, well, the underdogs as well, because all it takes is one game, that one extra finish point, maybe a couple of placement points, and, you know, you could basically topple the leaders, as you said. So, again, buddy, I guess I like the fact that we have a lot of teams to watch out for, not just, well, the old guard.
Well, it kind of reminds me of, you know, the Team Inside Out player called Joker, who performed out of his mind earlier. I mean, I remember him getting like, what, 15, 16 finishes? Something ridiculous like that. Okay, maybe not 16 finishes, but it was definitely above the double digits. He just had a very good positioning, and he continued exploiting it until the end of the game and got his team that chicken dinner.
See, now, you did mention Joker, right? Now, as far as Battlegrounds Mobile India series is concerned, and the game itself, BGMI, he has been at the helm of things from day one. So, yes, the experience is definitely going to be something that's going to be handy. And again, you know, a lot of teams, a lot of players, they overlook the mental aspect of the game, because you may be down or out, but if you give up, well, that's pretty much the end of your story. But if you still have that grit and that determination, even under pressure, you could do a lot. And well, speaking of players, let's have a look and see the moment you've been waiting for, if your favorite team has made it to this group, because, well, the matchup is coming on, and I do believe Group 3 are going to be battling it out in the first 3 games.
Absolutely. Group 3 is looking absolutely stacked. In case you're wondering who to cheer for, well, you've got all sorts
Plenty
of
of
picks over here.
options.
Garden variety right here, folks. You've got Team Myalvix, you've got, Miyavi X, you've got War Esports, you've got CMX Official, Team Outset, Spaceman Official, to the top, Rex, Weird Esports. There is just so many good teams to cheer for. I can't even pick and choose.
I mean, I wonder if their gameplay is going to be weird as well, because you want to have something out of the box, right? You want to keep the enemy guessing. You can't just go with the flow, and well, that's what defines. Well, I think you should complete it.
Yeah, that's what topples with the top dogs.
There
You
you
put
go.
them in a situation they aren't aware about, they get scared.
For someone to reach the top, someone's going to topple over at some point. But joining them, we have Imprint Esports, Hidden Leaf, FPS Gaming, Sanit, Bidu, I do believe. So we have a little bit of a slang here. I definitely love that name. T10 Esports, Too Good For You, Velocity Gaming, and Team XO. Now, let me just talk about Velocity Gaming and Team XO, because let's be fair, these are the teams that, well, all of you in the chat section are pretty much cheering for right now. And if we have a look at the rosters, which we will in due time, we are going to talk about your favorite players. Oh boy, these two teams are heavy hitting.
Oh boy.
Now, just as a caster, just as a viewer, I'm getting anxious. I'm feeling that little bit of anxiety creep in. I wonder what's happening with the qualified teams.
I mean, I don't even want to be in their shoes right now. You know, you grow up seeing these guys. You see them play international tournaments. You see them play in so many different tournaments. You learn from these guys, and one day, you're in the same sort as them. You're like, now I gotta beat my own master.
Also, that's when you know you've made it. Again,
Oh, yeah.
it all comes down to you, right? What are you going to do with this opportunity? Are you going to be happy with what you've done so far? Or are you going to grab it, give it your all, and, well, just be the new names that we might be chanting for years to come?
Absolutely, but these are the knights in shining armor that are going up against the knights also in shining armor, but these knights are the ones who've had their metal tested. They've been there, in all of these different tournaments, garnering up all their experience. Velocity, EXO, all of these teams have just been there. Compare these to some of these newer teams who are still trying to make a name for themselves. I mean, well, they're gonna get cut, they're gonna get bruised, and they better hope they're carrying enough bandages and medkits, because they're gonna need them if they're going up against these guys. Those mistakes that we talked about, not gonna go unpunished.
Speaking of bandages and medkits, now if you have been watching over the past few weeks, which I'm sure you have been, man, the utility game was a bit low, a bit lackluster. Because, again, so, for these teams, they didn't really want to fight early on, which forced them to go for distant drop-offs. And, the loot is going to be scattered, not enough for an entire team, so they had to, divide and share. Now, what that does is, if you wait for the next circle and, you're still holding your ground, you don't have enough time to loot up unless someone comes towards you and somehow you defeat them and loot them. But again, see the way I'm speculating right now, it's all from watching all the games.
Exactly.
Right? It's all from experience. I'm expecting something like that. But now, what happens if the big drops, the hot drops, are contested? Because that is what I want to see. Because I do believe a few teams, maybe in game one, maybe in the last game, they might actually drop down where one of the big boys land and be like, hey, we're here. We're going to try and give you some competition. And again, just test themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm going to be waiting for as well. It's really sending a message to these teams that we are not afraid of you. We're going to come exactly where you are. But before we go there, a word from our sponsors is overdue.
It is overdue. And of course, we are talking about the iQOO 7 Legend, where legends are made. Let's just have a look once again.
For this.
Floki, the more I see this particular video, it tells me one thing. This isn't just a great phone for gaming. It can do everything.
Absolutely, it can do everything. I mean, like I said earlier, going out for a trip with your friends, you want to click a couple of good photographs, a couple of good selfies, maybe even consider a different career in photography. Well, this phone has got you covered. What better place to start than using your own phone to click some pictures and see how they turn out?
And I completely agree. I'm just still, that thought was rattling in my brain because I did try to sneak one off, but they did kind of catch me. There you go. But again, I'm going to try again. Now, I know you all want the same thing that we do. You want us to stop talking. You want the game to begin. But before we do that, we have the hot seat on for right now, and I'm going to put him under the spotlight before the players have all that light shining on them. Now,
buddy.
All right. I'll give you an easy one.
All right.
Forget predictions. Forget the first circle.
Now, you know
forget
what?
all
Put me
that.
on the guillotine. I don't care. All right. Put me in the spot.
Alrighty.
Curveball. Just
So
throw it at me.
now the thing is, I'm going to pick a team. I'm going to pick two teams. I'm going to pick Team Velocity.
All right.
I'm going to pick Team Mayavi. Both teams, heavy hitters.
Oh, yeah.
Both teams, we know they can frag. Now, one team in particular, all of us watching, we know a bit more about. Now, Team Mayavi is the underdog in the situation. Now, if you were a part of, say, Team Mayavi, and you're going up against Team Velocity and EXO, are you going to be frightened? Are you going to hesitate?
God, no. The first thing I would do is give my troops a pep talk. I'd be like, guys, doesn't matter. Might be Velocity, might be EXO, but it's just another team to beat. That's all we need to focus on. They're humans too. They make mistakes. Sure, we've learned from them, but we've always seen them perform perfectly because that's what we've been looking out for. That's what we've been learning from. These guys also mess up, and if you can put them in the spot, we can make them uncomfortable. They will mess up, and we will win. But, of course, the first few experiences, they are going to be rough, so you got to temper their expectations. Be a little bit like... guys, just relax a little bit. I know you're going to make a couple of mistakes, but it's okay. We've always got game 2 and game 3, so mistakes in the first game are allowed.
One thing, another feeling that's just kind of creeping in right now, even as casters, I'm pretty sure you get that little bit of a giddy feeling, before any event starts.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm just going to go back to my gaming days. They didn't last too long, but I did have some, right? Oh, the anticipation when the adrenaline starts coursing through your veins, you do have those thoughts that, I don't want to be the guy who messes up for my team.
Yep.
but you also want to be the guy who, just outshines, outperforms everyone else, because at the end of the day, yes, we are going to have teams walk away with ridiculous amounts of money. But again, us humans, we love this one thing, pride. We have egos, and we are fighting for bragging rights as well.
Absolutely. I mean, all these players are not only, like you said,
I'm better
going
than
up
you.
against each other, but they're also going up against their own teammates a little bit, right? They're like, maybe they have like an inside bet going on. Oh, I'm quite sure I can frag more than you. They've got
And
something
themselves.
to. Yeah, exactly. And themselves. It's kind of an affirmation of their beliefs, right? So when they say that, you know what, I'm going to be the top fragger of my team, and they don't do that, that really just ends up, hurting their confidence a little bit. So for them to be in that spot at this moment is very, very important. Where they're feeling confident, they're being like, you know what, guys, doesn't matter. We're going to perform. If I make a mistake, I make a mistake. I'm just going to have a go at it again. I think that is the winning attitude, and that's what it's going to take. You can't ruminate over the mistakes that you've made, because it's just going to fester, develop a negative mindset, and then you get to the point where you're like, God damn it, why am I even here? I'm clearly not capable enough to do this. And if you don't believe in yourself, no one will. Not even your teammates.
No one will. And again, just a few words for you guys. From the corner of my eye, I do see that the screen has flickered on. Life is going to be pretty much bustling on Spawn Island sooner or later, because all 64 players are ready in the lobby. And in about 120 seconds or so, we are going to have action break out. So anything that you would like to ask me here, Floki, because I've got a few things that I want to get out.
All right,
Let's see if you ask the right questions. No.
Really?
No. I read your mind.
Wow.
We're not going to talk about that over here.
So
Again, this guy just wants to get me in trouble.
You know what I was going to ask?
What were you going to ask?
What do you prefer, a Desert Eagle or an Orm? But you clearly said no to the Orm, so I guess Desert Eagle's the way to go. Guys, learn from the best.
And speaking of Desert Eagles, we actually had a lot of pistol action
we
breaking
did,
out
didn't we?
in the last in round 2. In fact, we were talking about it. We saw the shotties, we saw the pump action, we saw the double barrel, we saw the DBS in action as well. But we never speculated or never contemplated seeing a pistol, even
actually getting a fat frag or a finish.
also at the midpoint of the game, because I love that. One thing that teams, me as a player as well, you want to make sure that you are kitted out to the gills, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes when your weapons run out of ammunition, you can whip your weapon to the pistol, because again, it's faster than a reload.
Absolutely. Always remember, switching to your secondary is always faster than reloading. So yeah, we saw that. But what really makes me happy is that sometimes people are in the spot where they're like, you know what the hell, I can't fight this, I don't have a rifle, I don't have an SMG, I'm just going to give up that position.
The thing is, you don't want to fight sometimes because the map around you is just so beautiful, it's so picturesque, it's so pristine. And speaking of the map, imagine walking down the streets of Pachinki with enemies on either side, but you have no idea, because right now it looks beautiful, but sooner or later those streets, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be covered with blood.
Oh yeah, and blue as well. You have to remember, once again, if there is a 17 team in the mix, and if there was ever a 17 team in the mix, it would be the blue, because we've seen the blue get itself a couple of knocks over the past couple of rounds. Oh yeah, even in round 2 we saw that happening, so hopefully this time around it's not the same, but there's the basketball court. And just going back to what I was saying earlier, I did mention about the Desert Eagles, whipping them out when the time is right. Many a times players will just not take that fight instead, but sometimes you have a positioning advantage. Sometimes you know that you haven't been detected, so if you're a little bit sneaky, you put one well-placed shot, you could walk away with the entire loot on a stranded enemy by himself.
Credit where credit is due. I've been around this map hundreds and thousands of times, but what production is showing me right now is just beautiful, because again, while you are fighting on the ground, while you have all the enemies about you, you never stop for a second and appreciate the beauty. I mean, come on, have a look at that shot. That is just pristine. But Floki, I want to see some bridge action tonight. I want to see some old school bridge blocks, because it hasn't happened yet. But you know what's going to happen right now? The game is going to be underway, ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird has taken to the skies. So for the first time in round 3, day 1, Floki, where are we flying to?
Well, we're about to find out soon enough, as we seem to be hovering over the terrain of Zarki, going all the way towards Sosnovka military base, not exactly bisecting the map in half, but leaving most of the areas accessible by the flight path. So there you go. Let's have a look at where all of these teams are going to be dropping in. I imagine we're going to have all these teams get their choice of drop locations. I think the only drop location that's going to be hard to access is going to be maybe Mansion or Lipovka. Kameshki could also be out of the picture, but once again, you can rotate to that place later on if you drop into Severny, Shooting Range, Rozhok, or School right now.
Well, a lot of options for a lot of teams, but of course, I do believe there are going to be a couple of teams that all the viewers are going to be watching out for. In fact, we are waiting with bated breath as well as to where they are going to be dropping down. But for now, it does look like we do have a couple of teams heading towards West Georgia. Now, I do believe Hidden Leaf might call West Georgia Paul their home, while To The Top are going to be heading down to the hospital. In fact, they may even drive down along that western coast of Gatka, making sure they loot everything inside. But the moment we've all been waiting for, where is Velocity Gaming going to be going, and where are Team EXO headed in this round?
Well, we're about to find out soon enough. Now, one would say that it seems to me that VLT do like to drop towards Sosnovka, and that is what is happening at the moment. They are going towards Sosnovka, and even contesting them, though. That is the question. No, they were, just gliding alongside them, but instead we see action going towards the eastern part of the map.
If you've been watching this team, in the past, and, they did play under different banners and whatnot, three things are going to be, in life are true, right? Death, taxes, and the fact the boys from VLT are going to be heading to Sosnovka military base come what may. And looks like the other teams got that memo, because no one is going to be there to contest them. It looks like we are going to have some early skirmishes break out, ladies and gentlemen, all the way down south near the ferry pair. But for now, looks like it is going to be on the same coastline, but on the other side, because action is going to be aplenty at the farm, as Saneth Biru are going to be dropping down. However, they got to be careful, because Imprint Esports are dangerously close by.
Absolutely. These are going to be super scrappy fights early on. Everyone dropping in towards the same general area. There's not going to be enough loot around for everyone to pick up. So we could see teams just fighting with a bunch of weapons that are not really meant for those sorts of engagements. Now, you have to remember, this early on, you kind of just want to make sure you kit it up fully and getting your choice of loot. But with all of these teams around the corner, the only way you're going to get better loot is by shooting your opponent in the head. And hopefully you're able to do that. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like they're choosing those engagements just yet. There's still that bit of a lull phase going on. Well, I spoke too soon. Too good for you. Are they too good for me? Well, we're about to find out. Oh, the player's super low, and oh no, they don't even have weapons yet.
I wonder if a grenade went off at some point, and all three of them were in the vicinity. For now, it's going to be Team 12, Saneth Biru. They are going to be, well, they cornered one of the boys from Imprint Esports, and Johnny is going to bid us adieu pretty early on. So we aren't going to see any where's Johnny, because, well, he's out.
Absolutely. Well, he had a bunch of sugar in his mouth, and his papa came by, did not like the fact, and in a very violent fashion, just killed him off. Well, there you go.
That's a bit too dark, keeping in mind that, Johnny's a kid.
Yeah, well, Johnny, supposed to be a kid, but all fairy tales actually have really dark origins if you've bothered some time and dived into those. But in the meantime, Saneth Biru, good start for them. I really like the fact that they're bringing back the word Biru. It's 21. I feel like we need some of that old slang back.
So Biru is basically brother,
mate.
Alrighty, there you go. I'm learning too. Biru means mate.
It's a very respectful way of saying it in Mumbai or in Maharashtra. If you're ever around there, you call someone Biru. He's like, you know him from a long time, and he's like one of your close pals and stuff. But we see one first blood. Imprint Esports, they lose a limb. It's okay. They've still got 3 ponies in the race. The only issue for them is going to be getting to a place where they can actually find some decent loot, because VLT is going to occupy the entirety of Sosnovka, and if you look around them, Farm, Milta are all occupied, and all their rotations out are basically covered. They can't go anywhere without meeting resistance.
Now, the thing that you got to keep in mind, if I was in Saneth Biru's shoes, is the fact that, yes, they have got the first pick, and they do have a finish to their name. However, they have made some noise, and there is a team nearby which loves calling Milta its home, and well, that team is going to be Team EXO, as we are going to be joined by Immortal, Sensei, Punk, and Fierce. Now, I wonder if they are going to be taking the fights right to the enemy, or maybe, again, since, you've seen a lot of the experienced teams, they tend to take it a bit slow, and they pick and choose their battles.
Exactly. I mean, this is what we've seen with all the top tier teams, right? You just look at the points table. Fundamentally, even if you have never played a game of BGMI before, it just doesn't make sense to take those early fights. You get no placement points whatsoever. Sure, you might get a couple of finish points, but hey, if there's something that we know better than others as Indians, that if you get something for free, take it. So those placement points, like we've always talked about, you survive long enough, and they are free. You don't have to work for those at all. I mean, sometimes you do, depending on how action-packed the lobby is, but once again, it seems that we're back towards Team EXO in Milta, and they seem to be just having a good time looting. Even VLT just having their choice of loot. Both of the strong teams off to a good start, and that could be scary for the underdogs.
Well, they did have a good time, but looks like VLT are going to be quick on the move with Kratos being the guy who's going to scout out ahead.
He's alone, by the way.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. Mind you, again, the entirety of VLT is still on the Sosnovka military base, while Kratos, the God of War himself, is going to make sure he goes out and scouts ahead. And by the look of things, he has spotted some movement in the distance. And, well, it is going to be T10 Esports who are trying to find a little niche for themselves as well. Now, again, we have seen this. I like the fact that a lot of teams are giving precedence to the zone, so expect some early rotations. And, well, that kind of makes things interesting as well, because usually they will send one man out to scout ahead.
Yep.
If he doesn't return, well, they know that the enemy is pretty much in that direction. But for now, VLT is going to come in. Thunky is going to be joined by Diljit. Snacks is going to be coming in hard as well, which means, well, the tables are turned as T10 Esports now just have one man fending off the attack, but he is going to get the better of Diljit. He goes down. Snacks with some fire, trying to suppress him. It's only going to force him to go up, but now Thunky does have a couple of options. A grenade is going to be locked. Oh my goodness, that man is bobbing and weaving up against the enemies, but that grenade could be devastating. Fortunately for the boys from BLT, they were aware to that danger, but now looks like the remaining members of T10 are making their move.
This could be massive. A very good molly drop by Snacks, making sure they cannot go in for the aggression over here, but two players knocked down. VLT have to take a 2v3. This could be very, very costly for VLT. They were going for the early aggression. Kratos did not get the memo. He's trying to cover from a long distance. Can he actually connect those shots? He's trying, but he's not connecting. He's disconnected as, well, T10 Esports, well, they've got disconnect in the building, so that's no surprise. But in the meantime, they are getting those res up. I mean, Snacks, he's all by himself. He's alone. He's got himself an M4 carbine, but does he have a surprise factor? He does. He lands up one very good shot towards one of those members, but they're still standing and they're still getting those res back up.
I wonder where that molly came from, because Snacks did get quite a lot of chunk out of his HP. Looks like Kratos is going to be coming in. Like from behind, someone jumped out the window. Snack is going to be looking behind and have a look at that disconnect coming in. Shooting bullets as he drops down. Question is he going to get the better of him? Well, short answer is yes for now. Again, Snacks still on his feet. I think he's been dealt with. He's been dealt with. Now Kratos is all by his lonesome. He is in the shag. This could be devastating. Little did Eska know that Kratos was inside, and now let's see if he is going to shoot with the hip. He needs to come out because all those bullets are hitting the woodwork, but now it is going to be T10 coming in for the kill, and looks like this could be it. Kratos does manage to take one down, but unfortunately his life has been snuffed out. Ladies and gentlemen, Velocity Esports out in the 16th position with just that one finish. Well, we talked about the old guard going up against fresh meat. They are hungry for blood.
Absolutely. Well, they might as well change their name to T1 Esports to T10, because that's clearly where they belong after taking out the side of Velocity early on. Velocity, well, they wanted a taste of the bait. Little did they know their foot was in the bear trap before they could smell it in the air. Well, now it looks like Imprint Esports, they've also got some work to do with one member down, but just seeing VLT get taken off with the hood here so early on, it's going to just instill a ton of courage in all of these qualified teams.
Also, you got to keep in mind that, the qualified teams, they have been playing in and day out, right? They do have that little experience. They are playing under pressure, and like I said, even for the big boys coming in, there is going to be some pressure. All the fans, all the expectations, but now the circle is going to shift. Question is, where are we heading to? And for the most part, all the teams are going to be happy. But now, speaking of the big dogs, Team iQOO coming in from Milta are going to have to traverse quite a bit of journey, but it looks like they might in fact probably enter the circle somewhere around Potato Hill.
Yep, they most certainly could. The Potato Hill slightly relevant over here, but it's going to take a lot of circle RNG to try and make sure it stays relevant as long the longer we go into the game. CMX official in the meantime just trying to rotate in as well. But yeah, so far we don't see a lot of reason for some early action. There's enough real estate in the circle for all of these teams to be satiated. That's when we start moving into the third circle, that is when we should be seeing a lot of the action breaking out over here. But yep, there you go. There's a rotation coming in from iQOO. In the meantime, Spaceman official very, very happy just holding this barn outside Pachinki, making sure they've got themselves this long house with tons of room to work with, just making sure even if grenades are lobbed in, they can just run away and hide behind those boxes for cover. Well, let's see what else Spacemen are able to do over here, as they do seem to be on a bit of a spotting mission at the moment. Probably not going to be taking any shots, although I could be wrong about that. Sanat Biru, they've already lost one. They kind of want to make sure they don't lose any more over here, because I do think over here, DXOP, he has an inkling that there is someone there in that general direction. Probably has marked them as well, alerted his teammates to that fact. But in the meantime, War Esports, well, as the name suggests, Imprint Esports might have a war on their hands.
They might just have a war on their hands, and it looks like for now, They are just going to be driving by, trying to find a nice little spot for themselves, as they are going to come under fire, courtesy FPS Gaming. Now, you see some vehicles move in the distance, buddy. All you got to do is take a few shots, and if Lady Luck is on your side, they might just connect in the noggin, and well, the driver could be brought down. But for now, it would seem like War Esports are going to make their escape as they move further inland and, well, try to find some greener pastures for themselves elsewhere. FPS Gaming are going to be happy with the circle, and, well, speaking of the circle, let's have a look and see how everyone's spread out. Now, there is a general trend that everyone is kind of migrating towards the center of Gotka, you know, making sure they have either one of the compounds or even that long irrigation canal for cover. But the thing is, there's only so much real estate, and sooner or later, well, teams are going to be locking horns with one another.
Yeah, these are definitely all of these teams having the same priority, sort of, you know, I mean, this is when they're going to start learning about the meta, realizing that, oh, everybody likes to get into the circle early on, but, well, looks like we're going to have to hold on to that thought, because it looks like the side of Team Too Good For You are going up against the side of Summit Biru, and, well, Summit Biru, they're going to try their best to try and take down Too Good For You, with... I believe, okay, they've got 4 members up and running, never mind. So, oh, right, it wasn't Print Esports who lost their members early on, but okay, those nades being pulled in, are they going to do some damage? Hawk, still standing in the meantime, does take a little bit of damage, but he's okay for now, being that first line of defense against the side of Too Good For You.
Now, if I'm speaking of Summit Biru, they have a little bit of an advantage because, you know, they still have that little mountain to work on the right flank.
Oh, no.
That particular one with the smoke grenade, but grenades are going to come in. I know what you saw. Hawk is going to be a lucky man standing. He did deploy a smoke grenade. However, the enemies threw a grenade as well. Oh, that could have been a bit too close for comfort, but Hawk has got to make sure, since he is the only man in the line of defense for his team right now, he is going to be taken down, and it is going to be Visit with the magical grenade, making sure he's put down. Now, we are going to have a little bit of precipitation coming in, as Too Good For You are living up to the names, making sure that Damon is put 6 feet under, which means now, well, it is going to be a bit problematic for Summit Biru, as they only have 2 men left standing, and by the look of things, Floki, they are going to be running away to live to fight another day.
Absolutely, it does look like Summit Biru are going to cut their losses short, move the hell out of here instead, be like, you know what, we're just very, very happy to be alive and just be a part of this. But the circle is shifted further up north. In the meantime, Too Good For You, well, they're going to confirm all those knocks that they found earlier. Summit Biru not going to be too happy about that, but sometimes life gives you lemons and you got to make lemonade.
There you have it, all you sell them because, well, the economy is in trouble. But for now, Surya... Now, again, he's playing a risky game over here. Now, as far as his flank is concerned, it is not secure at all because his teammate is in another building quite some distance apart. Well, just the moment I say that, it looks like Zenex is going to make sure that he regroups with his teammate. Now, Sandy could be making a move. Visit with an M24. That is going to put a smile across my face, but unfortunately for him, his intended target just jumped out of a building. Now, if I was in Saint Biru's position, I want to make sure that Too Good For You make all the moves. So if they make a little bit of a mistake, you know, we capitalize on that. Or since they've lost their element of surprise, since they've lost their flanks, they should probably fall back just a little bit, regroup, and, well, hope that another team hears the commotion, comes in, and mop things up. But for now, it looks like they are going to anticipate Too Good For You moving in, so, you know, I'm not going to blame them. Meanwhile, on the other side, just northwest of Pachinki, Imprint, right where we left them.
Absolutely. I mean, Imprint, this was the wounded animal that we saw earlier, but, well, even though Johnny is down, they've got Manya, Moscow, and Addy still in the mix, and hopefully they can have enough of an impact to make sure that they're able to at least get that top 6 or top 5 spot, get those, you know, good placement points going for them, because you have to remember it is going to be a bit of a cascading effect with 3 matches in play over here, so you don't want to walk away with 0. At least. You
don't want to walk away with 0. And, you know, the fact that you just mentioned 3 matches, right? My mind just went to VLT now. I know that they're done and dusted. But again, they might just come out swinging next time. But we're going to hold on to our thoughts because it looks like Ricks have spotted the enemy in the distance, driving past them. And, well, let's see if Too Good For You are going to give them a fight, as Stranger is trying to make sure he finds an idea where the enemy is, making sure he has a little semblance of cover thanks to that hay bale. But as the circle is going to shift further up north, we are going to see some action break out south of the ruins. And, well, let's see if it's going to ruin anyone's game, because for me personally, I want a little bit of an eastern shift. I want to see some urban warfare in Pachinki, and, well, sooner or later, teams could be stacking up. Now, keep one thing in mind. Have a look at how EXO are scattered all over the place. Now, a couple of the members, Punk and Fierce, are going to make sure the ridges due north are going to be in their control. While we still have Immortal left near the church, so he has that high ground. He has a good 360 vigil, and, well, Immortal is a man you do not want to mess with. You do not want to test his mortality. But
this
now,
is fun.
again, they want to make sure they have the options. Now, since we've got a shift to the ruins, looks like Punk and Fierce were in the right position.
Absolutely. I mean, you pointed this out wonderfully, right? iQOO spreading out their resources, making sure they don't take those fights early on, making sure that the rotation is prioritized a bit more. But in the meantime, Rix looks like they're going to be driving their vehicles in, looking for some sort of engagement. Well, I guess we'll have to hold on to that because CMX Official is actually taking an engagement against the side of Spaceman Official. The two officials going at each other, seeing who the better official is. Let's see if CMX come out on top. Okay, Imprint is actually also going to be spotted, but Lightning not taking any shots.
Even though Spacemen were the first intended targets, I think they got a bit confused when they had a bunch of vehicles just coming up behind them.
Just
They're
whizzed
like, "Whoa,
past them.
Wait a second, I thought this was our convoy." Now, the thing is, as far as CMX Official is concerned, what I'm scared of is, yeah, they're letting all these vehicles move past, but sooner or later, they're going to have to come in as well. That could be problematic elsewhere. Too good for you. Stranger, with a bit of a mishap, is going to fall from a moving vehicle. However, his teammate is going to be on hand.
Oh, no, the nade.
As Sandy is going to make sure he does a bit of damage, but for now, they are going to lose one man, as Weird are going to pick a fight with T10 elsewhere.
Absolutely too good for you. In the meantime, they've lost one player, but they get Sandy back up on his feet, and Stranger still also reeling and licking his wounds. He's going to try and crawl towards Emperor, but oh, the vehicle explodes, knocks Stranger off his feet. He cannot be rezzed up. He is most certainly gone here, and looks like we have the side of Team Outside to thank for that. Guess what? EXO also looking from the distance, thinking about a third party over here at this point. They could potentially get a lot of finishes here, but Sandy also eats a nade. Emperor is on fire. This is going from bad to worse for too good for you.
Now, even though Team Onset, they do have, well, those buildings for cover, I like the fact that Evac is making sure he's a bit further up, keeping the enemy at bay. Now, Wizard with a few smoke grenades. They are going to try their best to make sure they patch themselves up, as it does look like War Esports want to join the party as well, and Imprint are going to be in a world of trouble. Now, if Sandy gets a little bit of an angle, it could be problematic for the opposition, as another one bites the dust. 15th position, 4 places, as T10, the eliminators of Velocity Esports, are going to bid us adieu.
Absolutely. Well, Team Outside in the meantime, they are just holding, just looking for any sort of movement whatsoever at this point. They're not looking for engagements because once again, they are in a bit of an awkward position. The good news with them though is that they have the potential to sort of go in whenever they like, because that compound is not really easy to assault. But in the meantime, all of these other teams, action finally breaking out. Addy taking out Sandy over here, leaving only Emperor from Too Good For You still standing on his feet. And with no vehicles to get the hell out of here, this is most certainly going to be a squad wipe coming in from the side of Imprint. Oh, but Moskov has to be careful. He's dropping a couple of smokes, trying to stay alive over here. And Emperor, oh, someone just whizzed past him. That was purely for vision purposes. He just wanted to find out if he's there. He's got the information, and now that smoke is just going to be peppered with bullets.
Oh, and he was right in front of him for now, but looks like Moskov is going to be at hand. But Addy is going to drop to the ground, and well, Emperor is going to breathe his last as the king has fallen. But for now, Addy's coming under heavy fire, and he just manages to make it on the other side of the burning vehicle. But looks like an M762 is going to go off and drag it.
Oh no!
Is going to get the better of him. Forget it. It's all done. Evac is going to blow that vehicle up, and with that, well, another team is going to bite the dust, which now means Imprint Esports are in a world of trouble. They are in a death valley situations, but now on the other side, amongst the ruins, it's going to be Team EXO fending off Team Mayavi. Again, both heavy hitting teams.
Absolutely, and both of these teams seem to love the ruins. Mayavi, how many times have we seen them in this position? I think every time they're on the server and ruins is up in the is in play, these guys just snatch up that piece of real estate. Now, in the meantime, Sensei is alone. He needs his teammates to come in. He cannot be the one going in aggressively, and they are coming in on those vehicles. But elsewhere, CMX Official, well, they're getting the players knocked over here. Garuda has to be a little bit careful. Look at those explosions coming in all around him. He has to be terrified. This has got to be some PTSD coming in from all those explosions here. But looks like FPS Gaming in the meantime, they have got plans too. They're planning to join the party in. And CMX Official in the meantime is going to be popping up some energy drinks, trying to rotate the hell out of here, or at least take the aggression to the enemy team instead of being the one bombarded with nades.
Man, the way Pirate from FPS was lobbing all those grenades kind of felt like, you know, he has a ship nearby, and well, the barrage came in and all the cannons were shot, and death and destruction was spewed around. Unfortunately for him, he did not catch a few of the enemies, but looks like Aditya is going to be caught out from his team, as Rix are going to be laying down lead from their flanks. Now, joining the team as well, we do have Hidden Leaf, who suddenly heard the commotion. They're like, you know what, we could pick up a few extra finishes, and that is exactly what Draken is going to do right now. He is going to make sure he capitalizes on all these fallen bodies nearby, and well, making sure they deploy some smoke screens before they start looting.
Absolutely, you kind of need all that smoke cover before you actually start, getting that utility for yourself. But in the meantime, Team Outset, well, they did knock out Joker, it seems, but in the meantime, they are going to find Beta out instead. See if they can draw a couple of rotations in. Delta in a world of trouble. The M4 rattling off in the distance does connect, but does not finish the job just yet. Have to use a little bit more ammo if they want to try and line those ones up. Hidden Leaf in the meantime, losing Naughty Boy. He has been knocked on his feet, can be rezzed up, but still, they're worried about an engagement on two sides because on one side they've got Weird flanking them, and on the other there is FPS Gaming.
Oh my goodness! How did you see that Pirate FPS? He's had enough. He's like, you know what? This is all wasting time. He went in for the finish, gets the finish, does get taken down instead. Well, looks like they are going to be happy with that trade-off. 11th position finish, 3 finishes to their name. Not a bad outing. Of course, they could have done better before now. I like what Hidden Leaf are doing. Now, they do have that little slope to work with, so they don't have to make sure that they, reach the summit just yet. I like the fact that even though Weird Esports is caught out in a weird position behind them, they want to make sure they deal with them well, so that they don't get stabbed in the back later on. But for now, the smoke is going to dissipate soon enough, and well, all that burning wreckage. Question is it going to provide enough cover? Because I like the position of Team Outset. Remember, they still have those compounds to work with, and let's see if the circle shifts their way. Because if it does, lo and behold, Floki, we are going to have a mass migration down over there. But for now, Team EXO still in that stalemate with Team Miyavi.
Yeah, this is a war of attrition going on at this point, and there's no winners in a war of attrition over here, only losers all around. Someone needs to take the initiative and call the bluff, move in and start taking these fights head on. Maybe find an angle or do something. Don't be reckless, but clearly be a little bit aggressive. Elsewhere, Mr. IGL getting knocked out by the plays, and he was trying to survive for as long as possible, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do it for much longer. Ends up with just 1 point in 11th place. And his team is, well, it looks like his team is still in the mix over here, so it's not going to be the end of the world for them. Rix and, well, Darko in the meantime. Lobbing a nade doesn't find. No! Fierce, he's actually somewhat low, but the cover provided by those walls is going to keep him alive for now.
Again, I love the fact that we are in the final few circles, the 6 to be precise, 10 teams still alive and kicking, 29 players alive. Looks like Darku wants to reduce that number by 1 more, but is going to be unsuccessful. I like the position right now. They do have these cliffs to work with. They have that little bit of a dip so that, they can have some cover from either side, but what you can't cover for is all these grenades that are lobbed at all these obscure angles. That looks like a good one. It could be devastating, but elsewhere, it's team to the top. They are finally giving Team Outset a run for the money as they are going to be making sure they enter one of the buildings now. Shivam down on his knees. He's going to be taken down. Evac is going to let loose some lead. Before that, he makes sure he passes himself up. Kushal is going to come in as well, but Foxy Delta is going to make sure he keeps the enemy at bay. But Kushal from outside is going to make sure he has that precision spray. And ladies and gentlemen, looks like Team Outset have thwarted the attack and are the winners in that skirmish. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rix are joining EXO and Team Miyavi.
Absolutely, Team X, so they were getting pushed early on, but it looks like they have managed to sort of halt the aggression coming in from Miyavi, just deal with it a little bit later and turn their attention elsewhere towards Rick. So you have to remember the backstab could still come in if they get a little bit complacent with Miyavi. Well, looks like the other one's getting complacent because Knuckle 07 is going to be knocked on his knees. Someone needs to get him back up on his feet, and that's not like Miyavi. They're not used to this. For the moment, they need to take a bit of a chill pill, relax, get their forces back up on their feet, and then take the fight. In the meantime, EXO, well, they can't really move anywhere because they're sort of just surrounded on all sides by a bunch of teams. So at this point, if they want to change their position, then they better group up and they better hit as a unit. Otherwise, this is all they can do.
Now, the only thing that isn't letting EXO, basically take Team Miyavi head on is the fact that we do have Rix, occupying that little mountain top. Because if they move out, well, they are going to be shot at from 2 directions. But right now, looks like one of them is going to be caught off guard. Darku, the bandit, wasn't paying attention, and Fierce is going to capitalize on that now. He is going to throw smoke to obscure their vision. Well, I think he realized that was the wrong projectile, and now the grenade is going to come in. Is it going to be a good one? It has the right bounce. Knuckle could be in the line of fire. Unfortunately, he's going to be out of the blast radius, as it does look like Admino is going to come in with the revives. Now, this is where I do believe Fierce could actually drop down, go in for the flank, as his teammates are going to make quick work of Rix. And if they deal with Rix, Team Miyavi could be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, Team Miyavi still reading and licking their wounds. They need time to heal up, and Rix, this is all going to be about surviving for them as long as possible. With Rana, the only player standing over here, all he needs to do is make sure he stays alive. That's all he needs to do over here, because the rest on the other side, Team Miyavi will do all the work for him. if he just manages to stay uptight. But oh,
just to add one point, now Team Miami waited in this position way too long. Have a look at iQOO. They've already moved on further. They've already pretty much got the better of them. And now the thing is, I wonder if Team Miami knows that Team iQOO is on their right flank, because they might still expect them to be at the ruins, and well, they could be in for a nasty surprise.
It most certainly could, but in the meantime, Team Outside occupying the only compound, like you mentioned, still in the circle, are making good use of it. But now they need to get the hell out of here. They need to go out in the open, into the world. Oh, Ronald, look at this man just surviving at the moment. His legs out in the blue, but he's still standing strong, and finally he's going to have to start moving in that blue. Going to do some damage over towards him. Still dotting his I's, crossing his T's. Will knock one in, trying to get the finish, but will be eliminated by fighting. Now this is a big problem for the side of Team Miami, because they're trying to take a fight against iQOO in the meantime as well. And iQOO, well, not sure what's happening with them, but I know Outside Esports are taking the fight with all three of the members still standing at the moment. Shivam, he's sitting behind the car at the moment. It could explode, so he has to be a little bit careful.
Outside in a good position, making it even better for themselves as they pop those tires. But now, wait a second. Is that all she wrote? Is another team going to bid us adieu? Looks like War Esports were caught in the middle. They did have the center of the circle. Unfortunately, all those grenades were a bit too much for them, as now we are down to the final two teams, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Team Outside versus Team Miami, as the old guard has fallen, and now the fresh blood, the fresh meat, it is all for their taking, and this is going to be a moment they have been waiting for. Looks like fighting does, but someone in the distance gets up, takes a few shots, realizes it is not worth it, and comes back in cover now. It is going to be a flanking game here, Floki. Admino's got to be careful, otherwise he might burn, but that grenade is going to be sent the other direction, and evac position has been spotted out, but look at that, making sure he's quick to the trigger, suppressing the enemy.
Yeah, he is, but he's not quick enough. The moment he gets up, he's going to get shot in the head and be knocked back down on his feet. Fighting Miami, Daku, they're just on it at the point. Team Outside with only two members standing, this most certainly should be them calling it quits and biting the dust over here, unless Shivam can pull some sort of miracle out of the bag over here. Look at that. Kushal, he's also about to just pop a couple of smokes and make it, try and go forward and maybe get some aggression going over here against the side of Team Miami. But Team Miami, well, this is the time to act proudly, because they know they're in a 4v2, so they might as well go in, bait one out.
Daku going from the outside. Question is he going to pull up a Shroud? Moment overhead. No, the Blade Zone is going to break it down instead, and that is all she wrote. Again, it is going to be the heavy hitters, Team Miami X, coming out on top. We did talk about it. We did see those moments where David did go up against Goliath, and looks like this time the slingshot won as the underdogs got the spotlight. But again, Team Miami fighting 6 finishes to his name.
Absolutely. You have to remember that the Goliath is still standing. There are still 2 more games to be played out, the next one being on Miramar, which could be the game changer over here, because all these teams have had a lot of experience playing on Erangel. Miramar, not so much.
Well, we haven't really seen them play on Miramar, so again, they could have been, practicing in that map as well. But again, what an amazing outing. Now, we did see the big teams lock horns with the underdogs right at the beginning, and it did seem like, things are going to go their way. Even if I talk about Team iQOO, right at the end, they were holding the ground well, but again, 2 guns are always going to be better than 1. But if you missed any of the action, which I'm sure you did, let's have a look at all the action that broke out in this game of Erangel.
Well, starting off, I think the first lesson we learned that it isn't the size of the dog in the fight that matters, but the size of the fight in the dog that does. As VLT, they bit off more than they can chew, and they got punished for it. It looked good starting things off, but it just seemed like they didn't finish off the players in time. They thought they were going to be abandoned, but no, the communication was there from the team. They were like, you know what, guys, they've knocked down 2 of us, but we've knocked down 2 of theirs as well. If you guys come in, we can potentially win this engagement, and boy, did they do it. And maybe, sending VLT packing at 16th place has to feel good.
In this situation for Sanat Biru, the fact that Hawk, already pretty much took a couple of grenades before he was finally knocked out, he should have probably moved back or fallen back just a little bit, and his teammate came in for the revive again. Something that they can learn from, because you got to keep one thing in mind. All these games, yes, they are just going to be playing 3. It still has a little bit of a learning curve.
Absolutely, it most certainly does, right? It's a completely different experience being in a lobby with, 14, 16 good teams versus, being in a lobby with 8 or 4 good teams. Over here, your mistakes are going to be punished, and clearly it even applies to VLT, because they made a mistake early on. They were a bit too aggressive, but not to hop onto that. As we moved on, we did see Team iQOO perform really well. They got themselves the 3rd place finish, but all these other teams as well, just it didn't seem like any team was really afraid of taking fights at any point. When they were cornered, they did take those fights, and some of them came out on top.
At this stage, we were joking about it earlier. I don't think anyone's really going to be afraid afraid or really is going to be hesitant
Yeah.
about taking these fights. It's all about how you are doing on that particular day, because some days you have good days, some days you have not so good days. So for what I believe is, especially for teams like VLT and EXO, and of course we are going to see a lot more invited teams in future, they haven't gone against them as yet. For them, yes, the pressure is still there, but they've made it, right? They've already made it. For these newer teams, they are hungry, Floki, and well, it's on display on our screens.
Well, the one thing about a hungry man is that he thinks very straightforwardly. He relies on his instincts. Maybe that's what VLT and EXO start using against these hungry teams, punishing their aggression, deliberately setting up baits. Last time, we saw Kratos playing, the sack, being the scout for his team. And we saw a lot of vehicular explosions as well. So I think we saw a lot of knocks as a result of that. But once again, Team Mayavi, they have to be feeling good coming out swinging. They know for a fact that VLT and EXO were eliminated before them. In fact, VLT being eliminated early on is probably, what perhaps made them feel comfortable. Like, all right, you know what? If these guys are out, well, this lobby, it's not as bad as we thought. We can still perform over here. But now the tables turn, because we do not go to Erangel next. We move on to Miramar, and that is a different beast altogether.
A different beast altogether. And just prior to the game starting today, I did right next to Mayavi, big hitters, and well, that is exactly what happens. But let's have a look and see how each and every team did, as we do have the points standing coming up on our screens now. And of course, Team Mayavi with that chicken dinner are going to be out there at the tippity top with 23 points to their name.
Yeah, but it's close. It's really, really close between them and Outside Esports, because they're the ones who got more finishes compared to Mayavi, sitting at 22 points total. In third place, we got EXO with 13, who's also tied with the side of Hidden Leaf, at 13 points as well, having 9 finish points to their name. Rix in 5th place with 5 finish points. 6th place goes to War. 7th place to Weird. Team to the top in 8, and then 9 to 16th. Unfortunately, we have Velocity Gaming and Sunnet Birut there in the bottom 2.
Notice one thing, barring 3 teams, Team Mayavi, Team Outset, and Hidden Leaf, each and every team did get a little taste of blood, right?
Yep.
A little taste for victory. They do have somewhere between 2 to 5 finish points, which again goes to show that these teams, when they are in the nitty-gritty of things, they can hold their own. They can put up quite a fight, but again, that is where the experience is just kind of, is out of reach for them, because it makes a difference. Whether you want to take that fight at the moment, whether you want to rotate out from the blue and come back in. Again, hundreds of possibilities.
Absolutely. I think there are 3 stages to being a really, really good at something. First is knowledge. Second is, second is confidence. And third is experience. So when you have knowledge, that's when you can start being confident about things. That's when you can start believing in yourself. When you believe in yourself, all it really comes down to is experience. And clearly the experienced teams over here are having the better time, except for Velocity perhaps. But let's have a look at the MVP and see who it is at the top spot. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of the members from Outset. And well, it is Evac from them. 6 finishes, 1,000 damage, 1 assist, 1 headshot. This man, well, clearly deserving of that spot.
Again, we did kind of point this out at the time when his Team Outset did have those 2 houses all for themselves. Evac wasn't in the house. He was a bit further up, because half the enemy, pretty much, if the enemy could see them in the house, they could shoot back. He made sure they were kept at bay. He made sure he went just a little bit across the flat top terrain, and lobbed his grenades, keeping the enemy down below. So again, instrumental in this victory over here. But let's have a look and see who else is going to join him as we have a look at the top 5 players from this game. And well, that is pretty interesting.
No surprises there.
Hidden Leaf. Now again, Hidden Leaf had a good game. We did see them end the thing with high finishes, but they were taken out just a bit too early.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, this is probably going to tell them that, hey, they've got the cojones, they've got the experience, they've got everything they need. Now it's all about tempering that. Now it's all about, putting that hot sword into the water, letting it cool down, let it solidify, and let off all that steam. But in second place, we've got Fighting, we've got Stony from Hidden Leaf, like you mentioned, we got Chino for you as well, who also, by the way, I remember he was sitting on like a sliver of HP, like 20 or maybe 10 points of life, when he managed to score a knock. That was insane coming in from him, so congratulations to him for getting himself in the top 5. And in 5th place, we've got Draken from the side of Hidden Leaf. And once again, like you mentioned, all of these teams getting a taste of the action. So at this point, it is not going to be the knowledge, it's not going to be the confidence, but the experience that separates the wheat from the chaff. And
of course, having a look at all these numbers on our screens, let's do something else. Let's have a look and see at all the numbers from this game as we have a look at the match summary. And wait a second, 105 grenades were used. However, only 4 culminated in finishes. because, well, a majority of them were smokes because we had a lot of open fights this time, Floki.
Absolutely, we had a lot of open fights, and 105 grenade being tossed over here. Absolutely amazing stuff. 6,000 healing done as well.
Wow.
So many knocks and finishes too. Airdrops perhaps not being prioritized, but clearly, you can see the rescues as well, sitting at 49. Clearly, a cut above what we've been seeing round 1 and round 2. And well, I know you love that stat. Longest finish distance, 320 meters. I'm sure you've done a little bit better.
Well, I mean, I'm not one to toot my own horn, but yeah, maybe. But again, we've had a look at numbers. Let's have a little bit of a graphic visual as we have a look at the finish to damage performance graph. And well, it is going to be pretty much even
that
Stevens.
is amazing to look at.
That's what we talked about. Each and every team got a little taste of blood.
Level playing field. I mean, this is what we talk about, right? As soon as we start moving up in terms of competition, we move further to the third round, to the quarterfinals, the semifinals. We're going to be seeing these teams sort of reach a level playing field, and maybe, just maybe, a team's going to discover something over the course of this tournament that's going to tip them over the edge, allow them to take out these top teams consistently, and perhaps start putting up higher averages. But until that happens, all of these teams pretty close. Miami with 1,000 damage, Outset taking the cake with 1,800. We've got T to the top with 1,100 as well. Rix with 1,000, Weird with 1,000 as well. You've got Hidden Leaf with 1,600. You've got Team EXO with 1,300. And even the teams who haven't, gotten all that much damage, and there's still, reasonable amount of numbers. You're seeing 458, 378, 200, 619. So, yeah, I mean, all of these teams, like you mentioned, taking all these fights.
Absolutely, and well, let's see if you're going to be good enough to see which top 4 teams are going to make it in the top 4 just from a visual representation. If you can't, we got you covered there as we have a look at the
Outset, Hidden Leaf, Mayavi +1. EXO, there we go.
Well, I mean, you do
not
get
in the order, not in the order.
Just a little bit before everybody else, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Team Mayavi, ladies and gentlemen, with that chicken dinner and 8 finishes, are going to be at the tippity top, but what a game by Team Outset.
Absolutely. Now you might not see your team in the top 4, but remember to give them your energy in the chat. Make sure you spam those out. Maybe somewhere or the other, player could start feeling the love and start performing out of his mind. Make sure you support your favorite teams over here. But the top 4 squads, like you mentioned, it is going to go to these teams. Now, there are still 2 more games remaining. Like I mentioned earlier, it is a marathon. It is not a sprint at this point. So you kind of want to keep a level head. If you're VLT right now, be like, you know what? All right, guys, game 1, done and dusted. It's all right. Look at it as a 2-match affair. We start on a new leaf, and we're on the back foot. We made it from the lower bracket instead.
Since you brought up sprinting and marathon, I'll say that, they may have lost the battle, but they haven't lost the war as yet. They still have a couple of more opportunities at stake. Question is, Floki, are they going to go up and grab it? Because as far as the underdogs are concerned, as far as the unknowns are concerned, they are making sure they make the most of the spotlight that is on them. They are making sure that they capitalize on every single opportunity that is given to them, and well, that is what champions are made of. And like I said, we might just be chanting their names in the years to come.
Absolutely. I mean, who knows? Maybe this is the tournament where that one player pops up, catches everyone's attention, and maybe gets a good deal for himself, goes out there and, makes a name for himself and his country. Of course, that is the dream, but it's a bit far-fetched at the moment. So let's get back to reality. Let's focus on the games coming at hand over here. Let's talk a little bit more about VLT, address the elephant in the room. What could they have done better in order to prevent that? Was that them being a bit too confident? Do you think that's the issue?
No, I think T10, the team that they did go up against, they just reacted brilliantly, because you got to keep one thing in mind. Kratos did have that first little scouting option, on the right side of the bridge near the blue house on top of the hill. Now, what happened was, they spotted just one person in the building on the left side of that particular road. So information was given out. That's why you saw Snacks, Diljit, all 3 remaining members come and hit that compound in one go to take care of that one guy. However, let me tell you one thing. I do believe it was Eska who pretty much kept them at bay, got a knock for himself, and, with that grenade, just basically wasted time. His teammates came in, got the job done, and again, that is what legends are made of. This is the kind of moment. Even if you go up against the big dogs, you got to make the most of it. And speaking of big dogs, speaking of legends, let's quickly have another word from our lovely sponsors. It's the iQOO 7 Legend.
For this.
Well, there you have it. Floki, the Snapdragon 888. We've got the 66 watt, I beg your pardon, 22 minutes. 66 watt flash charging, ultra gaming. Enough said. Go and grab yourself one of these monsters, and we might just be talking about you in the not too distant future. But for now, let's go back to what we were talking about earlier. Now, again, as far as game one is concerned, I don't think the underdogs are really feeling all that pressure.
Absolutely not. I mean, seeing VLT being knocked down in 16th place, if I was on the still be like, all right, I guess, this is no competition for us anymore.
You got to keep in mind, as in when these knocks and finishes are taking place, it shows up on the kill field, so everyone is going to be keeping an eye over there.
Exactly. It's almost like a public humiliation of sorts, right? I mean, you have to keep that mental game going if you're VLT at the moment.
Again, big teams, massive number of fans, massive expectations. For me, if I was in their shoes, I would feel the pressure maybe a bit more. Because, all your fans, all the lovely viewers watching right now, they come to expect things from you. They expect you to win every single day. But like we said, sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad. And I wouldn't really say they had a bad start. They had the right idea. They had the right, play in from their playbook. Unfortunately for them, T10, again, reacted to that situation very well. All due to that one gentleman in that house, making sure he did lose his life initially, but making sure he kept them at bay for long enough for his teammates to come in again. Kratos from the distance couldn't really do much, although he was the scout. He did get that M16, was laying down some shots, but it was just too little, too late.
Absolutely. I feel like VLT had sort of a lapse in communication there, because I'm quite sure Kratos should have come in. There was a buggy nearby, if I remember correctly, that he could have taken and gone there, but for some reason he did not join his team, thinking that, there's only going to be these two players, there's not going to be backup arriving, and perhaps that was what made VLT go in the first place. Again,
there's always two sides to the same
absolutely.
Point. My money is going to be on the fact that I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Yes, they had a good plan. It didn't work out, but T10, man, they reacted
very good.
Brilliantly.
I think we've only seen one more team do this in the past before. I think it was in round 2 itself, where one of the top teams got eliminated. I can't quite remember the name early on, but I'm quite sure if you were here before the stream started watching the highlights, it was somewhere in there where I believe one player got knocked down and then his team came in. They utilized the fact that that player had secured 2 knocks before he went down, and they finished them off.
Well, as far as all of these talks are concerned, I think we have an idea who might be walking away with the Redeemer title sooner or later. But again, it's all speculation at this point. Don't take my word for it. Now, it does seem like all the players are ready, barring one. So we are going to make sure that all 64 players are going to be in the plane once it takes off, because this time, again, like you mentioned, we aren't flying to the green and luscious plains of Erangel. It's going to be the harsh deserts of Miramar, and I'm happy. I'm excited. Massive map, a lot more action, a lot more space, a lot more real estate. However, it also means that action could take a little while before it finally appears on our screens.
Absolutely, and this is where every team sort of gets to fight at full potential, because there is so much real estate available on the map. You go around, you get your pick of weapons, you get your pick of whatever the hell you want. You want to keep flashbangs over smokes and nades, you've got it. I mean, go for it. Not advised, but go for it. So, these teams are going to be...
I've seen some amazing flashbang usage in Miramar.
Yep.
Hopefully a couple of these teams showcase that. You got to use everything you have at your disposal.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't see that role very often, do we? I mean, it seems like it requires a completely different category of its own, like the support role. Guy just throwing down smokes and flashes for his team.
For me, and I've said this, in the past as well, it's all about the meta. And us humans, we're like sheep, right? One sheep leads, the others will follow. So until or unless someone comes in and literally blinds their enemy and just goes in while the enemy's frantically looking around and is behind him and taps him with a pound on the head, that is going to be the next big thing.
That's what I want to see. I want to see a bonk finish. I want to see a clang finish. Someone just taking the fan.
If you missed any of the action, you better watch some round 2 matches, because we saw just that. Back-to-back matches, one team, bong, and that's how they got the chicken dinner.
I mean, in the end, I believe when they knew there was only one player standing, literally all three of their players just went in with the pan. None of them lined up their shots, but thankfully the 4th player, the guy who was probably the agent, probably the sanest person on the team, just took the shot and was like, you guys want to risk it? Risk it. I want my 3 points and I am taking those.
He made sure, all right, as they kept falling one by one, he's like, not yet. Not yet. Oh, that's too much. That's basically what happened in that game. But again, looks like all players are going to be ready. So sooner or later, we are going to be jumping in the game. Before we do that, now we did bring up VLT, we did bring up EXO. If we specifically talk about Team EXO, again, they held their ground at the ruins. Team Mayavi, who did go on to win the game, for a moment I said it is going to be possible that they left it a bit too late. What I didn't count for was the fact they still had those vehicles. And those vehicles were that missing ingredient which made sure they got around Team EXO, which was waiting for them,
Absolutely.
and pretty much caught them by surprise.
I mean, the strongest ability in any game whatsoever is the ability to pick and choose your fights, right? So the vehicles enable you to do that. The cover also very, very important. And because Team Miyabi actually has that natural slope next to the ruins and a couple of rocks to work with, they could
They
deploy
had
those
that little
smokes.
dip as well to work with. Yeah.
Exactly. They were in such a good position that they could rotate out and still be very, very strong towards the end. I think in general as well, towards late game, when you get to these slopes, sometimes being on the slope itself towards the low ground can be really, really helpful, especially if it's not exactly steep, but it's somewhat steep, right? Because the grenades don't land exactly where you want them to, and from the low
off
ground.
bounces and everything. Oh yeah.
Exactly, and if they want to come and fight you directly, they expose their entire body. You, on the other hand, you can see them coming before they can see you, and on top of that, you can lob nades on the high ground easier compared to the team that is on the high ground themselves.
Again, I mean, it all sounds like
It's
flashy
technical
words right
jargon.
now. But the thing is, as we are watching here, looking at the matches, we can kind of pick these things out. You might not necessarily pick on this if you are, dwelling
game
in the
itself,
action in
yeah.
the game itself. So again,
Too much to think about.
too much to think about. But again, I like the fact that fine, that's our job. Our job is
yeah.
to think out loud, and that is exactly what we're doing. And again, lovely that we have this opportunity. But now, speaking of opportunity, again, the next match is going to be underway, making sure everybody has a level playing field because.
Like you said, everyone is, hopefully tickety-boo.
I wonder, tickety-boo, there you go. I wonder if at this stage of the tournament, because I've seen it in the past, I hope everyone has the map on their devices.
Oh yeah, most certainly. Yeah, that could be. I'm quite sure they do, man. Come on. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. There is reason to believe so, because round 1 and 2 were nothing but Erangel.
Fine, I admit I was in that position once, so I just don't want it to happen again. Let's just get over.
No.
get
This
on
is a
with it.
story I want to hear. I think we've got some time.
So
Tell us more about this
so
story.
once upon a time, when in my playing days,
Uh-huh.
you give in your devices, as you'll find out soon enough. And again, the thing was, something happened, and I didn't have the map, and because of me, well, we had to rehost the entire lobby again. That was way back when. Right now,
my
I show up to work in advance, making
Oh,
sure
boy.
I'm the first one to enter the door. But again,
Yeah.
all jokes aside, the match is going to be underway sooner or later. And again,
You know what? I kind of feel bad for making you share that, so I'm going to share an embarrassing story of my own. So my first time commentating, myself, I remember going live and, my co-caster talking for 5 minutes and me also talking for 5 minutes, wondering why the hell he's not responding to anything I say.
I see what you
Guess
did there.
what? Guess what? 5 minutes in, exactly. My co-caster says, well, it appears that Mr. Floki has forgotten to turn his mic on, and that was my cue to switch on my mic and actually start talking, and that was the mistake I made. For an entire 5 minutes, everyone was wondering where the hell is the other guy.
well, since we are reminiscing on mishaps in the past, Blair, if you're watching, I'm sorry for doing that same thing to you in the last tournament. But again, let's come back. Let's forget all that.
Yeah.
Let's come back to brass tacks over here now. Team Miyabi, let's just keep them aside.
Okay.
I think they're good. I think they are hitting hard. I think they are confident. And by the look of things, they have some amazing IGLing that's taking place.
Yeah.
Team EXO, I'm not too worried about, as well as Velocity Gaming. Because now Velocity Gaming, dare I say, maybe they underestimated their opponent.
Yep, they could have. I mean, you actually sort of have to, right? So usually when you're a guy who is on the top, there's just too many teams to account for. How many underdog replays are you going to watch? How many teams are you going to keep an eye out for? How many players are you going to go out there and do your research on? There's just not enough time to do that as players yourself. You also got to practice your own things. You got to work on your flaws. You got to come up with team strategies, do all that sort of stuff. It's just not humanly possible. So it makes sense that the top dogs instead work on a single or maybe like 2 or 3, a handful of strats, a handful of drops, and perfect them to the point where it's very, very likely that any engagement they take around their drops is going to be winning, and they know the rotations out of that place. They know how to deal with every circle thrown their way.
I think VLT, they had the right idea in mind.
Yes.
But again, it all comes down to the opposition, right? I mean, I did say, dare I say, did they underestimate them? But T10 just outperformed them. It's as simple as that, right? Now, before we get into any of the action as far as Group 3 is concerned, you got to keep one thing in mind. A few groups are having their games played offline. Let's have a look and see at how Group 1 did as we have a look at the points. And it looks like
Chicken
after
I
the
love
first
that
game,
name. I love that
their
name.
name is Team Chicken Rushes. Well, they walked away with the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Chicken Rushers with the first place finish. Who would have thunk, right? The team with the name Chicken in them actually getting first place. But in second place, we've got Heroes Official, 12 positioning points, 4 finish points to the name for a total of 16. Masked Maniacs and Supari Gang tied up 14 to 14. I love these names coming in. I mean, you got Invisible.
Is the Supari Gang also a little bit of a Mumbai thing?
I'm not sure. I think Supari is more recognized, right? Everyone knows what a Supari is.
The mouth freshener, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
There you go. I mean, then you've also got Invincible Esports. You've got Team Ultima, Insane X Warriors, Sub-Zero Esports in the 6th, 7th, and 8th place. So, yeah, these are the offline match results in case you guys were wondering. And
if you remember from round 2, Sub-Zero at the tippity top, they just have 1 position point. But again, heavy hitting, 5 finishes in the first game, and it's only going to keep getting better.
Absolutely, and once again, like we mentioned, it is a marathon, it is not a sprint, and which is why I actually, when I saw EXO finish in 3rd place, even though they didn't have a lot of finishes, I'm completely fine with that, because right now they want to focus on studying, understanding what the meta is like in this round, and adapting to it as time goes on. Then they can focus on perfecting it. Right now, it's just about absorbing all that knowledge. So they might not get all those finishes, but they'll still get that top 4 placement, which is necessary to move on to the next round.
Well, let's have a look and see what's happening on the other half of this table, as quite a few big names are going to be a bit on the bottom now. Of course, another one of the invited teams are the gentlemen from Hyderabad Hydras. Now, when they go out of the 16th position, sans any point, it is going to hurt, but I am going to expect them to come back swinging in the next few games. Redemption Crew are going to be walking away without any points as well. Well, again, it isn't the best of the first few games for all the teams that we've kind of seen on our screens right now, but again, it's just game 1. They still have 2 more opportunities to either make it or break it. Question is, are they going to seize that opportunity?
Absolutely. Well, this is not 8 Mile. You got 2 opportunities. If you've got vomit on your sweater already, there's probably another sweater that you can change up into. But let's have a look into the matchup once again and see the teams that will be playing one more time, so we know who to keep an eye out for. Of course, enough with the Eminem references, but yeah, let's focus on what's at hand here.
Well, let me tell you one thing. Someone's palms who aren't sweaty are the boys from Team Mayavi. Of course, the winners in the last game, joined by War Esports, who did have a few good moments in the game, but again, they were overwhelmed in the end. CMX officials held their ground at the beginning. Not what we expected from this team. Team Outset, again, one man is going to come to mind, and that is Evac, making sure he got that high finish for his team. Of course, they are going to be joined by Spaceman officials, Team To The Top, Rix, and Weird Esports.
Absolutely. Well, these are going to be the 8 teams we're going to be looking out for, but there's another 8 in the mix, obviously, because it's a 16-team lobby. But Imprint Esports, Hidden Leaf, FPS Gaming, Sanith Bidu. I always keep reading that as a Saint Bidu. I mean, Saint Bidu sounds so much cooler when you say it, right? He's a Bidu, but he's also a saint. But it is Sanith Bidu. We got T10 Esports as well. We've got Too Good For You, Velocity Gaming, and Team EXO, teams that everybody recognizes. And I'm quite sure at this point that Velocity and EXO are finally going to start to learn how this lobby is working, learning how these players like to play, because that is very important as well, right? You could be a top tier team, but if the meta is about, hot dropping where you are and 5 teams come in and challenge you right away, you gotta change up. You can't keep doing that.
Also, I do believe that, you gotta keep one thing in mind. All these boys from VLT, right? You got Kratos, Nax, everyone, even from Team EXO, they were in the same shoes that a lot of these players are in now. So you got to keep one thing in mind. Maybe back in the day when they were starting out, they felt a bit of hesitancy. They felt that little shake.
Your hands shaking. You've got the shot. You don't take it.
There you go. However, the thing is, Floki, right now, the exposure that even all these newer teams have, not just with official tournaments, but with local little tournaments as well, that mentality is coming in. They are ready for pressure. Even I was playing a couple of classic games the other night, and it kind of felt like, oh my goodness, these guys are taking it way too serious. Calm down, boys. Calm down. But again, it's all about that exposure as well.
Absolutely. Those comms, they were like, oh, what guy northeast, what guy northwest, all that stuff. But we were taking a couple of scenic views of the map of Erangel. It's only appropriate that we also look at Miramar, and boy, does this place look lovely. Going back to the point you were making, what was it that you were saying again? I didn't catch quite.
I lost my chain of thought because I want the action to come down to Los Leones, because I don't know why, I just love that urban warfare, especially in this map, and it is going to be hard for people to pick out which these places are, but this of course is going to be Picado, or rather the amphitheater or stadium right to the northeast of said city. Again, Picado is going to be one of those places where you should be expecting a couple of teams dropping. One definitely near the stadium, and one probably towards the gas station. But it all comes down to when that big bird is going to take to the sky, and well, all our speculations are going to be thrown out the window because it is going to be an exciting time. And again, the circle in this map really dictates how the game, or how the flow, or rather how the pace of the game is going to be like, because again, if you have like a centralized circle, everyone's going to just make sure that they hold themselves up and secure or rather fortify their positions. But if the circle keeps forcing you to move, that is where we're going to have some Mad Max Fury action.
Absolutely, and this is a very important map to have vehicles in, because you can't rotate out, otherwise you're going to get sniped off from so many different places. Your head's going to be off of your shoulders before you even realize what the hell just happened. But, well, we're about to jump into the game and see for ourselves what the flight path looks like, how it's going to be bisecting the map, if at all. And, well, I gotta say, I do not like what I see, at least for the teams. This is gonna be super tough. The flight path geared a bit towards the east.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be flying down to the southwest. Unfortunately, it is going to be along the eastern coast of Miramar, which means if you want to head over to El Pozo, Ruins, La Cabrera, good luck finding a vehicle. But for now, teams that are going to be dropping down in Los Leones, Impala, even Campo Militar are going to be happy. But again, it is the first game of Miramar in this tournament, Floki. So basically, you and I, we are driving blind. We are driving with our headlights off because...
just like the players.
I have no idea where these teams are going to go. Now, of course, as far as the old guard is concerned, I have a little bit of an idea where they love, calling their home in Miramar. But all these things could change on the fly.
Absolutely, they most certainly could. Let's have a look and see where these teams are going to be dropping in. I do imagine that we're going to be seeing a lot of teams contesting each other early on for some of the hot spots over here. There's no way on earth Picado goes uncontested. Maybe we see Del Patron also getting a couple of teams in there. Now, you kind of want to be the team that goes somewhere over there, in the general area of Power Grid and Montenegro. Sure, you might not get a lot of loot early on, but as long as you get yourself a vehicle, you allow yourself to rotate out and then move on to some place like El Pozo, or maybe go all the way up towards La Cabrera. But it doesn't look like that's going to be happening, so we're going to be seeing a lot of scrappy fights early on.
Well, a lot of scrappy fights, and we did kind of mention urban warfare. Los Leones, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the city. I do believe we are going to have some action break out. Looks like the first few picks could come from said city, because 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 squads are vying to take control and call it their home. But for now, Team EXO are going to be going up against CMX officials, or are they?
Not too sure. I mean, they've got their choices right now, right? I mean, they've got their weapons up and running. That's all they're looking for. You've got yourself a vest and a helmet. That's essentially what you need to fight over here. Don't really need a backpack as much, but I do see them getting themselves, a couple more pieces of utility before they actually go in and start taking the fights. Now, you have to remember, in a map that is as big as Miramar, where there's so much real estate to work with, you don't necessarily have to take fights, but if a team does have the high ground, if a team does have the vantage point on you, it's not like they're going to allow you to rotate out. So sometimes you're going to have to drop those smokes a little bit early. You're going to have to find the right places, the right vehicles, and get the hell out of here before things start getting a little hot and heavy. And speaking of things getting hot and heavy, well, Runner has given his position away by rattling off a few shots from that UMP. Let's see if anyone is going to come close and punish him or not. In the meantime, he's just going to be very, very happy just picking up all that ammo for the SMG and moving on with his life. There's a vehicle waiting for him downstairs. I do imagine they could put 2 people in and 2 people on another vehicle somewhere else and get the hell out of here. But okay, Cruci, that is one safe way to get inside a house. Just park the bus right next to a window and jump in. Thompson in his hand. Once again, a couple of SMGs over here. But I think I see... Oh, never mind. That is not the LMG. That is not the LMG. I thought that looked like an LMG, but it's not. It's potentially just an AKM and an M4 carbine. But Rix, yeah, I mean, lots of, there's not a lot of early action going on. Like I mentioned, if teams do have a vantage point, if teams, they do have the DMRs, if they do have those sniper rifles at the ready, maybe we see some of the action, but not just yet. Everyone still just wants to be kitted up fully and then take those fights.
Again, on a map like Miramar, you can do that because A, massive amount of space all around, and, well, B, the circle isn't going to be too mean. But for now, I, for some reason, feel a bit out of breath because I just want them to stop running around and actually go and start knocking each other down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like you got a mental connection with them. They've done all the cardio, but you're the one breathing heavy at this point. But yeah, La Cabrera, I didn't really expect people to really go there considering how far up it is, but it does seem like Team Mayavi, they would much rather avoid those early fights. As aggressive as they are, it is not caveman style aggression. It is caveman style aggression, but it's caveman style aggression from that second or third circle, not right away instead. So I love what they're doing here.
Now, usually, you don't really see a lot of teams in those remote corners.
Yeah,
of
Bruins just
Miramar.
gets ignored completely.
But it looks like Campo Militar and Tierra Branca are going to be occupied this time, and sooner or later we might just see a little bit of a fight break out. Of course, once the vehicles start moving. And speaking of the map, I did want to bring this up. Have a look at that. These two teams are going to be on the top right of your screens, and well, they won't tango with one another just yet, but as they make their way into the circle, that is when all hell is going to break loose. But again, just look at that cluster in Los Leones. I mean,
wow,
the
that's like
action
one,
is
two,
inevitable.
three,
The action is wanting,
six
and
teams.
6 teams. Looks
Yep.
like VLT are going to make it number 7.
Absolutely. Well, there's going to be a lot of action. Thankfully, Los Leones is big enough to accompany all of these teams and, still have no fight really breaking out. But just as I say that, I might have jinxed it. Costos Curse is real as Weird Esports. Well, looks like they're going to be the first ones to get a knock going for themselves. T10 Esports paying the price for it, but not really all that much. They've got a member around. They can dress them back up and get to a better spot.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first knock is going to come after the 5-minute mark, and I'm sure a lot of us anticipated just the same. But for now,
And now we're going to snooze for another 10 minutes.
there you have it. Good night. Bye. Join us again in 5 minutes. But looks like the Pirates
Oh,
had a
what?
little bit of a misstep as he is going to fall to his knock. Lucky for
Knees
him.
shattered.
Well, the knees could be shattered, the ankles could be gone for a 6, but again, the thing is, 21st century medicine, especially in the world of BGMI, is so awesome that, a bandage can pretty much, give
Fix
you
that.
your severed arm back. But again,
Oh, yeah.
don't try that in real life. Pirates FPS is going to make sure that he patches himself up, and, just a PSA over here, never step out of a moving vehicle.
Absolutely. We've seen that on Erangel. Let's
Oh.
just not see that mistake being made on Miramar as well.
And the cherry on top of the cake, this happens way too often in Miramar.
Well, it seems like, the rules of BGMI physics do not get respected, and when they don't, well, FPS gaming are going to be in a world of trouble if they don't.
I think it's all that loose sand and not enough traction.
Yeah, most certainly could be. You gotta get those off-road vehicles going
you
for
go.
yourself, making sure that you've got that traction. You've got that perfect brakes instead of braking and skidding all the way around. But yeah, I mean, one knock and that's all we see. Once again, every team's just gonna be getting themselves some loot. Although I do imagine when the circle starts closing in, we could be seeing a little bit of action coming in towards the northern end. But once again, it doesn't seem. I am not too convinced we're going to be seeing action up until the second or the third circle.
I got a question for you. Now, we just had a look at Damon from San Biru. Now, he's got an amazing outfit on. Forget that thought.
Okay.
It looks like they are going to be seeing the enemy, and VLT once again are going to come under fire. Early on, Arthunki has been brought down to his knees, and in a split second, he is going to be taken out of his misery. But looks like VLT are going to make sure they reciprocate just a little bit. Again, Floki, this is looking dangerous for them now. They have lost one man. Another one of their members are going to be low on HP. Question is, do they stay here, fight for their pride, fight for the position, fight for the next round, or do they basically re-strategize, regroup, and, well, like I love saying, live to fight another day?
VLT need to live to fight another day. If they don't, they're going to be in a very, very hot spot. And with one member already being knocked out, I'm sorry, the buggy going, it just made me laugh out loud. But yeah, this is no laughing matter for the side of VLT. Having lost one of their members, they need to play conservatively. They need to focus on surviving right now. And I wouldn't even mind seeing them give up, a couple of spaces in their inventory, for fuel instead. Just making sure they can always rotate out if need be. That they don't have to give up their vehicles.
Now, again, that is one of the things we were talking about. You want to make sure that all your teammates are not in one vehicle, because things like this can happen. That is why it's so crucial. You want to send someone else to, go out and scout up ahead, which again is something that they're definitely going to be employing from now on. But for now, team to the top, atop a mountain, did spot the enemy in the distance, let loose a few shots. But Ricks are going to be back on their feet. Again, you got to keep in mind, a lot of long-distance engagements, which means towards the end, utilities are going to be next to nothing.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to remember the utility very, very important on this map. The circle closing in as well. Let's see who it's going to favor, who it's not. I, for once, just want to see all the teams in Los Leones get completely screwed. See another shift. And it does sound a little bit sadistic, but it's fun. And I, for one, particularly do not care about the well-being of the teams, but the BGMI gods do, so they will be merciful.
Again, you're not doing what I do, so learn from your mistakes. I've stopped asking for things.
Oh.
So if you stop asking for things, then the BGMI gods do shine upon you with some gratitude. But for now, the circle is going to shift a bit further down south. Chumacera still empty. That means that could be taken up for grabs. Los Leones again is going to be hustling and bustling with life as more and more teams are going to be joining the fray, which, could be a silver lining for teams towards the north of Los Leones. Now, I'm talking about T10, I'm talking about Bricks, because as the enemies are going to come in, as you can see on your screens, they are going to have a field day, pretty much taking their pick, and disconnect is going to be disconnected from reality because vehicles don't usually do that, but for now, looks like he's going to make it to safety. Oh my god, we saw him in the last game as well. This is one lucky camper.
Absolutely disconnect. So lucky. Just, his car completely flipping, but still survives to tell the tale. Couple of scraped knees, couple of scraped ankles, maybe a bone cracked here and there, but nothing a couple of managers won't fix.
Nothing an energy drink won't fix.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just so good that it actually ends up reconstituting your bones. Just restoring that calcium and that density, making sure you're back at full strength again. But yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I would really want from BGMI in real life. Just have an energy drink and all of a sudden you have a fracture. No more. Just wait 5 minutes and it's all gone.
Now I'm compelled to tell you guys, do not try this in real life. It does not work. It is for promotional purposes in the game only. But for now, it looks like Draken is going to be blown to smithereens as the bandit himself, Daku, is going to come out and do some damage. And there you have it. That is where that little mishap took place, as all that is left behind is that burning pile of rubber and metal. And well, somewhere amongst that, we're going to have a twisted body right next to it.
Absolutely. And look at that. I mean, Daku is just having a field day, riding that minibus around, just try and see if he can, maybe just bait out a couple of shots. Why are they using the boost? I actually don't get it. When it's hilly terrain like this, it's so easy to crash. Just accelerate instead. It saves fuel.
No.
In this economy?
No. We're going to be making sure we have the boosters on 24/7. Yeah, speed thrills, it might kill, but again, you want to make sure you get to your destination as quickly as possible. But what it also does is, it makes sure you lose your fuel, you run out of fuel in the most precarious of situations, as it seems like Addy is going to find himself in. But the only thing is, not enough enemies around. And the moment I say that, Knuckle has the right idea. There you have it. Some more burning wreckage over there, and Knuckle is going to spot the enemy. He gets that scar out, lays down a few shots, but it is going to be Addy who's going to be a bit quicker to the trigger. But again, taking a fight on two fronts isn't the best idea.
3 fronts almost.
As fighting is going to come and make sure he is put 6 feet under. Fighting once again, making things work for his team, as it does look like Team Mayavi. Good start to the game, 2 finishes already.
I love this. I love this group looting coming out. They know the blue's closing in, so they kind of need to make sure they get the hell out of here. But look at Daku, just chilling in the minibus. I'm not sure what he's getting out for. I think he's trying to see if there's some loot available next to that corpse over there. So, yeah, that's probably what his priority is going to be. But Mayavi, well, the second blue zone also doesn't hurt this much, but soon enough it should be dealing a little bit more damage. Let's have a look at the replay once again and see how that went down. Out of the 3 picks that we had in this game, well, this was the third one. Oh, okay, so this... Well, you talked about a well-placed shot, and that is exactly what you wanted.
Keep in mind, at that exact moment, he had 3 weapons trained on him, and 3 magazines were unloaded. That is why, in the blink of an eye, car went boom. And again, in proper Miramar fashion, that is what you should expect. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, looks like my wishes are going to be granted, as urban warfare is going to be the call for the day, as the circle has shifted to Los Leones. Now, my co-caster sitting next to me has a little bit of a frown on his face, but you know what? It's all good. Grow up. We are going to see some urban warfare. I know you want to see those long-distance battles in Miramar, but let me tell you something. This is going to be exciting. Now, the question is, we did see a few teams, Floki, already abandon their posts in Los Leones. Is that going to come and bite them on the backsides later on?
Obviously, I mean, you can't predict where the BGMI cards are going to go next, so yeah, you best hold on to your butts and just make sure you stay put. Just glue yourself to the seat.
I'll hold on to that question when Bhavna comes on, because she apparently has a little bit of a connection with them.
Alright, well, Spaceman Official, in the meantime, all of their members are going to have a vehicle each, trying to go around. I love the scouting out coming from War Esports, though. No, they have no need whatsoever of taking this engagement. It's not going to do them any good whatsoever. This is just them getting a bunch of information, knowing that there is spacemen over here. It's going to allow them to make better decisions, because while we might have a bird's eye view, the players do not. So this is, of course, very important.
Also, one of the most interesting things to look out for is the fact 16 teams are still alive, 61 players still in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Now, that is what Miramar does, especially if the circle is towards Los Leones, because, alright, A, you've got a massive city, multiple levels, multiple floors. Yeah, you can take some solace in one of the buildings. B, it's surrounded on either side by mountain ranges, which have tons of ridges, nooks and crannies in. So, you know, every single team can find a little niche for themselves, but sooner or later, they are going to have to pretty much face each other head on, as FPS Gaming are making sure they make the most of their surroundings as they have control of this warehouse. Now, the thing is, ooh, that's a nice little spot.
Wow,
Pirate
that
FPS,
is beautiful.
atop, just making sure he gets as much information as he can.
Absolutely, information is key. I mean, that's what you need to take successful fights over here, and looks like he is going to be needing that information, because once again, they're about to get sandwiched between two teams. Rick's on one side, and they've got themselves FPS Gaming on the other, so they need to be a little bit careful with how they process. A little bit of collision going on there. You have to remember to update your license every couple of years.
Interesting.
Okay, he spots them out. He blew up the tire.
While they're playing bumper cars inside, looks like the pirate from FPS Gaming had his sights locked onto them, and if they weren't too careful, they could be taken out. It looks like that is exactly what's happening, as Rana is going to be brought down by his teammate Chiku, and now it could be FPS Gaming's move, as they are going to be moving in. They are going to make sure the left flank is going to be theirs for the taking. Pirate with a nade. He wants another one. He knows where the enemy is. Is he leaving it a bit too long? It is going to explode, unfortunately. Rambo, or damn, bro. Wait a second. Damn, bro. He is still going to be in the game, but this grenade could be it. Now he is going to patch himself up. The grenade goes boom. Lucky for him, he still has almost half his HP. Now, Pirate FPS, again, I called it earlier. This guy is calling in for an artillery strike, but looks like it's going to be Joker who is going to take down Damn Bro from another team.
Absolutely, and Rick's Gaming, well, this is not the kind of fight they were hoping for. They started off really strong, but now with two players gone, they've got a decision to make. Do they want to stick around, or do they want to tuck tail and run instead? Play for placements. Now you have to remember, I know we do not see this at the moment, but this is relevant information. The circle has hard shifted towards the west, so Rex do not necessarily need to go out just yet. Although, with all of these teams closing in, they're going to have to get smart about their positioning, because they do not want to be discovered early on.
Oh, they don't want to be discovered early on, but now the thing is, everyone is going to be heading to greener pastures. Well, the only little bit of greenery left in this desert map of Miramar, and that is when all hell is going to break loose. Someone is going to let slip the dogs of war, and well, teams are going to start toppling over one another like dominoes. But for now, Seam Official, oh, Garuda, I was just going to say he has a good spot, a good high point advantage, a vantage point over there, but looks like he was spotted out and is going to be suppressed and forced back. But for now, his teammate Weird Zero with the Mini 14 trying to rattle off a few shots in the distance. Unfortunately, the enemies are going to smarten up, and once again, Mr. Sniper himself, Diljit, is going to be down on his knees. That means Snacks has all his work cut out now. Snacks is going to be near his fallen comrade, but keep an eye on Kratos. Kratos is on the other side behind the enemy. Question is, can they communicate? Can they do something? Can they sync up to take down War Esports?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit hard for them to try and coordinate. They need one of the players going and scouting out ahead when one player is already on your knees. You can't really take that risk. You have to remember there's only two members standing. I love the initiative from Marduk. Even though he's going to get knocked down, he's going to get all that information for his team, and that is what is most important. War can now start bouncing, can start taking the fight one front. Render Kratos completely ineffective, but in the meantime, it is Snacks.
Oh my goodness!
Completely ineffective. Spooky Boy is going to get spooked. The Snacks is in the house, and now the Gypsies are also going to be taking a fight. Oh no!
Oh, he gets him!
Oh, he gets him! A 3K coming in from the side of Snacks. What the hell is this man eating for breakfast? He only needs to take a one savage. He goes still standing, and Kratos is coming in from the flank as well. Kratos just needs to go forward, lay out a bait for his teammates so Snacks can finish up the job. But the blue, it's starting to close in. They also need to worry about that, and this blue is going to deal a fair amount of damage.
He saw
Savagery will be spotted out, and Kratos will clean him up. Snacks with the 1v3 clutch.
There you have it, making sure that he is going to be snacking on the enemy and not the other way around, as Kratos and Snacks are going to be the last members left for WLT. Now, this is the kind of gaming we came to expect from these gentlemen, and let me tell you one thing, Snacks, if you saw his moves, the duck and weave, the bob and weave, he ducked under fire, came back up again. That is what experience is all about. But for now, yes, they are still a two-man squad. Unfortunately for them, Basement Official have spotted some movement in the distance. Shots have been fired. Kratos, in fact, did take a little bit of damage, but for now, he does have that little dip to work with. Snacks, in the meanwhile, can patch himself back up, but he is exposed and looks like he could be taken down. There you have it. The king has fallen as Kratos is now going to be the last man standing for his team. The thing is, he is going up against the enemy. Damon from San Vito is right in front of his face, but he goes down. He couldn't keep up with the hip fire. Now Kratos is going up against two members, but unfortunately San Vito once again are going to get the better of him, and there you have it. The big boys are going out. VLT exiting in the 14th position with 4 finishes to their name. Elsewhere, it does look like Team Outset are taking the fight to CM Official. In fact, only a thin wall separates the two as Garuda's got to be careful with that grenade. That grenade could go boom. It could spell trouble, but for now, Team Outset on the receiving end of things. Shivam is going to be the last man standing. Can he go up against a two-man squad? No, he cannot, as he's brought down. Wait a second. He wasn't the last man standing here, Floki. Korshvil is nowhere near his team.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the reverse bait sort of coming in, the reverse side where 3 members end up, giving up their lives, but there's one still standing at the moment. And look at that, Joker is going to be reviving all of his teammates from CMX over here, trying to get them back up on their feet, while Shom is just waiting for a quick and painless death as he bleeds out slowly but surely. Imprint in the meantime trying to take a fight up against the side of Spaceman Official. I see only 2 members from Spaceman over here. This could be problematic, and that is because one of the members is knocked and the other one is already long gone. So this means only Vision XP and Amuka Sop are here in the mix. Let's see if they can take this fight. Right now, Addy will take out Pirate FPS, but...
That was almost a self-nade there.
Oh, it was almost a self-nade coming in. That's what I didn't notice. Thank you for pointing that out. But now Imprint Esports, they're going to get their member back up on their feet. They want to make sure that they 4 people to the late game. It is very, very important to just have the numbers advantage. It is stupidly powerful to just have 4 members alive, no matter what your positioning is, but those nades pouring in from the high ground, making it impossible for the side of Imprint to rotate out until Moscow starts taking matters into his own hands. He's hearing the shots being rattled off. Look at him trying to go forward, but he's not really moving just yet. He's still not confident about this. Instead, prepping a nade. This is going to do it, but no, he misses, and now he's been revealed. He's going to get the UMP out, trying to fight. Will succeed. Good headshot coming in by him, but he is at half HP. Will he push forward or will he go back? Spaceman trying to circle around the side of Imprint Esports and catching them off guard over here, and they are succeeding. Look at that. Johnny's going to get knocked down his feet as well, leaving just 1 member standing, and Addy will also be taken out, and Muka Soft in time for it with a sliver of HP. Spaceman Official, well, they have been eliminated.
Imprint Esports making sure they imprint themselves on the brains of everyone else, but just as I say that, well, their woes are going to catch up as Team Miami, the heavy hitters, are going to come up and mop up anything that's left elsewhere. We are going to have another fight breakout between Team XO and FPS Gaming. Of course, we have CM Officials nearby as well. If you missed any of this action, we got you covered, because have a look at that. In the blink of an eye, one team wipes out another, but their lives are snuffed out. There you go. Addy is going to try and go on the side. He's making sure he's got that right flank secure, and there you have it now. He has that little ditch. He is going to try and patch up his teammates near that little buggy, but from behind, it's going to be the hungry team of Team Miami. There you have it. One boom, dead smack center all the players, and well, that is all she wrote.
My goodness, I mean, that is just coming in after the fight is over and pretending you did all of the heavy lifting there. Well, it looks like Imprint might have imprinted something onto our minds and the players' minds as well, but Miami imprinting their foot on the backsides of Imprint Esports. And now Rick's gonna get that same treatment, but by the side of FPS Gaming, that second nade coming in so close, but it does not find them, and Team Miami in the meantime still standing strong. Look at that distance, this man is an absolute mad lad, spraying with the M4 at this distance. Come on, fighting, show them some semblance of respect.
Well, as fighting gets the better of lightning, looks like another team that's been quiet this time, as T10 still all 4 members alive, but they are going to have to come out from their little haven at some point or the other. Till then, Admino from Team Miami, almost slipping through the map, is going to make sure he dishes out damage, and Ricks are going to be at the receiving end of things. In fact, I think they've been taken out. There you have it, FPS Gaming's Pirate coming in as well, making sure another one bites the dust. That's what we told you, boys and girls. A domino effect, as suddenly we find ourselves with half the number of teams we started out with. 19 alive, 29 still in this game, but Team Miami, Floki, they are looking good. Still a 4-man squad, dishing out death and destruction in every direction, but for now, it's going to be Weird Air Sports holding on against Team Tough.
Yeah, there you go. Dark Rope, he's going to be taking the brunt of the fire over here. Does get one knock, but gets knocked in turn. Now needs to wait for his teammates to come and trade him out. But is Kami actually going to allow that? Oh boy, look at that beautiful single shot coming in from the AK. Just hitting him straight in the head, cracking his skull, putting him down on his knees. And now Foxy Delta is looking to clean things up over here. It's weird, they've only got one member standing.
Foxy Delta's confused. Should he go behind the rock or should he actually just go up towards the enemy? Because again, if he closes the distance, it could be in his favor. But for now, Cabby is going to be taking down Mr. IGL. Is going to be the last man standing in the smoke. Oh, his silhouette is going to be spotted. Looks like shots are going to be fired. Let's see what happens. No, it's Mr. IGL who's going to get the better of Dark OP, but he is finally going to be taken down by the Foxy man himself as well. XO are going to be joining the fray as well with 3 finishes today, and they're making sure they make quick work of whoever was left there. And now, looks like Punk does spot somebody else in the distance, and well, Team 3 CMX officials could be pleased with their loss.
Absolutely, XO not going for a Delta split this time around, blowing their own vehicles up for cover, trying to play the late game, trying to play it smart, using their own 2 feet to try and rotate out. Instead, CMX official, one of the members, Joker for the win, playing for the win, standing behind that rock, but has been knocked on his feet. Needs to wait for some of the team members to come and get him back up. Too good for you in the meantime. Also find a knock elsewhere. And look at Joker, just moving around, just teasing the side effects. So you're like, you can't hit me. But eventually he will go down, bleed out to the blue, and EXO will get credit for that.
Well, the blue will snuff his life out, and EXO shall get the finish point. Don't worry, the play zone doesn't walk away with any finishes here, my dear friend.
I thought even they wanted to part in the BGIS 2021.
They are the 17th team, as we've been joking around, but now Team EXO, they are going to be forced out. Well, not at this moment, however. All eyes are going to be on them because, yes, they do have their backs against a wall, but sooner or later, if the circle shifts away from them, which it hasn't, by the way, they still are at the edge. Now, they could set up a little bit of a killing field because have a look at all the teams to the left of your screens. I'm talking about Team Mayavi. I'm talking about, well, anyone else on the other side of the road, they are going to have to come in, but Team EXO are making the first move again. They have a little dip.
Oh, no,
they've got to be careful because CM Official is going to be nearby, but Fierce is going to be fierce enough. He does take a few shots, unfortunately. His teammates are going to be nearby.
He's still standing.
He's still standing, even though he was left in that buggy. CMX Official, in the blink of an eye, eliminated by Team Mayavi, who came in to help as well. For now, Sensei and the boys do have the upper hand.
Yeah, EXO really being helped out over here by the fact that, you know, they were in a good position. They had all 4 of the members standing over here, but T10 Esports also have got 4 members in this race right now. Mayavi down 1 member. Too good for you, also down 1 member. Team to the top with only 1 member standing. So it's really... It's the game of T10 or EXO at this point, and EXO looking very, very comfortable. The fact that it is Miramar and no one has played it before really coming in handy.
Now T10, they do have the compounds, they do have the circle, and well, EXO are going to be on their flank, which isn't going to be a problem. But there is one Foxy man out there, and if Delta does something, well, spectacular, it could be a thorn inside, but looks like Punk. He knows what he wants to do. He does have a crate over here for, you know, a bit of looting. But if he isn't too careful here, they're giving all the sound cues out to Foxy Delta. There you have it. The clothes have come off. The backpack might come off sooner or later as well. And if Punk is not careful, he might just get shot in the back as Knuckle is going to find out. But again, that is superhuman reaction. That is just brilliant. That is what all these champions are made of. He switches his attention to the enemy, puts down a few shots down range, gets the better of him. That is why Team Miami were the winners in the last game. Knuckle making sure he has that lightning fast reflex.
That knock not only just worth 1 point, but actually 3 points in this situation because he gets the point from the knock and the placement points as a result. Great stuff coming out by him, and he's still standing. Potentially, he could just stay here for the longest possible time. Let T10 and Team EXO play it out and come on when it's all over.
Well, now we are down to a final 3 teams. It is going to be 4 aside for T10 and EXO. Only 1 man standing for Team Mayavi. Now, we've seen this team do some impossible things at the end. As Floki mentioned, if the other 2 teams do mop each other up, he just could come in and, well, finish everything to the left. But for now, Punk is going to get the better of Siru, which means they might actually just start off an assault. There you have it. The second knock comes in. Courtesy Knuckle, which is something they are going to pay attention to, and looks like Punk wants to capitalize on that finish. However, since they are zoned in, they got to be careful. I was just going to bring this up. Amit is going to get that flank on them. Since they were scoped in, their peripheral vision was lost, and well, Amit took advantage, bringing them down. Again, Floki, it could go either way.
Absolutely, and you have to remember Knuckle is just snickering throughout all this, like, yes, please, go ahead, take these fights. I'm going to come in towards the end and claim those sweet placement points for myself. And T10 actually losing an arm in a limbo over here. One of the players being knocked out. Not sure if he's in a position where he can be revived up. So Team EXO making Team Mayavi's work easier over here. They could potentially get 2 more points as a result of this. And Knuckle would not have even fired a bullet. But in the meantime, look at that. You do have Punku, or rather Punk, however you want to call it, watching the flank, making sure Knuckle does not get away with a bit too much.
Brilliant mind by Knuckle over here. He's making sure his left flank is secure, courtesy that smoke grenade to, make sure that T10 don't push up on his position as he focuses solely on EXO. But for now, Punk is going to lay down a few shots with that AK as Fierce is going to be ready with his M4. Now expect a bit of a rush to come in. There you have it. Fierce is going to be the fearless leader leading the charge. He goes in, has his teammates come around. Knuckle is going to be the last man standing. It is going to be a 4-1-1 situation, and looks like the old guard, ladies and gentlemen, are going to prove to us why they are the ones we talk about, why they have all those expectations, because, well, not only did they win this chicken dinner over here, they did it in style.
Great stuff coming out by Team EXO. Again, once again, just showing that consistency. That is what is most important. Third place finish in the first game, first place in the second. This is about as good as it gets. I mean, Team EXO, if they're the ones who are going to be taking this, I'm quite sure some of these teams are going to start feeling the fear at this point. Because even though VLT might not be in the race, EXO are still proving their mettle. They're still striking fear into the hearts of these underdogs.
Speaking of Velocity Esports, great individual performance coming out from Snacks, getting that 3K, almost getting a squad wipe. But again, they were leaving it a bit too late as far as the migrations were concerned, as a result of which they did pay a heavy price. But again, we still have one more game in store. But against any odds, if you missed some of this action, we're going to go back and have a look at what went or what transpired in this game, as the highlights are now going to be coming up on your screens.
There you go. I mean, I have to say, I feel a little bit bad for Snacks, of course, because he worked so hard for his team. He got that 3K. The 1v3 was ridiculous, and this is where it all started, with Atanki being taken out, caught out in the open, and this is VLT just getting a little bit too lax, not taking this a bit seriously, going out in the open without, scouting things out first, or at least taking the safer route in. I mean, you can go on the road, but that road is very, very dangerous. It sure allows for quick rotations, but it is also equally unsafe. So it's all about that trade-off, making sure that you either go off-road, have cover, or you go on-road, get in earlier, but, you potentially risk getting shot.
Well, in this case, that is how the cookie crumbled. Fortunately for them, like we said earlier, they are going to have another chance. And again, this is what you expect in Miramar, right? You think you've gotten away with your vehicle, but again, since the terrain is flat and you can see for miles out in any direction, forget that. Have a look at this. Snacks making sure he gets the better of one, gets the better of two, gets that third knock as well. And of course, Kratos comes in to help.
And this is what I talked about. When you have the low ground, when you have the slope, you see more of the enemy before they see you. Those nades also a lot easier to hit. Snacks didn't get flushed out of his position. They come after him 1v1 and he lines them all up.
Well, he did line them up, but this is where Snacks, the man of the moment, did go down. And well, Kratos, let me tell you one thing, did put up quite a fight. He gets one knock over here and suddenly is going to be overwhelmed by two, switches his weapon. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for him. Now, Team Outset, we did see them go up against the enemy over here as well, but, well, Team Official just overpowered them a little bit too much. Import Esports, again, wonderful game for them, but oh my goodness, Loki, their woes finally caught up with them. No moment of respite for them in this game.
Most certainly not, and I have to say, I feel really, really bad for him.
Oh, this nade is going to hurt.
Boom! There you go. I mean, that has to be the most painful way to go out for the side of Imprint Esports, right? Because they just got off of a high of taking out a team, and then all of a sudden from the backstab comes a team that is hungry for a lot of action. And I have to agree, give credit where credit is due. Knuckle, they're just surviving towards the end, winning that 1v1, that quick flick that we saw. Insane stuff coming out from Team Miyavi, and I hope that we continue to see this in the future, because these guys could dethrone the champions.
We keep saying that it doesn't matter how you get your finishes, by hook or by crook. A finish is the finish. Yes, there will be a few naysayers out there, complaining about, oh, it was a third party. Well, it is part and parcel of this game.
Hey, do it better. It's open qualifiers. You can come in.
Objective is you want to walk away with the maximum number of points. Doesn't matter if you're going to be stealing a few finishes here and there. It is going to add to your points. But again, at the end over here, Team EXO, they use the terrain really well around them. Now, we did kind of anticipate a few of these pushes coming in, and again, that's all experience that was working out. But the moment they got those two knocks over there, even Team Miyavi till the end, even though they were just a two-man squad, Knuckle and fighting, man, they kept rattling those bullets up until their last breath.
Absolutely, they most certainly did. And I have to say, Knuckle towards the end just surviving for so long. I believe Team Miyavi did get that second place finish, didn't they? Yeah, there you go. Knuckle making his presence felt over here, and then Eska gets taken out, and all of a sudden it's Team Miyavi who actually got that second place finish. So Knuckle single-handedly worth 5 points for his team. 5 points.
5 that we know of.
5 that we know of. Actually, more than 5. Because he got that 3, he got that 1 knock. It's 6 points in total.
Now, if we just quickly talk about Team Mayavi, although they didn't win, you would not use words like consistency with them. Keeping in mind, round 1, they had 1 flashy game. Round 2, they had 1 flashy game. But round 3, oh boy, they are firing on all cylinders. And, well, they are coming out swinging. But, of course, Team EXO, calm and composed under pressure, knowing when to take those fights, showcasing why the old guard, well, we refer them to as the old guard because, again, all that experience coming in handy.
Absolutely, but the experience could also be what stifles you and weighs you down, keeps you locked into that particular playstyle. Because Team Mayavi, they look, even though they're consistently ahead over here, they look very different from all of these other teams. They are hungry for opportunities. They're hungry for those, chances where they can come in and start the fight, get that fight going. And it's never in the early game. It's never in the first 2 circles where these guys start taking those shots. If a fight comes to them, sure, they're not going to back out of it. But they will not be aggressive until the time is right. They wait. They make sure they get something out of that aggression. Either a good amount of utility or good positioning. But let's have a look at the point standings and see exactly where they are. Second place. And it's all thanks to Knuckle.
It is all thanks to him. As,
6 points.
Well, they do have 12 points coming in from finishes and 9, I beg your pardon, 12 from placement and 9 from finishes. But it is going to be Team EXO. The moment you all have been waiting for, 15 position points thanks to that delicious chicken dinner. And, well, they do have their finish points in double digits as well. It is going to be 11, which means the total of 26.
Absolutely. You got T10 Esports in 3rd place with 15 points as well. And Team to the top, a team that we didn't really see much of in the last game. This time around popping off, getting themselves that 4th place spot. CMX Official in 5th. Too Good For You in 6th, Imprint in 7th, and FPS in 8th. Now, in 9th place, we do have Velocity Gaming with only 5 finish points and total points being 5. Once again, if they were just one placement high, they'd get 1 extra point, but unfortunately, it just wasn't their day.
Which means now, the next game, it's make it or break it for them.
Absolutely.
Now,
all the stars need to align for them. EXO needs to get eliminated early on. Mayavi needs to get eliminated early on. To the top, T10 and CMX don't have to perform. And maybe then they have a chance of coming out on top.
I'm going to predict something for the next game as far as Velocity Gaming is concerned. Now, I've seen them, back in the day when they played under a different banner. I've seen these boys find themselves in a similar situation. I'll be truly brutal and honest right now. They weren't doing so good, but at the end, the gameplay is going to change a bit. They aren't going to be driving around willy-nilly in the circle. I do believe it is going to be a bit of peripheral gameplay coming in from this team, and they're going to try and pretty much emulate what EXO did. Now, EXO were pretty quiet through the entirety of this game, except the last couple of circles where, boy, once they started making some noise, they did not end until they got that chicken dinner. Expect something similar from the boys from, Velocity Esports.
Yep. I hope we do see something similar, because that's what they need. That's what they need to separate themselves from the crowd over here and stand out and move up the ladder and positioning points. Because I have to say, if they don't make it now, it's now or never. They never get a stab at that 1 crore rupee prize pool. It could possibly be the biggest opportunity they've had so far.
But again, for anyone to make it to the top, someone has to topple. And if VLT topple, well, looks like somebody else is going to get that opportunity to get closer to that 1 crore 50 lakh rupees. Now, we've had a look at the point standings. Let's have a look who the iQOO MVP is going to be. And
thank you.
See, again, it is going to be Knuckle. I mean, this guy, his precision, his accuracy, his reaction is something that you want on your side. 4 finishes for him, 695 points of damage.
Not a single knock or a bullet wasted. This man, every knock or every finish that he found resulted in something. First knock, worth 3 points. Second knock, also worth 3 points, because he gets himself to the 2nd place and gets credit for that finish.
And now also, let's bring the survival time in, because that is one of the reasons he got those extra 5 placement points.
Yep, 16-20. I mean, this is so big from him, but there was also 4 other players in the lobby who were compared to him, also performing well, and it's PunkQ in 2nd place from the side of Team EXO with 4 finishes and 660 damage. Darko in 3rd place with 4 finishes and 530 damage. And we got Joker playing for the win, like his name suggests, with 3 finishes but 720 damage. So perhaps on the higher end of damage done this game. Snacks, though, in 5th place as well.
I mean, of course, he pretty much stole the show, stole our hearts. But let me just talk about Punk real quick. Now, he didn't get the iQOO MVP, well, because he doesn't have enough damage. But again, let me tell you one thing. expect to see him on this page a bit more in the near future because Team EXO, well, they definitely have woken up. But this guy has those MVP qualities, and well, the only thing is he needs a bit of direction. It's like, let me paint a picture. Imagine he's like a big, bulky pit bull, right? All he's got to do is someone's got to put him on a leash and tell him, all right, head this way, go and annihilate the enemy. That is what he goes and does.
Absolutely. Every Hulk needs a Captain America, and every Hulk needs to be told when to smash and when not to. So
Hulk smash! Oh.
Exactly. Hopefully you got that for them. But you know what? Let's have a look at the stats and see the kind of destruction caused over here. And 82 grenades were used, but only 2 actually resulted in finishes.
Because, well, it looks like they let their bullets do all the talking, as you can see from the number of knocks. 41 rescues this time.
Wow.
Again, it is Miramar. You are going to expect those long distant engagements. And, well, if you aren't quick enough, you're not going to be able to finish him.
Yep, so a lot of meaningless engagements, basically.
Well, meaningless.
It costs you resources.
It costs you ammunition, but it costs the other opponents.
Time.
It costs them time, it costs them meds, it costs them armor.
War of attrition, exactly. That's what it's all about. So the more you're able to get knocks, the more you waste
I'd
time.
rather be on the side that is shooting than being shot
Absolutely,
at.
absolutely, of course. But, you know, once again, you have to remember, in these sorts of situations, sometimes you can end up giving up a lot more to get a knock in turn of getting it, for example, revealing your position. But let's move on to the next stat that
Wait a
we've lined up.
second, wait a second. A word that rhymes with revealing is healing, and looks like it's going to be a bit more this time. 8,281. Last time it was 6,000 again. The only reason is those long distant engagements.
Once again, I mean, yeah, it's like you said, you know, even though there was a lot of long distance fights, we didn't necessarily see a lot of DMR action. We didn't see a lot of sniper rifle action. It's just the first map of Miramar, though. There's a long day ahead of us. I'm sure we're going to get to see some of that. So, you know, you need to stay glued to your seat. Do not miss a single game. But let's have a look at the finish to damage ratio and see exactly what is going to be looking like there. Well, if you thought the first game was even, look at the second one.
I mean, yeah, barring maybe just a couple of teams over here, Team Miami, of course, and once again, Team Outset, as far as the damage is concerned, they are going to hit. Well, one of them has hit the 2,000 mark. The other was just a little bit short with 1923. But just like you mentioned, pretty even Steven.
Absolutely. 11 teams with over 500 points of damage done. So everyone taking a fight. No one really acting like a coward or a deserter, you know, going in for those, you know, placement points.
Nobody
instead.
went AWOL.
Absolutely. Nobody went AWOL. That's the most important thing over here. And, well, I mean, Team Miami, you know, you just love to see it. These guys just do so much damage every single time. 2,351. And I have to say, I mean, if any team out there wants to learn how to play aggressively, I think Team Miami is probably the best team to learn from because their aggression always serves a purpose. It is never meaningless.
And, well, sometimes you can just watch them for the entertainment factor.
Oh,
because
yeah.
You remember in round
It's so
2,
fun to watch.
They were on the hunt, Floki. But now it is going to be a little easy for you all to kind of envision what the top 4 squads are going to be like. If it isn't, well, we're going to bring that up on your screens right about now. And Team EXO are going to be at the tippity top with 11 finishes and the chicken dinner, with Team Miami in second with 9 finishes. T10 Esports, again, a good outing for them, Floki, in third position with 5. And Team to the top, pretty quiet in the first one, pretty quiet up until the end in this game as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to say, Team to the top, they've been sort of under the radar for now, but maybe this is the time to come up and shine. Maybe in game number 3, they can show us what they're really made of and start, you know, busting out those strats. Because you have to remember, Erangel being played twice basically means that you do get to adapt to what some of these teams do. It does require you to remember what happened in the map of Erangel, though. I mean, considering how action-packed Miramar has been, maybe some of these teams don't, but this is where an analyst or a coach comes in handy. He writes all that stuff down for you.
I was just going to bring that up. Could be a coach, could be a manager, could be an analyst, because, well, you know, the matches over here, the stream that you are watching does have a delay, and a massive delay at that. But again, after a couple of games, you know, they might just go and have a look. Let me see where this team dropped. Let me see where that team dropped, and things could be interesting. Now, for the teams that, you know, are going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard, let's see if they have pretty much lost it all, because they might go and target a few other teams. But now, you remember, we also have a couple of other groups playing a few matches offline. Let's have a look and see how they did in their second map of Miramar as well. The point standings is going to be on our screens now.
Absolutely.
Whoa!
Okay.
Quite a contrast.
Absolutely. Hyderabad Hydras on top with 27 points, when the last time around they went from, you know, 0 points to this wonderful finish over here for themselves. Awakening, finally, you know, just charging up like a Super Saiyan, much like Goku. They went through that training arc, and now, well, they're about to beat Frieza. Hidden Ones in second place as well with 21 points.
You know, the funny thing is now, of course, it is an invited team. You and I, we aren't really part
Yeah.
of the team. We are here in Hyderabad. It just feels a bit good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It has that ring to it.
Hyderabad represent.
There you go.
Well, we also got Heroes Official in third place with 12 finish points and, 5 finish points coming to the name for a total of 17. Sub-Zero in fourth with 13. Chicken Rushers in fifth with 11. 07 with 7. Invincible with 7. The Supari Gang with 6. And we can move on to the next bottom 8 teams, see where they are. I do imagine that it's going to be somewhat close. It's not going to be any zeros. Oh, just 1 0, exactly. So there you go. But, Team Black Tigers with 4 points to the name. AKHP Official with 3. Sector 7 Esports with 2.
I mean, it isn't going to be the best outing for the teams on this side of the table, of course. But again, it goes to show that, anything can happen. Now, on this page, last time around, the Hyderabad Hydras were in the 16th position, like you mentioned, 0-0-0, and now they're at the tippity top, which again is a message to not just all the viewers out there, is a message to all the underdog teams and well, the big dogs as well. It doesn't matter if you slip and you slide just a little bit. When you still have that opportunity, when you still have one more chance to basically make history over here, what are you going to do? Are you just going to sit back, relax, and let it slide, or are you going to go and grab it?
Yep, a couple of inspirational words from my side as well. As the great man Rocky Balboa himself once said, it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you get hit and keep moving forward. And I think that lesson is the most important over here for the side of VLT, because they've been down in the dumps, man. These 2 games, they weren't expecting to be hit so hard. But they're still standing. They've got themselves a couple of points. And hopefully, when we are back, they have relaxed. They're looking at it from a fresh perspective. Or they're ready for Game 3. Because soon enough, we're about to jump into a break. Give these players a little bit of a rest.
Well, I guess the players are going to need some rest. Re-strategize. The two of us need to make sure that we take a breather as well. So what we're going to do? We're going to go for a quick little break, but the action is going to continue on the other side of this really short, really tiny break. See you then.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, तू फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO Legend 7. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be the lovely Shadow. Shadow, today seems like opposite day. It doesn't seem like the teams that are supposed to be winning are winning, and it seems like the teams who should have crumbled under the pressure are actually stepping up to the table and proving their mettle. Why is this happening? How is this happening?
Because they have gotten the chance first time. They have gotten the chance platform to prove themselves. They have been grinding for so long and they are coming up so strong on the tippity top, especially like teams Mayavi is there, and I'm super impressed the way the games are going in. But team VLT, well, when it rains, it pours.
Oh, yeah.
I can only say that thing. But let's see if they can turn the total around. But which other teams are going again is Team Mayavi, super impressive performance, Team War Esports, Team CMX Official, a team that was pretty consistent in round 1, round 2. They're having a good outing. They still have a chance in the race. Team Outset still having a chance. Spaceman Official was kind of missing in match 1 and match 2. Then we have Team to the top. Team Bricks is there, very good outing in match number 1.
Yep.
Then we have Weird Esports. Let's see which of the teams are going forward. We have Imprint Esports. In fact, T10 Esports. T10 Esports, I remember, had a very good outing in the last match. Miramar won. Team Hidden Leaf, Team FPS Gaming, Team Saint Biru.
Sanit Biru. Even I wanted it to be Saint Biru, but it's Sanit Biru, unfortunately. Yeah, I know, like, so disappointing.
Yeah, you'll just be a Saint and a Biru. Team Too Good For You, Team Velocity Gaming, which is not being good at all. And then we have Team EXO, who is outshining, really.
Oh yeah, Team EXO, I mean, I have to say, they are the epitome of consistency, having gotten themselves a third place finish in the first match, and then moving on to Miramar, a level playing field for everyone, because obviously we haven't seen, Miramar being played out on this stage before. So they come in, they get that first place finish. I think they pretty much secured their spot in the top 4 as long as they don't get eliminated in the bottom 8.
Well, even if they get eliminated, I think they have pretty much secured their spot, because
Really?
of which, whatever the teams they were in the third to 16th position, they have shuffled things in the leaderboard.
Ah,
The
that
two
explains
teams
it.
that are consistent are only Team Mayavi and Team EXO. Team Hidden Leaf also, match number 2, they had an early exit. Match number 1, 9 finish points. Team CMX also not being quite consistent. Team Outset also match number 1, a very good outing, but this time they were going slow. In fact, all the top 3 teams of match number 1, I guess in match 2 till 4th circle, they were outside of the safe zone. They were going so slow and so defensive. They needed the much position points and the finish points.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like all these stars are not going to be lining up for VLT or all some of these other teams. As it does seem that EXO and Mayavi probably have their position secured. Again, I use the term probably because, well, sometimes the stars align just perfectly. Maybe we see them being eliminated right away with 0 points to their name, and maybe just the right team survive until the end to boot them out, in that 5th to 6th position. Could happen, but highly, highly unlikely. Well, we'll see if that does end up happening as we move on back towards the sunny fields of Erangel. Now, once again, Erangel, a map that all of these teams have played time and time again. I'm sure EXO and VLT have probably had some experience on this map as well. They are not going to make the same mistakes once again, and they're going to try and play this one out a little bit better than they did the last time around. In the words of Angad the Experiment Chahel, well, the spawn island is bustling with life and activity, and soon enough we should be jumping into the game and seeing for ourselves. Personally though, I want to ask you a completely offbeat question. Out of all these scenic shots, which place do you like seeing the most in Erangel? Is it Ruins? Because I personally love seeing Ruins.
While I'm casting, I love Ruins. When I'm playing, I love Yasna because I love the urban area. You can pretty much take the fight slow and steadily, and let's see which of the teams like Yasna, because some of the top teams last time dropped towards the Severny area and the Milta area. One of the most expected team we expected that will dominate was all the way down towards military base. They still have a chance, Floki. I think they still have a chance, considering the top teams of match number 1, that is Team Leaf, was on the bottom of the page. On match number 2, Team CMX was on the bottom. In match number 1, things are not consistent. So I think Team VLT still has a chance, but time will only tell. For now, the plane path is towards the eastern side, going all the way from eastern side of Yasna towards military base, again favoring VLT. Team EXO for their drop location. Team Mayavi might have to glide in a little longer for their favorite drop location, but the question is, are they going to change the drop?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out soon enough, because it does seem that VLT had some trouble playing from their original drop location early on. So Snovka, last time they dropped in, well, we all know how that story ended. So let's just hope we don't see a repeat of that in game number 3. This time around, they've learned from their lessons. They've wisened up a little bit. And guess what? It does seem like they are going to be getting Sosnovka. But okay, it does look like they might end up being contested. Now, these teams could very easily be also going towards Fairy Pier, Primorsk, or Quarry. But there is a possibility we see someone go to Nova Ripnoi. In fact, I think I see the side of FPS Gaming making their way over there. So Sosnovka not going to be empty. In fact, Weird Esports also making their way on Sosnovka Island. So yeah, things should be very, very interesting. Speaking of action, well, right away it seems that Addy is going to make his presence felt. with the UMP in the house, rattling off a few shots over towards Hawk. And Hawk is not going to be too pleased about that. Saint Bidu, oh sorry, I made a mistake again. It's Sanat Bidu, not Saint Bidu. As cool as that name sounds, unfortunately the I is placed in a little bit different place. But looks like War Esports could be in a world of trouble. Two of the players got out over here, surrounded by the members of Team Miami. They did not get the memo. You do not contest the side of Team Miami. Team Miami, well, they dot their I's, they cross their T's, they finish off the players, and now War Esports, look at the awareness coming in from this man. Fighting knew exactly that two players are going to be coming in to try and backstab the side of Team Miami, so he went out there, scouted them out, possibly looking to punish them. Instead, sees them running away, knows for a fact those 2 finish points are secured. Meanwhile, back towards the house with Imprint were, well, they've done their job and then some. They've taken out Hawk and they've made sure that they have this compound under control. We do see the members of Sanat Bidu looking to come back in and maybe, try and mess with the side of Imprint Esports, but they're not going to have the numbers to do so anymore.
Well, they don't have the numbers, but Team Imprint is going to be happy. They have already earned themselves 1 finish points. But I'd like to draw your attention towards the map feed. Look at the military base. 3 teams are already there, and the circle is already towards the southern side. Team VLT is going to be happy because they just have to hold their position. They just have to hold the military base island until the circle leaves them, because that is the only thing that can work in their favor. If they go all guns blazing, try to cross the bridge or come out in the open area, they might have to face casualty, which they don't want at all. On the other hand, team number 13, that is T10 Esports, one of the player is quite in the open area. Weird Esports Hill is not spotted him down, and that is going to a very big problem. Weird Esports people are running like a bunny in the open field area and disconnect. Why are you not shooting? He doesn't have a gun.
No, but this is still information. Yeah, he doesn't have a... Oh, he doesn't have a gun. Just a couple of bandages. Can walk up to them.
He finishes in front of him and he doesn't have the weapon.
But he still gets information. I guess that should account for something over here. And Imprint Esports, Manya, well, pulls out the Uzi at this point. That is ambitious. But okay, he does actually connect with the Uzi. Even at that distance, still fairly accurate. Manya is going to be cleaned up. He could potentially go forward and get that loot for himself too, but in the meantime, it looks like he's just going to try and make sure he survives. And there you go, FPS Gaming going up against side of Imprint. Imprint, he's split up over here. How many times have we seen Johnny caught out in the open? Once again, he's going to be laid to rest over here. And FPS Gaming, they've got 1 finish to brag about. They did lose Ditya in the process, but with 3 players still alive, they can maybe try and make a play for those placement points.
Well, FPS has already been having a good outing in match 1, 3 finishes, match 2. They had like 9 points for the name. This time they need to be very consistent if they want to finish in the top 4. But for now, military base bridge area is quite congested, and Imprint Esports are already at the receiving end of the shots coming in from some direction. But for now, they are looking pretty safe. They can move towards the safety area. But that was one individual player, Manya. But disconnect, his life was limited. There were free deliveries in front of him, but he had no gun. It was obvious he's going to get spotted down, and now he has already bid bye-bye to his teammates.
Yeah, lots of early action we're seeing on Erangel this time around. Not resulting in any squad wipes just yet, but a lot of these teams losing a couple of players. War down 2, T10 down 1, Sanat Bidu down 1, FPS Gaming, Imprint, and Too Good For You down 1 each as well. And with 57 members remaining in the fray, things are starting to get a little more interesting over here. We're going to be seeing some different playstyles crop up. Teams go for some unconventional routes, some super late rotations as well, just to try and make sure they're able to get in. Oh, that is a flashbang being popped. Let's see if it actually does connect over here. Eska, well, he still has 1 remaining over here. Is he going to consider throwing it? No, he's baiting it out. Oh, but he gets shot right there in the neck, and there you go. Looks like War Esports, they're going to be getting the credit for this one, as the AKM does the work at that mid-range, and unfortunately, it looks like they might have bitten off more than they can chew. Bardock, okay, he's going to try and cosplay as a fish, instead goes into the water, gets submerged, and doesn't get revealed, but guess what, bite it. Well, he is very, very good by the sea, like his name suggests, and he's going to be going forward to try and find him, or better yet, maybe just take out Savage Rico in the meantime and try and get that pick instead. Doesn't spot out the member from War. I think Bardock soon enough is going to have to surface for air, so has to be a little bit careful with how often he stays down there, and he's been spotted. I think Bardock should be meeting his end right there, but elsewhere on the map, Rick's trying to take up a fight against the side of T10 Esports. T10 will lose one of their members, and I think T10 did they get eliminated? Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Oh no, they get eliminated right away. I mean, the first circle, it didn't even close in completely, and already we're seeing a team being knocked out over here. Pirate FPS just gonna make sure that Bardock will finally end up falling. If the asphyxiation wouldn't kill him, the grenade most certainly would have. He sees the loot. Does he go for it though? That's the question. Don't think he does.
Well, he is going for the finish onto the last player of War Esports. He exactly knows where the player is, but on the opposite end, the player has a good shack for his cover. That's why he's still alive. But the moment he leaves safety, he will be a dead man. But things can reverse down as well. He can clutch it out because it's just one player of Team FPS who has a very good ridge cover. So things are a little difficult, and that was a mistake going for the vehicle over there, because right now Savage is receiving too much damage over there, and FPS Gaming Pirate is looking pretty aggressive. He's going for the finish, and look at him, he has bandages. It's going to take so much time for him to heal up. By the time Pirate will reach towards him, grenades are already being deployed. Somehow a little short on that grenade, but this time he'll have the backup also.
Yeah, absolutely, and there you go. With the backup coming in, it is going to be the end for War Esports over here, and they will be eliminated in 15th place, not the way they wanted to go out. Had put up a promising performance in those earlier rounds, but it doesn't look like they were able to contend against the likes of FPS Gaming over here, unfortunately. Well, elsewhere on the map, it looks like Weird will continue their bout against the side of Imprint, as I do see a headshot on the HUD. Let's see what's happening over there. In Moskov is on his knees, and he's going to slowly bleed out to his death. Or at least that's what the side of Weird think, because they're rotating out, but there are a couple of people from Imprint looking to come in and get that res going. You have to remember, every member alive at this point is very, very useful.
Well, that is certainly true, but Weird Esports did realize the depth of the situation. But no, they are coming back. They are coming back. They know the players of Team Imprint are quite separated, and they are going to take advantage of that situation. Are they going to? Because they seem a little confused. They seem a little confused. But by the time they decide, Addy will revive his teammate, and looks like Weird Esports, all the three players are again back in the game. Look at the position of the two teams. They are right at the shorelines of southern shorelines of the military base island, but Team VLT has already changed their position and have moved towards the eastern side of the map, but Team Weird is still at the receiving end. No, I'm sorry, dishing out damage on Team Imprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. At this distance, that Mini 14 does so much work, but unfortunately, you do need a direct line of sight for it to actually hit those shots. And at the moment, he doesn't seem to be having that. In the meantime, Space, Vision XP also on the map is getting a couple of picks. But yeah, Imprint and Weird, they're sort of caught between this weird positioning over here. Neither of these teams can leave without really taking a fight. Maybe Weird can gatekeep them a little bit more, but they're still inside the circle. That's what you have to remember. And in the meantime, well, Rix, they're going to go up and take a fight against a Spaceman official. Now, Rix still have 3 members up and standing, and they are reviving a Dimbro over here. So let's see if he can get back up on his feet and actually take the fight against Spaceman. But Vision XP going for the flank over here. Is he going to get spotted? No. He's actually going to go for the res instead. Smoke's being dropped to provide some cover, but grenades could penetrate through that, and cause some problems over here. And there you go. Adam Bro, I'm not even sure. He had Bro at the end of his name. That's what I realized. But he's going to go down for now. And Famukasop is going to try and see if he can find a few stragglers over here with the DP-28 at this distance. In the meantime, Vision XP prepping up what looks like another grenade, throwing it through that hole. Is he going to find someone? No, it does not, but elsewhere in the house itself, you see Spaceman official in a bit of trouble over here. It looks like Rix, they're going to be the ones eliminated over here. Spaceman, they're the ones who come out on top.
Well, certainly the way the players of Team Spacemen were placed, 2 of the players covering the flank angles if the players of Team Rix mount in the open area, and 2 of the players of Team Space right at the compound throwing grenades and shooting down the bullets. Team Rix had no space to move around, but Team Too Good For You is literally at a good position to take shots in the direction of the players of Team Spaceman. And on the other hand, Team Imprint players are also falling down, but this is a perfect shot that was coming in. Element of surprise coming in from Too Good For You takes down one of the player of Team Spaceman quite in the open area. The raise is already coming in, but looks like Emperor is going pretty aggressive onto Spaceman. Will the raise come in? And yes, it will come in, but Too Good For You has to keep one thing in mind. They don't have the perfect armor. They don't have the helmet. One bullet towards the head and he's going to fall down.
Absolutely, you have to be very, very careful over here, especially because they only have 3 members standing and they're trying to go and take a 4v3 fight. Could backfire like you mentioned over here, but in the meantime we're going to turn our attention towards Weird Esports instead, where they're hounding the side of Imprint Esports. Only 2 members standing and they can smell blood in the water. Look at Mr. Erangel going forward, but oh no, he's going to get shot in the shoulder. Gets knocked down. We have another knock coming in. Copy is also going to go down, making it a 2v2. All of a sudden, Weird caught in a bit of an awkward position here. Hell, also eating a little bit of shots over here. Zero trying to come in from the flank, trying to be the savior for his team, but he will succeed, making sure that Weird, they do not lose any of their players. They will be rest back up, and hopefully they can go back in the circle when it spawns, or hell, even better, it's already on top of them. Well, Moment of Truth is coming up. Is it going to go further up north? Are we going to see a finish towards Pachinki, or is it going to stay towards Sosnovka? Chances are it is going to go further down south. And drum roll, the verdict is... Okay, it is going to stay in Sosnovka military base with a little bit of the bridge coming in from Milta Power.
Look at the position of Team iQOO. They are right at the bridge area, and towards the farm area we have Team Mayavi. Are we going to see these teams clashing into each other? I'm very sure they are going to do that exactly. And you know what? If one of the team gets an early elimination, that is a very good news for Team VLT. Everyone is hoping. I think VLT is praying all the gods that somehow that happens. But towards team number Saint Bidu, they have already lost one of the player. They are in a good spot towards the shoreline, but nearby them there are some of the teams present in the vicinity, so they have to be careful. They have a good compound. They better make sure they hold on to it and get a careful information around the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sanat Bidu in the meantime, well, they've got themselves good weapons to fight at those long distances with the DP-28, but let's see if they're actually going to take those fights or not. EXO in the meantime, very, very happy to gatekeep the side of Mayavi or outside from coming in over here, but look at Team Mayavi taking the slower approach. They're being a bit more reasonable about this, and I think I see a very long rotation on the map. If you can quickly pull up the mini-map at this point, we will see a team rotating all the way around from Pachinki towards Farm and Milta and going inside the circle, or... are they? Well, never mind. You know what? It's not on the map. We're going to stop talking about it. In the meantime, we're going to have a look at what Sanat Bidu are doing with one of the members being knocked down. He's going to be back up on his feet now, and we'll see if he can make his way back towards safety. Well, Sanat Bidu, they certainly have their work cut out for them over here. The good news being that they're inside the circle, but that's where the good news ends. They do not really have a lot of ways to take fights at the moment because they're kind of just put here in the spot where they're surrounded by multiple teams on each side, and just firing off a single bullet is going to attract attention towards them. Too good for you. In the meantime, they are the team circling around over here, and they are looking towards Spaceman as well as the side of Sanat Bidu, so they have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this. Spaceman, in fact, have gone for a 2-2 split over here, so maybe they can bait the side of Too Good For You into taking a bad fight, and it looks like Sanat Bidu instead are going to jump on the trigger.
Well, he's certainly pulling the trigger and dishing out a lot of damage onto the players of Team Space. They are down to like 10 HP. Let's see if they can find a knock. But what happens is when you're in a mid-range fight, you can pretty much burn the meds of the enemy team. You can't fight a finish onto them, especially where they are in the cover area. But for now, Team iQOO is looking good. A questionable split though. The way they are in a 2v1 versus 1 situation, one of the players, Sensi, is nearby the players of Team Outset over there. One of the player Fierce nearby CMX Official. A very questionable split coming from Team iQOO. They better not pick 1v4 fight at least, but looks like now they are rejoining themselves, recombining, reuniting, and Punk is still at the bridge area. That means if the players of Team Mayavi are going to make rotations, he is going to have that intel.
Absolutely, Punk is going to be having that intel, and on top of that, he's going to let his teammates know, so he can probably make it back out towards safety himself. But in the meantime, X have to be careful to not take up a war on multiple fronts, because if they reveal their position right now and try and go for some insane fights, they will be in a world of trouble. Well, speaking of the circle, half of it is in water, the other half being in Sosnovka military base, so the beaches and those bridges and rocks next to the beach going to be super handy in providing cover. In the meantime, Punk just doing his due diligence, just making sure no one comes from the bridge. But in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, it looks like Team Hidden Leaf are finally
bringing over here, taking the action over towards the side of what I believe is going to be Team 2 good for you and Team 2 good for you, with 2 members down. Have only 1 person standing. Wizard or Visor, depending on which anime you've seen, is going to be in a world of trouble. He's going to try and get the res back up on Emperor, and Emperor is getting back up on his feet slowly but surely, but it's going to take some time before they can heal back up. In the meantime, Leaf has also suffered a couple of losses over here. It does seem that Hidden Leaf are probably going to get wrecked. Oh my god, that nade. It should spell end for Addy. He should be going down over here. And Visor is going to do his due diligence, going to be going forward and getting, well, not the Nogs, but actually the rest for his teammates, making sure that they're still in the game over here. We'll see if the priorities change, but in the meantime, Emperor, this could be risky. If he goes out in the open and gets shot, then once again, Too Good For You cannot play aggressively. In fact, they're going to get turned on by the side of Hidden Leaf, but it does not seem to be happening at the moment. That nade does end up hitting Draken, and Draken will go down. Looks like the loss will be cut short, but okay, Too Good For You, not going to let them run away. They've got the weapons to try and take them out over here. They've also got vehicles to try and chase. And guess what? They did leave 1 member behind over here, Hidden Leaf, and he most certainly should be taken down. Naughty Boy left to his own devices, as he's going to pay for all the naughty deeds he's done. He got a hole in his stock yesterday, and now he's going to get led straight in his head. Skull cracked. His game is over. It's going to be just 1 member standing from the side of Hidden Leaf, and that is Tony. Well, he's going to try and keep the dreams alive for his team, but that's all he can do as this last player from his team.
Well, he is the last player and he was going to...
No, wait, Hidden Leaf is actually gone.
Whoa!
Whoa, so he did get eliminated in the buggy over there. He got knocked down and then
But look at CMX.
Oh no, no. I have seen how the story ends. There's even a bike.
Throw a grenade. Throw a grenade, please, someone.
Wait, what the hell? What the hell is happening? What are EXO doing? There's a player right below you. Look at that. What the hell is going on, EXO? Oh my god, they've got bullets for eyes. They're gonna be eliminated. Wait, what the hell just happened? Who died? Was it EXO?
Yeah. They dealt with the enemy, but they lost one of the players.
Yeah, they lost one of the... Oh my god, they do not look where they're stepping. And the wiper, it bounces, and the poison, it's dangerous. EXO, they're going to lose one of their members now, but they're still in this race. With 3 ponies in the mix, they could still do some damage over here, but look at Sensei. He's going to be looking to do some action in the meantime. Snacks, the man of the match from the last game himself, trying to carry his team and his dreams for victory. There's 4 players still standing from the side of Team VLT over here. 2 of them getting in a car, possibly to try and get a flank going. In the meantime, they're also turning their attention towards the other side. EXO is also watching, waiting for a misstep, and a misstep made by Snacks will result in a shot straight towards the shoulder, being dislocated. The medkit is going to patch it back up. Elsewhere on the map, you're looking back towards the side of FPS Gaming, who's trying to take out the side of Mayavi, and Mayavi might end up getting squad wiped over here. 2 players taken down. Knuckle once again in a clutch situation. This man, how many times is he going to be in the spot for his team? He's delivered once, but to deliver again in this situation, it is unreasonable. He's taking some cover behind the boat. He hasn't been spotted, so he's got that working in his favor. And maybe they bite this. Maybe the fact that they're not able to see him in the water makes them go away. And hopefully he can carry his team's dreams forward, because you have to remember he's still in the water. There's a supply drop nearby as well. And if they turn their attention elsewhere, he can just survive in there in the water. Make sure that he does not get spotted. Hide behind that boat. And when the time is right, go forward. Maybe get a couple of finishes and say adieu to this cruel, cruel world.
Well, Team EXO still very strong, standing upright, and they have spotted on the players of Team EMX, who are pretty much pinned down beside that vehicle. They have deployed so much smoke to deny the vision towards the players of Team EXO, but will that be enough? That is a question. Team EXO pretty much very clear path to move inside the circle, but Team VLT, they have to move past Team Outset, and will they be able to? Kratos finally chimes in, but Velji goes down.
There's only 1 player still standing for VLT over here. So they've got 3 members up, and only VLT have been done for. They have been eliminated over here. Unfortunately, they are not able to put up the performance everyone was expecting, and Team Outset gonna be smiling with their teeth for that one, showing their entire 32 teeth. Yeah, well, it doesn't look like the side of Weird Esports are going to be having much fun either. Kirby going to be in a world of trouble over here. Look at those nades being hurled in. That smoke does prevent the void from spreading, and it allows them to stand over there, making sure that they are able to stay alive for a little bit longer over here. But Mr. IGL in the meantime is going to be elsewhere, and he's going to try and make sure he's going to heal back up and get himself back into the fight.
Well, he has to heal himself because the players of Team Spaceman are already closing in. Mr. IGL, can he find the pick? He almost did, but he goes down. Vision is a little far away. Mortis will do the job. Can he find another pick onto the players of Team Weird, who are pretty much dominating the lobby? Vision is reuniting with his player Mortis. Calm down. calm down for some time. Backup is coming in. On the other hand, Shivam is going for the raise onto his player, and with that, weird players are falling down and getting elimination at the 8th position. And Team Weird Esports, but they have finish points to back them up. They have pretty much good finish points, but Team Spacemen are still in the picture, still fighting with Team Outset, who are in a 2v2 split.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Team Outset have put up a good performance so far in these games. They've found themselves in top 8 consistently. If they manage to put up a good performance again this time around with 4 members still standing, we could see them moving on to the quarters, and that is where the real action is. Neo, in the meantime, can be prepping up that nade, just waiting for someone to come in. Look at that switch is coming in, making sure he does not waste that nade. One is going to get used, and now it's going to set up for the other nade to come in. Or is that a smoke? I'm not too sure. In the meantime, the other members from Outset could be in a world of trouble as one of them gets knocked over here. Shivam going to be in a world of trouble. Neo next to him is also going to end up biting the dust here. And the 2 other members from the side of Outset in the other house are also going to be in a world of trouble. One of them has been knocked up. Vision XP, that nade being hurled in slightly off the mark. Is not going to connect, but maybe that molly can do the work. No, it cannot either. Team Outset evac, like his name suggests, needs to evacuate at this point because there's nothing for him to be found over here. He's done his due diligence. Kushal has been left to his own devices. He's going to have to heat himself back up and get himself out of the situation. He cannot risk his teammate coming in and also getting knocked out over here. In the meantime, have a look at what Team EXO are doing. Both hiding behind one rock. A single nade could be problematic at this point, but they haven't been spotted just yet. That is what's most important. But Sensei is not going to be so lucky. The single fire M4 carbine coming into handy over here, and Team Miyavi, they're still surviving in the meantime elsewhere with just one member standing strong, so keep them in the back of your mind. If EXO get eliminated over here, there's going to be 2 points going again to the side of Team Miyavi. All the teams over here basically, but still, you have to remember that Team Miyavi are on top here. It's all about preserving the advantage and making sure they see the light of day in the quarterfinals. Elsewhere on the map, Team Outset, evac, like his name suggests, by himself. Kushal has been knocked, but at this point, if he goes back to revive his teammate, he too is going to end up going down over here. So the smarter choice is to do what he's doing, just stay there in the grass, not be spotted, and wait for a good opportunity to show itself. But Shadow, Team EXO, they might not have that same luxury, or do they? Oh my god! A single spray comes in from Fierce and he eliminates them both.
Well, he eliminates Spaceman, but they have to be careful of Team Outset because Team EXO is right now not aware of Team FPS also. 2 enemies right in their territory, and the way Fierce is moving around, jumping like a bunny. The problem is right there. Please, evac, shoot in their direction. He missed the boat. He could have earned 1 finish point.
He could have earned 1 finish point if he took out both of them. He could have gotten 4 points for himself as well, and now he's going to smell blood in the water. He sees one of the players down on his knees. He's going to steal that finish right out of the mouths of the side of Team 2. Good for you, and they're going to be pissed. Fierce, standing behind that rock, does not have hard cover just yet. The smoke is protecting him though, so he has not been spotted just yet, but too good for you. In the meantime, still standing strong, and so are FPS Gaming. No one really has a 4-man roster at this point. FPS with 3, too good for you with 2, and out to the next one with 1 each. 1 pony in the race for both of these teams. But EXO with 11 finishes, they are looking good. They are looking poised for that next quarterfinal. In the meantime, look at FPS, due diligence, clearing out the smoke, spamming bullets through it, making sure there's no one in there. And well, if you can't see a direct line of sight, you can prevent them from moving away. They do not have the option of running away from the fight now with the buggy's tires being popped out. And FPS Gaming, in the meantime, going to continue peppering everyone with bullets. They've got ammo for days, they've got bandages, they've got medkits, they've got smokes, they've got the whole kit caboodle, and we'll see them put it to use. In the meantime, the circle once again shifting towards where the side of, I believe, Team Outset member, or the Team Outset member is. But with 3 members standing, FPS Gaming can strong arm their way through this. Let's see if they go for that route.
Well, they are going for it, and Wag, what a perfect shot coming in, takes down Pirate, takes down another player also. Emperor is going to the last player standing in. Wag is going for the finish point confirmation onto the players of Team FPS, who are still standing with 2 men. They are going to get their trace, and Evac is in the perfect position to deny entry to so many teams inside the circle. Can they?
Oh, that
grenade from Fierce!
My goodness, Fierce, he's got that perfect coverage. He's going to go for the second one as well, Emperor. Just a little bit away from that is going to make him. Is going to make sure he stays alive. But that supply drop is so sweet.
Whoa.
It's so beautiful. And okay, Emperor is going to avoid that second nade as well. 3rd nade going his way. He should be done for. It's not popping in. He's gonna pop, but Emperor, he survived. Sliver of HP. He's still alive. He's still on his feet. Oh boy, they're not gonna be too happy about that, as there's still 4 teams remaining in the mix over here. FPS Gaming, they've got all of the members back up. They're going towards a supply drop. Emperor could be in a world of trouble. Too good for you. Probably gonna be eliminated in the 4th place unless he can heal himself back up. Medkits being popped, bandages not available. Well, they are available, but they're not gonna be of much help at this point. But FPS Gaming, they don't check for him just yet. They know, but they're running out in the open like madmen, and he's gonna capitalize on it. Emperor takes down one, and now FPS Gaming, they've only got 1 member standing. Everyone in a bit for Mexican standoff over here. It's the good, the bad, the ugly, and the hideous over here. Let's see who actually ends up coming out on top. FPS Gaming, of course, the prime contenders to do so. They've got 1 member to bait out and feel out the position of Emperor. Let's see if the last player standing is going to try and pounce on this one or not. Well, iQOO, he's got his work cut out for him, but it's not going to be easy.
Well, it is not easy at all, Floki.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zod, well, we'll see if he justifies his name, and he does! Right as I say that, the nade comes right underneath his feet, blows his limbs off, and he is done for. Emperor on a bit of a rampage over here, but he will be eliminated. However, thanks to his efforts and his shenanigans, they will find the 4th place finish. EXO also going to be taken out over here. Evac spots them out, carrying the dreams of his team on his shoulders. He will make sure they see the quarterfinals over here. And now, a 1v1. Who is it going to be? Outside Esports or the side of FPS Gaming? They both want this really bad. Evac once again dotting his I's and crossing his T's. He has to make sure he clears out every single angle, doesn't leave any sort of room open for the side of Zod iQOO to try and sneak his way in from. That Molly though will reveal where he is, and we'll see if Evac tries to capitalize on it. He's running back towards the flames, but you have to be careful. A moth close to the fire does get burnt, and iQOO prepping up another nade over here might just end up being off the mark. Oh, it almost actually connects. I do think it shaved off a couple of points of HP from Evac's health bar, so he's gonna have to maybe heal himself back up. But in the meantime, Zod iQOO still standing in the grass. Evac has an idea of where he is. His crosshair is perfectly trained. iQOO, this might have just been the bait of a lifetime. That grenade comes in. No, that trajectory is gonna reveal where he is. iQOO probably spotted that. Now he knows where Evac is. But Evac playing the smarter. He's not gonna push this yet. He's gonna wait this one out. The blue is gonna start closing in, and he's gonna let the pressure start mounting up. Those energy drinks coming in handy at this point. Popping a couple of pills as well, making sure he's topped up on HP. He doesn't have much to worry about. Well, let's see if he can get close enough to get that perfect shot. Once again, he's going from the high ground to the low ground, so iQOO is going to see more of him before Evac spots out the entirety of iQOO. He's going to just see a gun battle sticking out. That could probably be his demise right there. But Evac, so patient. This is, well, the 8th circle and the final circle of the game. We'll see who ends up coming out on top. Is the tension just rising? I cannot wait for one of these players to take a shot, but they're both so patient. They both know what this means. Outset and FPS Gaming, they both want those extra 3 points. This is quarterfinals, life on the line. Perhaps the only chance they'll ever have of earning so much money. I mean, this is it for them. iQOO, still standing, still just proning. He's not even standing at this point. He's proning. He's just waiting for them to come through. And I have to say, I mean, at this point, the blue is going to start doing the work. It's going to want to be a part of the Battlegrounds India series of 2021. See if he can maybe, get that Lone Ranger title for itself. Take an extra 50,000 rupees home, because it doesn't seem like Evac or iQOO are feeling a bit too up for a fight at the moment. But the blue is going to force them to, and Evac is going to have to start moving first. Does he have an idea of where he is? No, he's looking around. He seems to be completely blind at the moment. And well, soon enough, he's going to be forced to move.
Well, he has to move, but he has got 3 first aids. On the other hand, iQOO has got 2 first aids, and Evac has a good bush around himself. And in fact, he has the height advantage. Now the first aids are coming into the picture. He's popping in,
done for.
and he's already done for.
Well, yeah. Hi guys, I was a little bit unprepared, but here we are anyway. So yeah, I do believe the win is going to go to the side of FPS Gaming. Unfortunately, it's going to be the end of the line for them over here. And yeah, I mean, I have to say kudos to them for being able to do it out. It was a long drawn out affair. It took like a solid 3 to 4 minutes. But at the end of the day, they managed to win it. They get those extra 3 points, and that's all that matters. Because you have to remember, this is the only chance they had of making it to the quarterfinals. So you cannot fault them for playing that slow.
Well, definitely. In fact, I believe if Evac, instead of going for the heel battle game, he had the height advantage. He should have come in around the middle-ish area, centrish area of the final circle. Because if you look at the opponent's position, Chiku, he had little slopey area. The moment he would come in, pop his head out, Evac would instantly spot him and shoot him in the head. But it's all the talks. Let's see it for ourselves. What exactly pined down in the last match of this group. And this is where the fight started happening. Team Mayavi outshining Team War, not having a very good outing. But Team Mayavi, I have to give it to Nakul. The way 3 players were early eliminated, the last player was still standing his ground. All the way northern shoreline was completely his, inside the water area or towards the shoreline. He held on to his ground. Complete patience game was going on very good position points, although they had match 1 and match 2 to back them up, yet they didn't want to risk things at all. And for FPS, a brilliant game coming in, a brilliant chicken dinner. But for VLT, I'll say their chances of qualifying for the next round are like pie in the sky, but I thought things are starting turtling around for them, because the way top teams were getting eliminated, this would have worked in the favor of VLT, but that was bad move, that was bad fight. I'll say it's a misfortune. When it rains, it pours. That's it.
Absolutely. When it rains, it pours, and War Esports, they felt the brunt of that grenade. You know, Bardock, he tried playing it a little bit smart. He thought maybe getting in the water, he's not going to be spotted, but eventually that nade, it's indiscriminate, right? Grenades, they don't really care who's around. They just, you know, destroy everything in sight. As long as you're in the radius, you're going to get hurt. But I have to say, you know, this is going to be perhaps a little bit disappointing for the side of Team EXO, because they had the numbers. They were looking really, really good up until the end. But then they started getting picked off one by one. You know, they were a little bit spread out over there. And I have to say something, you know, I mean, EXO, if you spread out when you're the first players in the circle, when the circle has just formed, you're seeing you're already inside it, that is completely different than coming into a circle and splitting up, because there's already going to be other people who have done the same thing, who were previously in the circle, who have spread out and covered a little bit of real estate. So the moment you split up yourself in response, you open yourself up to those individual fights and those individual picks.
Absolutely agree, because Team EXO had the northern eastern side complete control for themselves, but the moment they started splitting, that's when things started falling apart. Team EXO were picking up fights with the players of Team Triple T, that is Team to the Top, which was not at the top at all, because they faced an early elimination. But Team EXO, still nothing to complain about, a very good outing, a very good performance. And this particular fight, Nakul is going to be very happy man that he was little far away from his teammates, because that is what exactly earned him his position points. They are pretty happy. On the other hand, the team that is not happy is Team VLT. They could have popped in grenades in that compound area, but the direct blind rush coming into the compound of Team Outset, not at all a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that blind rush is sort of what cost them over here. And I love the awareness coming in from Weird. You see that smoke being dropped in? That actually makes sure that the molly does not spread, and it gives them some room to work with over here. And even though they were inside the compound, they stayed alive a little bit longer. But once again, it is still just a bad shack to hold. There's just not enough real estate for players to be standing together over here. And at the end of the day, well, it's all it really took for them to be eliminated. Although, no one would have expected Team Outset to perform as well as they did after seeing what we just saw over here. You know, Spacemen, they come in and they take out 3 of their members. One of their members survives towards the end. I believe it was Evac, and he does it all for his team.
Well, he did it at all. The way he was shooting in the direction of Team EXO, the players were jumping right in front of his eyes. The patience he had at that moment, because as a player, it's not easy when you have enemy right in front of your eyes and not shoot them. He shined in, and the perfect moment, the moment he started shooting towards the last 2 players of Team EXO, that patience paid off, I'll just say that. And this time also, he let the fight happen between Good For You and Team FPS Gaming. He didn't do a third party, he didn't reveal his position, he didn't basically react at all. That's why he was in the top 3, and finally the chicken dinner also. No, not chicken dinner, the top 2 position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top 2 is still worth it when you consider what Outset was. Exactly right. I mean, when you're in such a bad position, I believe there were like 8 teams still in the mix over there. 8, 9, maybe even 10 teams when Outset lost some of their members. I mean, sorry, 3 of their members with only 1 surviving. Let me rephrase there. He still did all the work for his team, getting that second place finish, like you mentioned, 12 points, and the finish points on top that he garnered from taking out one of the members from Weird and perhaps another member, I believe, from one of those other teams. So kudos to UAC for being able to do so much over here. But at the end of the day, it's all about the chicken dinner, and FPS Gaming getting that might just mean that we see them slip into the top 4. You have to keep an eye out for the results, though. I'm going to raise my hands up at this point. I've not been doing the math. Maybe you have. Maybe you know who's there. But if you want to find it, you have to come in a little bit later, because that's when we're going to know who has made it to the next round and who hasn't. But in the meantime, this is the end for Group 3. We are done with their matches, which possibly means that VLT don't qualify.
We don't know. We can't do the maths, but yes, some dreams are going to shatter. Some will move forward towards the next round, but every cloud has a silver lining. Maybe next time you will come back stronger and then prove your mettle, but that's it.
VLT.
You have good games, you have bad games.
Absolutely.
It's completely okay.
Live and learn, and guess what? This tournament wouldn't be happening without the iQOO Legend 7, the official sponsors of Battlegrounds India Series 2021. Let's have a word from them and see what they're all about.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend. You can feel the monster inside when this bad boy is in your hands and you're playing BGMI. I have to say, it's one of the best phones that I've ever played BGMI on. So make sure you get yourself one of these, because that 120 Hz display is going to make sure you have the advantage. But you know what we're ready to look at? The point standings and the points table. So let's jump straight into it, cut to the chase, and see which team is on top. Drum roll, it is FPS Gaming. No big surprises, 25 points to their name, but in second place, it's going to be Team XO. 22 points to the name, 12 finish points, and Team Outset in third place with 6 finish points and 18 total points. Fourth place goes to Good For You with 10 finish points and 18 total points, and in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place we got Spaceman, Mayavi X, Weird Esports, and Sanit Bidu.
Floki, I think we can clearly say Team EXO and Team Mayavi are in a safe spot. They don't have to worry about anything, especially Team EXO, because of the outstanding consistent performance. Team Mayavi this time only 2 finish points, but in the top 6, I think they can make it. But Team Outset, Too Good For You, FPS Gaming, not a very consistent gameplay in all the 3 games, but I think Team FPS is also in a good spot. I haven't done my maths, but Team Weird Esports was pretty aggressive. They had the complete control of the southern side of the map, going after the players of Team Imprint, like chasing them, literally chasing them and eliminating them, having 7 finish points to their name. I think a good outing coming in. Team Velocity, I think misfortune. I'll just say misfortune, because
the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say much at this point. It's all right. I mean, Velocity Gaming.
No, the clutch was coming in.
Yeah.
In the first Erangel also. Last Erangel, I can blame them that was a blind rush. That was a blind rush. That shouldn't have happened. But match 1, match 2, I think that was misfortune. But who is the one player that has been outshining throughout the game? Let's just find out. The iQOO MVP of the game, and that is none other than Fierce with 6 finishes, 797 damage, 0 assist, 1 headshot. A very good outing overall also from this lad and his team overall. In fact, all the 3 games, a very consistent performance coming from Team EXO.
Absolutely fierce. I have to give credit where credit is due. You know, this man has done justice to his name.
Yeah.
He's gotten that MVP spot, 6 finishes, almost 800 damage done in 1 headshot, like you mentioned, making sure that his team stays in the race for as long as possible. And next, so I think they were in a hard spot after what happened to them towards that mid to late game. But let's have a look at the top 5 squads first and talk about that. In second place is going to be Chico from the side of FPS Gaming. Third place is going to be Emperor from Too Good For You. It's going to be Mortisjord in 4th place from the side of Spaceman. And Pirate FPS in 5th place. So looks like FPS Gaming have been getting themselves 2 slots over here. Fierce, Emperor and Mortisjord also occupying the top 5 positions from their respective squads. EXO, I believe Too Good For You and Spacemen as well. So kudos to them for being able to make their way towards the top 5 player standings. But once again, this does not mean that these teams are in the top 4.
Well, we'll find out if they are in the top 4. But Emperor, look at the damage he has been dishing out. 1064 damage over there. That is a pretty high number. That means he was taking many fights and was almost winning all of them, because Assist number is also just 1. 5 finishes over there. A very good outing. In fact, Space Mortisjord also, I remember in round 1 or round 2 also, this guy was in the MVP section and he had a pretty good outing in that round also. But Team Space as a whole was kind of missing in this particular round number 3. Let's see if they have done enough to qualify for the next round. But 5 finishes, 905 damage, very good outing. But when talking about the numbers, let's have a look at the match summary also, that how many grenades were used, how many grenade finishes we have, because that is always going to matter. But this time, knock finish ratio, look at that.
Wow.
Not at all good knock finish ratio. 80 knocks, 62 finishes. That means there were too many knocks that were not converted into finishes. But grenades used, 58.
Absolutely, great stuff coming out of here. 5,200 healing done as well. 34 players rescued in total. We're seeing a lower average in terms of grenades used and people rescued, but on the other hand, you can see them compensating for it with a number of knocks and finishes as well. So it has been a fairly high octane game. The longest finish distance being a quarter of a kilometer at 249 meters, and 3 airdrops looted. This is what I wanted to see. We didn't see airdrops being looted around in those first 2 games, obviously because they were too risky to go for. But this time around, it seems the teams, they did take the risk a little bit more and they went for it. But these are not the stats that are the most interesting out of them all. We want to have a look at the FD performance graph and see what that finish to damage ratio looks like for ourselves. Well, once again, we do see a sort of healthy spread coming out. I mean, it's sort of winner takes it all over here. We've got Outset and Spaceman with 1,000 damage done, Spaceman having done 1,600. Then you've got FPS Gaming with 1,500. You've got Weird Esports with 1,300. You've got Too Good For You with 1,800. You've got EXO with 2,000 as well. So it does seem like 5 or 6 teams are leading the charts in terms of damage done. But the other teams definitely doing okay. I mean, it's not great, but it's not half bad. It's not half bad either. It's just somewhere in the middle is where I'd put it. And yep, hopefully next time around when these guys do have the opportunity, they can perform a little bit better. Of course, Miyavi being eliminated early on is not the way they imagine themselves going out. But even then, these guys got themselves 2 finish points. These guys went down swinging until their final breath. They did not give up.
I don't have any complaint from Team Miyavi. They played very best. There is nothing to complain about. But Team Spaceman, look at the damage graph. 8 finishes, 1,600 plus damage. A very good outing coming in this particular game. But the question is, were they too late?
Yeah.
Were they too late to pick up the aggression or the fights? Because match 1, match 2, they were in the bottom 5 or bottom 6 of the table. But this time they are in the good spot. But let's have a look at the top 4 squads as well. Team FPS Gaming with 10 finishes, a very good out coming in. And I think this is also one of the team that is going to be in safe spot. We have Team EXO with 12 finishes. Team Outset, a very good performance individually. In fact, Team Outset took out the strongest team that used to be. I think VLT with 6 finishes, Too Good For You, 10 finishes, a complete outstanding performance coming in. In fact, these are the strongest teams went against each other also. FPS against Too Good For You, and I think FPS eliminated Too Good For You.
Absolutely, I have to say, great performance by all of these teams coming in. Unfortunately, the teams that we expected to perform as well perhaps may have not, but hey, it's a new group. We're going to be moving on to a new group soon enough,
Yes.
seeing what that's going to be all about. So let's forget about the past and move on to the future, move on to the present and talk a bit more about that. Well, we've seen Erangel, Miramar, Erangel coming up. Of course, Sandhawk is not in the mix just yet. But do you think the addition of Miramar has perhaps made things a little bit easier for these teams who have not been playing these rounds so far? Do you think that's going to perhaps favor them a little bit more? Or do you think that the fact that Erangel is nevertheless still being played twice is going to nullify that? What do you think?
Well, Miramar is strong point for some of the teams who especially like the sniping or the usage of DMR action.
Yeah.
But for some teams, Miramar is quite a map where they don't perform really well. But the main thing is that all these teams are blind to each other. They don't know which team they are competing against until they join the lobby. That's when they are getting the intel, oh, this team is playing against us. And that is too quick to for the IGL to make a decision that where should we go, should we change our strategy or should we change our drop location. So teams, instead of targeting or strategizing their game, I think they are going for the individual normal gameplay that they have. And like you said, addition of Miramar, same thing, teams are blind.
Yeah.
You can't study so many teams when you don't know which lobby is coming against you, which players you are fighting against. You can't study the game of every single team that has been participating since the round number 1.
Absolutely.
So obviously, I think they are pretty much as blind as in Erangel as blind in Miramar.
I absolutely agree, and I think that a lot of these teams, they're probably going to have to stick to the strats that they have learned.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, you can't be changing things up at the last moment to try and see what's happening. Now, of course, if you're sort of forced to adapt, you do that. You go ahead and you adapt to the circumstances that you find yourselves in. But let's hold on to that. Let's actually have a look at the point standings for the other group that has also been playing in the meantime that we showed you earlier. So we're going to be having a look at Group 1 this time around. It is Invincible Esports who get themselves that first place finish with 26 point total. Insane X Warriors in second place with 19. Supari Gang in third place with 16. And Hyderabad Hydras with 11 points to their name, most of those being position points.
Yeah, most of them position points, but 11 points I think is a good deal. We don't know if it was the last player that was standing, if it was the whole squad.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know, but yeah, Team Hyderabad head race. Match 2, match 3, a very consistent performance coming in. I think they are also in a safe spot. Team Ultima in round 1, I believe they were at the pretty top of the leaderboard, but this time only one finish point, 1 position point, 7 finish points. That means they were pretty aggressive and got a very early elimination. Not a balanced performance, but in the leaderboard they are at a good spot, 6th position. But at the bottom we have Sector 7 Esports, AKHP officials, Heroes official, Team Chicken Rushers. I think Team Chicken Rushers were at the top of the leaderboard and match number 1, I think.
I think
Am
so.
I right?
I think so too. Yes, they were.
Yeah.
They were in the first place. Where I remember I was appreciating the name, the team of Chicken Rushers getting the chicken dinner.
Sub-Zero, what happened to them? Round 2 overall leaderboard of the teams qualified, 200 plus teams qualified. This team was at the top, having the highest finishes, having the highest position points. But right now in the leaderboard, they are not at all a good spot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe Sub-Zero had a bit of a fallout. Maybe they were contested at their drop. We never really know.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Sub-Zero Esports, they were the team that we were expecting to do well. Unfortunately, they have it in third game. Don't know what that's going to mean for them though in the long run. I mean, I really haven't been keeping a track, but if you have, you probably know the story. If you don't though, we will be displaying the standings, of course, eventually when the third round is over and telling you exactly where each team lies. But until then, you have to remain shrouded in mystery. But we've got another group coming up. We've got a fresh set of matches, a fresh set of teams coming into the play over here. Do you think after whatever they've seen, in these first 3 games, do you think there's a lesson to be learned for the teams who are at the top and the teams who are the underdogs as well?
Well, with every game, the leaderboard was quite shuffling except for the 2 teams, EXO and Team Mayavi. All the placement points, finish points were quite shuffling. I don't think they can learn any lesson from the teams because they were not consistent. Yes, EXO and Mayavi, so consistent. Just learn that.
Absolutely. Well, consistency is key, and we'll see if some of these teams can emulate that. Speaking of the next group, it is going to be Group 4. We're going to have Gold Leaf Esports, Sen X, ACBC, just one letter away, and they could have been a rock band. Game Default as well. First Blood Esports, Boss Esports, Old Hood Esports, Exodias 9, lots of esports in the mix over here. We'll see which esports shall reign supreme. But yeah, I mean, an interesting mix of teams so far. Let's see what the other side is also going to look like. I think we've got some interesting names there as well. Hyper King, Team 4 Savage Enemies, Extreme Skills, 10-8X MVP, Extinct Esports, R Esports, Orangutan Gaming, and Global Esports. I love that name, Orangutan. Just a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah, bunch of monkeys, but they have not been playing like monkeys at all. They have been going all bananas in the game because this is a very aggressive team. In fact, Global Esports is also very aggressive team. We didn't see two invited teams going up against each other. Let's see if in this particular group we can see Orangutan go all up against the players of Global Esports, because that is something we are all excited to see.
Absolutely, I most certainly am. I'm really excited to see what Orangutan and Global hold against these teams, because once again, you know, a team that has been playing consistently from the first two rounds has a sort of feel of what they're supposed to do right, of what they're supposed to, you know, not do as well in these sorts of situations. And I think for that reason alone, a lot of these teams who are considered the underdogs might still have the advantage, right? Because you've just had more games compared to the top tier teams. They're going to take more time to adapt compared to you. Now, where the top teams do have an advantage is Miramar, because Miramar is going to be fresh territory for all of these teams. We've only been playing Erangel for the first two rounds, so maybe there we see those teams start making a comeback and getting a feel for the lobby and perhaps getting ready for the third map of Erangel itself.
Well, I won't say underdogs first of all. I think unrecognized, because right now they are not even unrecognized.
Dogs?
Yeah, they are getting the recognition. We are getting to know so many of the teams that can outshine. Like Team Mayavi is there, Team Spacemen is there. So many teams, and the individual players are also outshining players of UP50, which we will see in the later stages.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So you
going
see
up
like
against
a dog in the distance, but you don't know if it's a Doberman or if it's a Great Dane or if it's a German Shepherd. But you don't know that there is someone there.
Yeah, there is someone who might bite you, not in your back, right in front of your eyes. They are coming in your direction, biting you. So better be careful. I think invited teams should be careful, because their strategies are pretty much revealed. Everyone knows the moment they see Orangutan, yes, this drop location. Global Esports, drop location. This rotation.
Absolutely.
Everything is pretty much known about these two teams, but these two teams don't know anything about the 14 teams that are in the lobby.
Yeah, that is probably where things start getting really, really interesting, right? Because if you're a team who knows about this, if you're a team who is got everyone's eyes set on them, do you change up your playstyle for this event? Or do you perhaps stick to what you know, perfected to the point where no matter what they throw at you, you can deal with it and you can show them why you are such a strong team and why, you know, you've made it over here directly? Well, you'll see if that does end up happening for now, but in the meantime, we'll see if any of these teams have anything interesting to show us. So I believe we should be jumping into a stat that talks about the players. Not sure if you're going to be having that coming up, but regardless of that, let's talk a little bit more about Global and Orangutan. I'm not too sure about these players, so can you perhaps enlighten them, for me? Tell me a little bit more about them and how experienced they are.
Well, Orangutan is a newly formed team, but the players that are playing in the roster are pretty much experienced. They are the veteran players of Battle Royale. They have got the experience. They know how to rotate in the difficult situations as well, how to make their way inside the circle. So Orangutan, I'm having high expectations. Global Esports, on the other hand, likes to drop in where other previous veterans used to drop. This place doesn't offer too much of the loot, but they still know how to play their game, how to deal with the situation, how to play with lesser amount of the loot, and they'll go on towards the circle and win the fight. I think Orangutan, and okay, if you have to choose Orangutan or Global Esports, choose one.
Well, I am certainly in the spot now, but I'm going to go with Orangutan because that name sounds so much more fun.
I think we are going to agree.
Okay, well, there you go. Congratulations, but let's have a look at the sunny fields of Erangel, see what's going down there as well. I can tell you about the spawn island. It is definitely bustling with activity. The main map of Erangel right now, not so much. Let's see what the calm looks like before the storm comes in.
Well, this is the calm before the storm, and Erangel map is pretty much going to be filled with blood after some time. But it's like a trip down the memory lane when you see the Pochinki areas, the Novorupna, your favorite drop locations, because we all have played this game, we all have loved this game, and it's especially the ruins area, the water city area, where there is so much difficulty in moving around when the teams are contesting, especially in the water area of that nearby the ruins area.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
damn difficult to move around and make the quick move. But on the other hand, teams likes to drop in towards the Yasnia, my spot. But hospital.
Gee, I wonder where that is.
It's a hospital.
Literally
It's a
says on the map,
hospital.
hospital.
But you get loot.
Yeah, you get good loot. You definitely get a lot of bandages and a lot of painkillers and a lot of medkits there. So, great place to drop.
Perfect name, hospital. You get everything you need in the game to live, to survive. And on the other hand, there was Georgiopol. That is pretty short. Last time I played on the loot area, but a very highly contested place. But Novorupnoi, on the other hand, similar to Georgiopol, offering very good loot, but the rotations are sometimes a little problem when you drop in towards the southern island. Especially we saw that happening with the players of Team VLT.
Absolutely, Team VLT. I mean, they did get sort of, if I do not mince my words, sort of wrecked. But, well, we'll see if the similar fate awaits for some of these other teams over here in the mix as we jump into the sunny fields of Erangel. Let's have a look at the flight path, see what it's going to be all about as we see them going all the way from drum roll. If you're looking at the map right now, you know where they are. It's Melter Power, baby. That's where we're going to be starting off, and we're going to be heading towards Primorsk, leaving the northern part of the map hard to access.
Well, hard to access, but let's see which team is going to drop in where, because they just got to know that they are playing against which of the enemy, and that is the burden on the hands of IGL, what he is going to decide, where he is going to take his team to, whether the split rotations, split drop are coming into the picture, or just head on towards your favorite drop location that you like. For now, a team has already dropped in towards the Milta area, and from the looks of it, looks like some of the teams might be going towards the Novorupnaya as well. Military base might be contested, but wait a minute. No, it's not up for contestation because only single team is going towards military base area. Yasnia, let's see if any team will go in or they will cut their rotation short and drop in towards prison or Lipovka or shelter area.
Well, there does seem to be rotation going towards Lipovka. I believe that is one of the players making their way there. I think the name is Niklo. Let's quickly have a look and see what team he is from. But yeah, there are a couple of teams making their way towards the prison or Lipovka area in general. Oh, well, speaking of Lipovka, it is certainly relevant as we have a look at the circle coming in. Yasnia, Polyana empty, Rozhok empty, School empty, but soon enough, it's not going to be, because we're going to see teams drive or walk or run their way over there, and well, speaking of Pochinki, well, looks like teams there are definitely going to be meeting there. At this point, there are 4 savage enemies and another team trying to lock horns against each other. It's going to be KR Gamer who's going to be in a world of trouble as he eats the brunt of the aggression coming in to start things off over here. But can the side of 4 savage enemies answer back? Well, we're about to find out soon enough. Elsewhere on the map, I do see another team gain default, losing one of their players right at the start as he gets knocked down over here. Hyper Kings in the vicinity looking to take the fight to the side of Team 4 Savage Enemies, but we'll see if they succeed or not.
Well, we'll see if they'll succeed or not, but a drop location contestation in Pochinki, not a good way to start the game because every single point is going to matter. Floki, there are only 3 games. I can't stress it enough. Every single point means added pressure for the next 2 games. And looks like teams might decide to fall back or retreat from particular fight, especially initial fights. But look like Hyper King, the way they are spotting now, the players are shooting them. And here, Cherry Whitey with that AKM 6 times spray finds a knock. Beautiful spray coming in, finds the confirmation also onto Exotic, and now the opponent team, 4 savage enemy is down to 3-man squad.
Absolutely, 4 savage enemies are certainly down to a 3-man squad at this point, and this basically means that they do not have the luxury of picking and choosing their fights anymore. They kind of need to duck and weave. They can't really go out there and start throwing jabs and hooks and see if they land. And yeah, 4 savage enemies, well, now reduced to 3. As they should probably rename themselves to the 3 Musketeers. And Let's see if they're able to try and fight against the side of the Hyper Kings. But yeah, already it seems that we have lost a couple of players right off the bat. For Savage Enemies, going out, unfortunately not in luck over here. And let's have a look at where all of these other teams are. Now, we do see the side of Global Esports going towards the quarry, from the quarry area towards Gatka, so they should be getting themselves a little bit of loot over there. Could potentially also go further up north towards Georgopol and then try and make their way back towards the circle from Severny or even possibly Rozhawk. They don't have to start rotating just yet because the blue hasn't started closing in, so they've still got a fair amount of time before they need to make a run for it. But soon enough, they need to make a move, and we'll see if they're able to do that without getting shot in the back and losing one of their players. But yeah, so far a bit of a passive start. No reason for these teams to play a lot aggressively, and I like that. It shows that the lobby has matured, it shows that the players have learned, and that there's no reason to take early fights because, well, sure, you might get 4 finish points, but if you get eliminated in 15th place, those finish points, they don't look so good.
Well, they certainly don't look good, but one of the team that is looking good is going to be Senex. They have dropped in towards prison, looted that area, and right now heading towards the mansion area. I'm liking that 2v2 split. The 2 players are in the prison, 2 are near the mansion area. They're scouting the area perfectly and then heading on for the rotation. In fact, Lipovka is also quite empty. They can head towards Lipovka and get more meds, more bullets to fire on in the later stage. But Team Boss Esports also dropped in towards Novoripno area. The part of it is still inside the circle, but the question is the rotation, because if they are going to opt for the bridge rotation, a team might be already present over there. If they're going to opt for the water rotation, the team in the Multa power area is right at the shorelines. They might spot Boss Esports and might shoot in their direction, but we'll tell, time will tell what's going to happen. Maybe team will rotate inside the circle. Team Exodius 9 on the other hand just crossed the Novoripna bridge area and is heading towards, I believe Milta area, but no, they are not making a stop in the Milta, but nearby the bridge a team is already ready.
Tokyo drifting.
ACBC.
Absolutely. Well, it doesn't look like they're playing BGMI. It looks like they're playing Tokyo Drift, Fast and the Furious. Everyone just having a car, just going and racing around the bridge that leads all the way from Nova Repnoy towards the main island, towards Milta, and we'll see them get a rotation. Stop for a quick, gas check at the gas station, fill up their vehicles with a bunch of gasoline. But in the meantime, all these other team members, they are going to go forward.
Well, they are playing Fast and Furious. Let's hope they don't sing CEO again.
Oh.
They don't lose someone. Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Yeah, well, let's hope that they don't lose anyone, because we all know how that movie ended. Oh boy, didn't end too well for good old Han.
Yeah.
But yeah, ACBC, I have to say, I love their name. Let's see if they're able to, perform as well as the name sounds. Let's see if their creative juices get flowing in the game itself and they're able to find themselves all those points that they're looking for. That's a shiny new sports car that Orangutan have. Well, we'll see if it's going to come in handy or not, because in the meantime, Believe is just trying to scout things out for his team and see if there's anyone closing in on their position. Elsewhere, Drigger also going to try and spread out and see if he can spot out some players coming in from the enemy team. Look at that, perfect driving, perfect handling coming from him. He's not crashing his vehicle into the wall. Love to see it.
Well, our esports hero, on the other hand, is not going to love the players of Team CMX over there, because ACBC over there, because they are in the nearby territory and he is alone over there, and 1v4 fight is something he doesn't want. On the other hand, if we talk about the players of Team Boss Esports, they're heading towards the higher ground and they can spot out the players of Team R Esports who are making their rotation. For now, Boss Esports is heavy on the armor, but little short on the mids. Let's see how that is going to turn out, because they are at the shorelines. They are not going to be picking up many fights. They are going to take it easy and slow inside the circle. So with little healings, I think they can survive, especially when the players of Team R Esports from Milta Power are taking northern rotation. But look on the western side. Team in the Georgopol is taking the blue zone damage, making very late rotations, and GE in fact might collide with the players of another team that is making rotations from the Gatka area. Let's see what's gonna happen, because GE split players making rotations. They have got the mids, they have got the gun power, but they don't have the zone.
They most certainly don't. But this was okay. I prefer the side of GE. stepping with caution, especially in a lobby that they have where they have had like a new experience. This is the first time thing for them. They haven't done this before, so them just getting a feel of the lobby right away instead of going for something too aggressive is very respectable. We'll see if it does end up punishing them though, because there are a couple of teams in the area who are also rotating super late over here, and we'll see if they do end up getting stabbed in the back. And in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at where the circle is going to be moving, as we are at a bit of a stalemate. Gain Default could potentially spot out the members from the side of Team 4 Savage Enemies, but we'll see if they actually rattle off a few shots. 4 Savage Enemies, you have to remember, they were the first team to lose one of their members and take the total down to 59, unfortunately. And, well, looks like Old Hood Esports, they are going to take this sweet, sweet time rotating out of George Pole, but with the blue zone closing in again, it's going to go further towards the eastern end of the map. Or is it the western end? Well, I'm not even sure anymore. Milta Power is going to be relevant though, and so is Lupovka, and that is what is important to know.
Well, that is going to be important, especially when the circle has taken an eastern shift and Milta Power is quite empty. The team that dropped in over there is going to regret their decision, maybe, but they have a quite a good hill, higher ground onto their name. On the other hand, 4 Savage Enemies making their rotation, but the two teams that are in close to each other are going to the players of Team Sensex and Team Gold Leaf Esports, who in round 2 performed really good. They were in the top 4 position of the leaderboard of round 2. Let's see if they can carry forward the same momentum in round 3. But Dawn with the DP was trying to shoot in the direction of the players, but somehow missed the shot.
He most certainly did, but now in the meantime, Senex, they've got their hands full at the moment. They spotted the members from 4 Savage Enemies. They rattled off a few shots, none of which connect. Well, a couple of them do. It's onto KR Gamer, but he is safe and sound. No reason to worry just yet. They will be making their way towards it. I am very scared of this driving. I am so terrified right now. 3 times they almost crashed into some sort of object, a tree or a rock, and well, a tree again. And I hope they don't drive as crazily as they do. Remember, kids, do not drink and drive. It is not safe for health. Gold Leaf Esports in the meantime though, I mean, they are very, very happy just occupying the edges of Milta Power, right? This is not usually an area that you see teams holding out or making a stronghold on. But given the circle, it's really favorable for them to just have this position because they don't have to worry about the flanks, neither do they have to worry about the backstab. Well, our Esports rattling a few shots in the general direction of 10-8 XMVP, but the 10-8 players have not taken any fights. But in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, it does seem that we are finally seeing some action breaking out over here. Our Esports going up against the side of 10-8, and I believe I also saw Orangutan or someone try and take first. I do believe it was Orangutan who did manage to find themselves 2 knocks. Let's see if they actually convert them into finishes though in the meantime. As, yeah, there you go. It is Orangutan Gaming going in with the aggression. They've got themselves 1 finish. They will loot the corpse, be very, very happy with it, and they will continue to sing Kumbaya because, well, they are inside the zone and that is all they care about.
And on the periphery of the circle, mind you, because they can stop the rotations coming from the western side, especially from the players of Team Hyper King, who are pretty much going to collide into Orangutan. On the other hand, GE taking the safer path.
What the hell?
But you don't drive like that, my friend.
Yeah, well, he was knocked out behind the car. He thought that maybe he could make the car topple over and run him over instead, but that does not happen. Now he's going to run him over with the tire of the buggy. Well, the left front wheel going to feel a little bit of bump, and then a life was lost. Sultan's going to be able to pick up all that loot for himself. Not that he needs much though, because he already had the level 3 backpack and the helmet, only really scrounging for a vest at this point. Could take the ammo and the medicines and the pain pills and the energy drinks and, well, the flashbangs as well if there are any. So there is a lot of stuff to take, but yeah, none which is really important in the immediate future. Well, once again, Global Esports, they went all the way around Yasnia Polyana, made their way towards Mansion, and as a result, they are still alive with all of the members up and running compared to some of these other teams who have lost an arm or a limb. Well, we'll see if they can continue to put up this performance as time goes on, but in the meantime, it does seem to me that we might be seeing some action breaking out on what I think is the northeastern corner of the map.
Well, they are going to just hold on to their compounds for now because 15 teams are still alive. They don't want to lose on to their players. But look, like you mentioned, Global Esports taking all the northern side rotation is going to come in favor of them because northern part is quite empty. But Gain Default has spotted down the players of Team Senex over there, and looks like Team Senex is also in the mood to pick up the fight because they have stopped right in their path, and
Oh, the
grenades
nade.
are already being deployed in the direction of Vicky. And Vicky, you better wait for your teammates because Niklo is deploying another grenade in his direction, and he again misses it. Can
Yeah.
he get lucky third time?
Maybe third time's a charm. Maybe that's what all he needs. Ignite. That trajectory does not look right. What the hell was that throw? Probably broke his arm swinging that one, but... Well, we will see Nicolo try and, well, as his name suggests, get the hell out of there. Is he going to take a passenger with him, though? That's the question. Gain default. In the meantime, they've got one player trying to look out for the flank. And, well, Global Esports, they're prowling right around the corner. He hears those cars coming in. He hears those footsteps. He hears the buggy. And is he going to pounce? That is the question. His team might be a little bit preoccupied on the other front at the moment, so that is going to dictate whether he goes in for the shots or not. But at the meantime, he's getting a lot of information towards his team, and they will have a couple of decisions to make in just a bit.
Well, they have so many decisions to make because they have right now spotted down the players of Team Global Esports who are struggling to find a safe spot but very accurate on their shots. Dark with that M416 find a knock onto Niklo over there, and Team Sin X better be careful because you are up against Global Esports. They are not going to miss their bullets. Look at the distance from where he fired. I think 2 or 3 bullets that was required for him to knock Niklo, and that's where the rush is coming in. Push is coming in, and Dawn! Don't shoot it back! Look at the HP of Dawn!
Oh man, he's so damn low, but he's still surviving and running away on that Bucky. But Nicolo not gonna be so lucky. He is probably gonna be shown the exit door like his name suggests. Global Esports will be very, very happy to make sure that he knows where he's gonna go. Iconic, like his name suggests, will probably try and shut him down, maybe take that finish. But no, they're baiting. They're letting him bleed out a little bit. And you know what? Why waste bullets when your tires can do that same work? Sungwon's gonna get the credit for that. I do believe he tried and shot his way. Vicky gonna get shot over here though from Gain Default, so he's gonna try and make his way back towards safety instead. Now the side of Gain Default do have a bit of a flank going on in their favor on the members of Global Esports. Global Esports aren't exactly aware about their positioning, but they have bigger fish to fry at this point. And we'll see if Gain decide to engage with them or not. And once again, the circle hard shifting all the way from Mill to Power towards Shelter, making sure that the team that did occupy that space, well, they're gonna have to take the long way out of here. Now, iQOO just trying to make his presence felt with that DP-28 at long distance. Doesn't really see anyone, but does prevent anyone from occupying that open area next to the tree, making sure that his teammates are safe. That is what ambition looks like. UMP at that distance, hoping to get a headshot.
Well, he could have been lucky with that shot, but
Good.
but it's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay. Team Gain, on the other hand, trying to get a higher ground onto themselves. But I'm worried about the teams making rotations from the southern eastern side because there is so much color that is spread out. So many teams rotating from that particular direction. They are going to collide into each other sooner or later. That's when the action is going to break in. But Team Erangel, having the control of the hilly areas nearby the shelter area, they have very good, perfect positioning to take up multiple fights on the both side, western and the eastern side. And the way they have spread their players, I think it's a very good spot, especially for the players of Team Old Hood Esports, because they have the complete control of the western side. But looks like Team Gold Leaf is also making rotations in their direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Gold Leaf is certainly trying to rotate their way in. Oh boy, Global Esports going up against the side of Hyper Kings. This is not the fight I was expecting, but we're going to see it. Anyway, Dog is going to go down. Iconic is going to go down as well too. The members being split up get instantly punished on the side of Hyper. And now at that distance, look at that pop-up coming in handy. The AUG, as they say, doing all the work at that distance. Is he going to be able to blow up the car? No, he is not, but he does force him to get the hell out of there. And now Hyper, even though they have only 3 members standing, they have to use another one. Sangwon coming in, joining the frame for his team, trying to get some momentum. That's action going on over here. Will he redeem his teammates? His vehicle being blown to smithereens at this point. As our cheat, his name is the cheat shooter, but does his play does too? No, it does not. The trade is going to come through from Cherry Whitey, making sure that he is able to get that finish, and now turning his attention to the last member from the side of Global Esports, Slayer. Well, does his name suggest that he's going to actually slay them? No, he's going to try and drive them over. Oh, well, never mind. He actually does not know where he is. Oh, Cherry Whitey is so close, but he's still pushing forward, trying to go for the fight.
Whoa.
Look at the confidence on this man. Slayer knows he can connect those shots, and he will succeed. However, it did cost his team 2 players, and that is going to be problematic. Sangwon still surviving though, which means they have a good shot at the late game, but they are severely wounded and they need to lick their wounds.
Well, Cherry Whitey had the height advantage. There was no need to overexpose himself. That's the advantage that came in the favor of Global Esports. But Global Esports, what a fight. Slayer coming in, eliminating the last player and still carrying forward the flag of his team more forward. But on the other hand, Team Boss players are being knocked down. Force Savage is also falling down. Boss Harsh has already been eliminated. On the other hand, if we look at ACBC, they are in a, I won't say very safe, but decent positioning right now to gatekeep all the teams that are coming in, especially the players of Team Boss over there. And 10-8, well, they are also on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, they most certainly are. They're using the blown Jeep Pascal, which I really like. But once again, they're doing a very risky 2-2 split. At this point, it could be problematic for them. Now, if you're already in the circle, that could work out for you. But this next circle is going to be whether that's fruitful or not. And well, 10-8 MVP, they might have their hands full. Going up against the side of 10X, only one member standing. This could be the end for the team. And 10X, well, they're going to fight through the claw until the end. But they will eventually bite the dust. Ninja and Pro will probably get back up on their feet. The blue closing in, not just yet, so they will have time to get those res back up. But as soon as these res are done, as soon as they're done healing, they need to start hauling butt towards the circle. And elsewhere on the map, we are seeing the side of Team Exodia Snipe with 3 members standing strong, trying to take a fight against the members of Team ACPC. However, they are fighting from the low ground over here. This is not the kind of slope you desire. They are also on a similar slope, the side of ACBC, so they can still lob in those nades. And from this angle, it does look like they will connect, but are they actually going to go and try and go for those nades, or are they going to just run the hell back? Well, doesn't matter what they're going to do, because Exodia's Nine are going to make their presence felt as they do manage to get a knock with that grenade. And now Boss Mantai also trying to get himself a knock, but elsewhere he's going to get knocked over here. And oh no, Boss Esports will be eliminated by the hands of 10-8 MVP. In the meantime, it does seem that ACBC could be in a world of trouble. He's going to get shot out of the buggy over here from Orangutan Gaming. And Orangutan, well, they certainly gatekeep their foes very well. Making sure that the side of Exodia's 9 don't have 9 lives like cats do. Only going to be having 4, and that's all they have to work with. Maybe a rest comes through and maybe they get 1 more, but that's all. Ash, in the meantime, looking in the direction of the members of our esports. And our esports, they're spread out well enough, so maybe, just maybe, this can still work out for them if they get a flank going. But that is a big if. And guess what? Believe he's already thought ahead about this, which is why he's popping those smokes, getting ready for those rotations, also giving himself the potential to run away if need be.
Well, on the other hand, another fight might break in between the players of Team Gain Default and RST Blood Esports, and perfect grenades are coming in towards the players of Team IB, who are very low on their HP, and any minute the players of Team Gain can go for the flank angles towards them, and that is the death. That is when the death will come in for the players of Team IB over there. On the other hand, Team IB is deploying the smokes, going for the defensive gameplay rather than offensive gameplay, because they have a hill, they can go for the very good flank. They have the vehicles, but Gain Hazard goes down through the hands of Jadu over there, and iQOO of Game is not over peaking at all. In fact, all the players of Team Game have a good cover area for themselves and picking up fight very carefully.
Absolutely. I saw a pretty big brain move there with the player dropping down the smoke and then jumping into the back seat of the buggy and trying to get vision around the smoke, see if there's anyone around him. But we'll see if that ends up coming out later on. Weird Esports, the Exodius 9 in the meantime, still stuck in the previous game, are in a little bit of trouble over here. 2 of their members still standing, but 1 has been knocked down. Orangutan, though, with 4 members still standing, are just spreading out over here and taking up that real estate for themselves, making sure they hold the line and don't let anyone get past without a fight over here. AKOP, though, having a little bit of trouble looting. As soon as he's done with that, he's going to join his team in the aggression. But elsewhere on the map, looks like First Blood Esports are going to be in a world of trouble. One of the players has been knocked down. And all of a sudden, in the flash of an eye, Hero as well as Rockstar are going to be on their feet, and they have been eliminated. Exodius 9, well, in a world of trouble as they get eliminated by Extreme Skills. And now there are 4 players still standing, or at least trying to stand, on the members of First Blood Esports. Is he going to get the res? And he should be able to save Hush. He should be okay. A little bit close, but in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Old Hood Esports, they will finally bounce, and Gold Leaf Esports, they pay the price. I mean, there's only 1 member standing now. Prince is going to get knocked out of the smoke as well as they span that area, make sure that there's nowhere to hide for him. And there's only just 1 member standing. It is going to be Dynamite. Let's see if he can actually get those frags, his name suggests, with those nades. But no, that is going to force him out into the open. Although they haven't started rattling off the shots away yet. Look at that smoke beat deploy. He actually gets a very good shot going for himself. Still fighting back, but will eventually be put down. And Gold Leaf Esports will be eliminated in the 9th place. Zeus OP in the meantime from First Blood also getting shot at, and we'll see if his members can try and keep him alive over here. A couple of smokes being dropped in as well to save them and make sure they've got some room to work with the orangutan. They continue their finish spree over here. They do manage to knock out another player, and in the meantime you do see the members of Gain Default slowly inching their way forward towards the circle. That is what is most important positioning at this point, because if the players don't kill you, the blue certainly will. And there you go, orangutan. They just cannot stop with the aggression. 5 finishes to their name. They are certainly taking the fight to their opponents at this point. They've still got their cars ready and standing. They haven't been popped just yet, but they could be popped over here. Reason has pulled out the Uzi at this distance and will rattle up a couple of shots, putting OG in a world of trouble. And drive-by coming through from one of the members from Orangutan. Dash, like his name suggests, Ash goes forward and just dashes them all into oblivion over here. And oh no, AKOP is also going to get knocked down on his knees over here. Orangutan all of a sudden bite off more than they can chew and have only 2 players standing over here. Look at Crazy going to underhand that molly inside that smoke. Maybe look to clean up one of the last members standing from the side of Orangutan. It is going to be Ash on his feet in a 1vx scenario. Crazy is rattling off the shots, not giving him any room to work with. Orangutan will be eliminated in 5th place. They do get themselves top 6, but they sure would have loved to have gotten themselves a top 4 finish. And now 4 teams remaining with a couple of members standing. Well, First Blood they've got 4, Older have got 4, but our Esports and Global with 2 members each.
Well, Crazy showed some crazy gameplay over there, throwing molly, making sure the players will come out of the cover area, and that's where Orangutan started falling apart. But our Esports having the height advantage, but complete southern side of the map. But stars are falling in the favor of for Global Esports. But Ari Jadu with that grenade takes down the player of First Blood over there and finds a confirmation onto Revenant, and he's going pretty aggressive, takes down another player, Rango over there, and can he find the confirmation? But first he has to move towards safety, missing the M24 shot over there. But Global Esports, this is the calm before the storm. They don't have the numbers, that's why they are pretty calm, but this is the time when they have to pick their fight and very carefully. But Old Hood Esports is not stopping for anyone. No, but this was RE Esports that shot them.
Absolutely, Jadu worked his magic, said a couple of magic words, and before you know it, one of the Global Esports members was down on his knees. Thankfully, there is cover, there are medkits, there are bandages. They'll be able to heal themselves back up and get into the fight. Our Esports, though, with only 2 members standing, have to be a little bit more selective with how they take their fights over here. The smoke wall giving them some cover to work with, but it is really the supply drop they kind of want to work their way towards. And you can see them moving in that area. The smoke starts to dissipate over here, and Jadu does try to exploit that gap a little bit over here. They're going to abandon the vehicle. Well, made decision by him, making sure that he does not get shot in, and also goes away from the vehicle radius so the explosion does not hurt him. But in the meantime, Old Esports, well, they are actually trying to make sure that they cover the flank on the side of Team R Esports, and R Esports going to be in a world of trouble as they've got this surrounded on all sides. There's Old Esports, there's Older on one side, there's R Esports on the other, Global Esports from the front. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide in R Esports. They need to pick and choose their battles at this point. Oh, that nade should do it. Oh no, it's actually a little bit off. The trajectory does not go the intended way, and now looks like they might actually still have a chance here. Our Esports will get that full revive. Throwing in, no wait, he actually still hasn't started reviving him just yet. Jadu is eventually going to get knocked out over here, and it does look like Global Esports are also taking the fight over here, but Old Hood Esports lose one of their members. And our Esports, well, everyone just going down on their knees over here, lost in a world of trouble from the side of Old Hood as well. He's very low on HP. Slayer does manage to find a couple of players, though on the back of that nade does knock out and finish off a few. And Global Esports still very much in this game over here with 2 members still standing. Can they get the chicken dinner? Making it a 2v2 and at least trying to. Although they've got all the players knocked out over here, and they're gonna try and get him back up on his feet. They will succeed and they will preserve the man advantage, but once again, right at the center of the circle, there is a supply drop to make things interesting. Look at those nades coming in, and our Esports gonna be in a world of trouble once again as one of the players gets almost knocked down on his knees. Slayer prepping up another nade, looking to hit the finishing blow. The final nail in the coffin will be hammered, but before that goes, our Esports have already been eliminated, leaving only Old Hood and Global Esports in a 2v3 tussle. Not a very fair fight. In fact, it's probably going to be 1v3 because Sangwan has been knocked down on his knees, leaving only Slayer in a 1v3, but Slayer has clutched before. Can he do it again? If there's one thing this man is confident in, it's his aim, and Old Hood Esports, they better not give him any sorts of openings whatsoever because he will bounce the moment he sees them. The man advantage should work in their favor over here though, but they are dropping a couple of smokes to drop his line of sight. And maybe, just maybe, that could be their undoing, because it's the smoke available on Slayer right now. He could potentially smoke off the supply drop and maybe move in there, but no, it's actually all bait and switch. They're using the smoke to move forward and fights there. They will succeed. They eliminate him, take him down, and Global Esports, they do not finish in first place, but second place is good enough considering the position they were in.
Well, the position they were in, they were outnumbered. Sangwan is already knocked out. Slayer was the last person. But older esports, from the very start, they had Western control of the zone. They were no one present over there. If anyone even dared, like the players of Team Gold Leaf Esports were there, who were trying to gain that position, they made sure that no team tries to take their position, and that's why from the very start they had complete control of the circle, and that's what made them the winner of this game. Absolutely.
Great stuff from Old Hood Esports once again. You know, they started off the game very, very slowly. If you remember early on, I believe they were on the western end of the map, close to Gatka and Georgiapol. Then they rotated all the way around from the northern part of the map, making it to the eastern circle and getting in there. But, well, let's have a look at the highlights and actually just see for ourselves what happened. You know, we don't have to yap about everything that goes on, so let's just see what happened there. Well, this is the first blood. Hyper Kings being the ones to draw it and being very, very happy about it. And there's just something about first blood that seems like, you know, makes it a little bit more valuable. You know, the other kills don't matter as much, the other finishes don't matter as much, but in the, you know, if you're able to get that first finish, for some reason it gives you a confidence boost.
That with AKM 6x scope. The accuracy, the control of the gun, oh my god, that was point accurate over there. On the other hand, some of the players, well, Wizard Tower, I always believe is not a very good position to hold on to. Grenades can come in, you don't have much space or area to move around. In fact, this point, where Slayer comes in, there was no need for the player to overexpose himself.
Absolutely. I mean, Global Esports, this is the moment of glory for Slayer, right? He goes forward, he hits. That was a headshot coming in from that man, as they like to say, Patse. And, well, he was able to find all the shots going in. But at the end of the day, you know, Global Esports, despite them being 2 members down, they did get that second place finish. So kudos to them for doing that. The other teams over here, though, it did seem that they were lacking that X factor. ACBC were looking good up until a point, but then it seems that they took a war on multiple fronts over here. And First Blood Esports, they really just went ham on them, showing no mercy whatsoever. Even the side of Gold Leaf Esports, I mean, one of the players, Dynamite, he did his best. You know, he gets himself that one knock, but it's unreasonable to expect anything from that man when you discover. Maybe if you weren't, you could have done something a little bit sneaky, you know, going prone, going all the way around over here. And sure, it feels a little bit slow, but it's perhaps the safer option over here. Orangutan, in the meanwhile, I mean, I have to say, these guys, I mean, these were the most fun to watch. They just gate-kept everyone from coming in. They got themselves a couple of finishes. Well, they might have finished in that 5th place spot, but they still did really, really well for themselves.
Well, they had the southern control of the zone. On the other hand, OH Esports had the western control. G was on right in the northern side. All the chaos that was happening was on the eastern side of the circle, especially Vimelta Power Circle. Even GA at one point had a very good positioning when the circle was nearby the prison area. All the hilly ridges, mountain cliffs of the prison, GA had complete control over them. But Team First Blood, well, they were pretty aggressive. I'll say they were over-aggressive because at one point they had to pay the price. This time our Esports knocked down the player of Team G also, but they made sure instantly smokes were deployed, cover was present for the enemy to block the vision completely, and went
they
on
pushed
to
the man advantage, right?
Yeah, push the man advantage as well.
I mean, we saw earlier that one man, I believe it was from Maya, we pulled off like a 1vx situation almost twice in a row. So clearly they learned from that and they were like, you know what, when we have the man advantage and we just know there's only one player surviving, why give him those 1v1s? Why even let him have the opportunity to sneak around, you know, get some ground for himself, see where we are? No, we should use the element of surprise, the element of strength, and strong arm our way towards him. You know, just get that guaranteed finish and get that point. It might hurt your pride because you might get knocked down and feel like, well, I could have connected that shot. But at the end of the day, it's about practicality. When there's 1 crore rupees on the line, you don't mess around and think about pride. You put it aside and you go for the glory.
Well, glory is what everyone is aiming for. Yes, money is in the picture, but that is not what they want. They want
it's
the
title
glory.
Of being the best in the country.
Yeah, that title, that is exactly what these players are fighting for, and the recognition. But how do you get that? By earning the points. So let's have a look at the points table. Old Hood Esports with 9 finish points, total 24 points. Beautiful chicken dinner coming in. Global Esports, little short on the numbers, man numbers over there, but 8 finish points. and a clutch moment also coming in from Slayer. 20 points total. Our esports with 7 finish points, total 17 points, sitting at the third position. Orangutan, complete Southern Control, a very aggressive team. I'm sure they are going to show the consistency in match 2 and match 3 as well. 7 finish points over there. First Blood Esports, a good start but good placement points, I'll say. 4 finish points and 12 total points, sitting at the 5th position. Even Extreme Skills were also pretty aggressive. 5 finish points, Floki.
Well, before we move on, let me just address the elephant in the room. Now I know for a fact that some of you guys watching at home were thinking, why the hell were there only 60 players? Why were there only 15 teams? It is because Extinct Esports unfortunately could not be loaded into the lobby for some reason. They were just not able to get in the game, and as a result, they weren't in the game. I mean, it sucks, but that's what the hard fact is. So hopefully they're able to load in the map of Miramar after we come back. But that's why they're at the bottom of the table. That's why they couldn't really play this game. Really gonna suck for them, but hey, the fruits of hard labor always taste the sweetest. So if you're able to make a comeback from the situation, if you're able to get yourself to the top, they can have a story to tell, when they move on in their lives, when they have kids and grandkids. They were like, oh well, back in my day, there was this time where I was down on my knees and we were at the bottom and there was nowhere to go for us, but then we, with our grit and determination, we went forward and we got ourselves that first spot and we made it to the quarterfinals, and here I am today telling the story to my young kids. But that could possibly not happen as well. Maybe just don't load in the second time.
Maybe the grandkids won't take any interest, because how much interest you take in your grandparents' story?
Adults suddenly make a lot more sense to me right now. Well, let's have a look at the iQOO MVP and see what sense that makes for us. It's gonna be Slayer, the man of the match, I have to say. Despite being in a hard spot, he gave it his best. He went in for that 1v1. Imagine the courage it takes in a situation where 3 of your members are knocked down to go forward instead and take a 1v1. This man had no hesitation whatsoever. The Slayer in his name is there for a reason, and that is because when it comes down to it, he slays his opponents. And well, you can see it in the finishes. 6 finishes done, 838 damage, 1 assist, 3 headshots, and a good survival time of 1,549 seconds.
Well, he certainly slayed his opponents over there, but few more players are also joining him. So let's have a look at the top 5 players. We have AKOP from Orangutan with 4 finishes, 539 damage, a good outing coming in. Then from Extreme Skills, we have Weasel over there with 4 finishes, 491 damage. And from Old Hood, we have Crazy going all crazy onto the players, or Orangutan especially, with 4 finishes, 470 damage. And then we have RE Esports Jadoo with 3 finishes and pretty high damage number, 683.
Absolutely, great stuff coming out from all of these players once again, and we see all 5 different players up in the top 5, right? It's not just one squad winning everyone, so goes to show that this lobby is actually quite evenly matched. And all of these players, if they want to start edging the other one out, well, they gotta get creative. They gotta come up with something new, something that these guys might have not seen before. But let's jump into the match summary for now and see what those stats looks like, in terms of grenades used and grenades finishes. Well, I did get vocal production before, it even came in front of a screen. So there have been 4 grenade finishes out of the 88 being used, 3 airdrops looted, and that is all the stats that interest me.
Well, the airdrop looted are also 3, but I'm always interested in knock finish ratio. This time the knocks are pretty high, 67. Finishes
That's
are
more
going
knocks
to
than
be
there are players.
yeah. You can get knocked twice.
You can get knocked twice, exactly. I mean, I'm just saying. It was
finishes, 56
interesting
finishes, but it's okay. Pretty good ratio compared to the previous game. But yeah, grenade finishes 4, previous game also 4. But let's have a look at the ratios, the graphs of the finish damage graph. Let's have a look at that, which team dished out how much damage, and things are pretty evenly balanced when it comes to damage, but when it comes to finishes, only few teams are shining in.
Absolutely, only a couple of teams over here in the mix as we see the side of, I believe, Global Esports up there, our Esports, Orangutan, just standing head and shoulders above the rest. There are a couple of teams, there are a couple of other teams in there as well, like our Esports, but once again, we see a fairly even spread. All the action is distributed evenly, except for the one team, Extinct Esports, who couldn't make it. But yeah, I'm quite sure when they do, we're going to be seeing a couple of numbers coming in from them as well. Well, this FD graph is rather uninteresting. So let's have a look at the top 4 squads and see what they are. If you've been paying attention to the points table, you're already going to know. But in case you didn't, here they are. Old Hood Esports in 1st place, Global in 2nd, our Esports in 3rd, and 4th place, we got the Orangutans.
Well, from the qualified teams, I believe Old Hood Esports and our Esports are the only two teams that are shining in this particular game. I want more teams to come up because Global Orangutan, we kind of expected them to perform really good considering they are the veterans. But Old Hood, our Esports, let's hope in the match 2 and match 3 we see some more qualified teams coming on the top.
Most certainly could. I mean, this has been the name of the day, though. I mean, except for EXO in the first group, I don't think we saw a lot of teams who got directly invited making their way to the top. It was the qualified teams, you know, the teams who have been fighting tooth and claw time and time again to try and make their way to the top. Speaking of which, there has been another battle going on offline, the battle that you haven't been catching. But we're going to jump into the points table and see exactly what that's going to look like as well. I believe this is group. Okay, it is Group 2. I was going to say Group 4, but no, it is Group 2. Orange Rock Esports in first place, followed by Nigma Galaxy in second, 4 Heroes in third, Team Insight in fourth, followed next War God, U-Dog, and Cavenders in the 5th to 8th spot respectively. This is what one would think a lobby should look like. And once again, I use the word should because, well, it could change in the next game or in the one after that.
Well, it could change, but 4 Heroes has been quite consistent in round 1 and round 2 as well, because I believe they were in the top 10 position of round 2 overall leaderboard, and this time also round 3 heading very good start. 22 finish points. I think they can give a very good challenge to the top team or esports over there. Let's see what's gonna happen. Ironside again, a good performance coming in, but on the bottom we have ORG Rising, Team Invaders, Crowned Elites, RSR Elites, Neon X Esports, Real Esports Official. These teams kind of had a I should say up and downs happened in round 1 and round 2 as well. They were not consistent over there also, but this time they have to be consistent because the matches are numbered, only 2 more games.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be consistent like you mentioned, and once again, you know, it is less of a sprint now and more of a marathon. Even if you had a very good performance in game 1, if you don't perform at the same level in game 2 and game 3, you could be in a world of trouble. But we really haven't seen that happen. You know, it seems that whenever a team wins that first place spot in the first game, they ride that confidence, they ride that high, and they're able to carry it forward for the next 2 games. And here's to hoping that the teams are able to do that as well, because I mean, it is going to make for inconsistent lobbies otherwise. Although so far, I do like seeing the fact that this lobby, when we looked at the FD performance chart, we saw it being spread completely even.
Well, the damage was evenly spread. Now the finish points, because you get points by earning the finishes, not by the damage. I always say this. So better the teams in the next round go for the finishes as well, because no matter you dish out 3000 damage but have 7 finish points, you are getting 7 points only, not more than that.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be about it for these 2 set of matches. We still have 2 more matches remaining in Group 3, so don't go anywhere, but we are going to be going somewhere for a short break. We'll be back with the last 2 matches. Don't go anywhere.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार। हाँ ये बेटर है। ध्यान से। ओके ओके, फोकस कर। अरे ऑसम यार। कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है। श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु। तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
BGIS-7 dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, and whew, the action has been intense. It's been high octane. We've seen Davids go up against Goliaths. We've seen the Giants fall, and well, in the last couple of games, the Giants have been doing what they do best. My name, of course, is Angat Singh Chahal. I go by The Experiment, and joining me is the tactical maestro herself. It's Bhavna Shadow Shokeen. Bhavna, you got to break down the last game for me. I mean, global esports so close to getting that win, but just a little far
Just
away.
missed it. It was the numbers. Claire was the last player standing, and Old Hood esports had the numbers advantage, position advantage as well, as they were having the complete control of the western side from the very start. G, on the other hand, had the northern control, but they didn't have the number.
They didn't have the number, but I did kind of see that little skirmish that took place at the Wizard Tower, where, you know, you don't expect a person like Doc. Now, Doc, if you know Doc, I mean, he is a CQB maestro. I'll tell you one thing. I have a little bit of a soft spot. I just forgot how to English. I have a little bit of a soft side for this team because back in the day when BGIS first came out, you know, I dabbled in a few games with them, so they're my boys. But I'll tell you one thing, Slayer making sure, like we were talking about it, he came at half HP, almost was taken out, but made sure that Sangwon and him survived till the end. And even at the end, he did not let up that M24. I saw a couple of beautiful shots coming in, which means I had a big smile on my face.
And we have Miramar.
There you have it.
Snipers coming in.
All you sniper fans out there, we're going to have you covered. But before that, let's have a look at the teams that are going to be battling out in the deserts once more, as Group 4 does consist of Gold Leaf Esports, Senex, ACBC, interesting name, Gain Default, First Blood Esports, Boss Esports, Old Hoop Esports, the winners of your last game, and of course, Exodius 9.
Exodius 9 not having a very good outing, but Team Hyper King is there. Team 4 Savage Enemies, who are picking up too many fights but not winning so many. Extreme Skills is there. Team 10-8 MVP is also there. They better become MVP in the next game. Extinct Esports, R Esports, a good outing coming from this team. Team Orangutan, again, we expected them to perform really good and they did. Global Esports is there. Very good outing. Second spot. Let's see if they can get a chicken dinner for themselves.
You know, there is a saying that you sometimes go ape crazy, right? I mean, that's exactly what Orangutan Gaming did. And when the big apes come in and play, well, with the little monkeys around, I think they are going to have an intimidating factor. However, Orangutan Gaming, again, a good outing for them. Global Esports, a good outing. A stark contrast to what we saw in the previous, the last 3 games.
Yeah.
Now, of course, VLT Esports, we are going to have to wait and find out, but I'm sure everybody already knows they aren't going to make the cut. Hopefully, they come back a bit stronger. But now, we're going to focus all our attention on the teams that are going to be playing in Miramar. Before that, I love what production is doing over here. We're going to have a little bit of a bird's eye view of the beautiful map of Miramar. Let's see if you can keep up with where we are.
Well, Miramar.
All right,
XP,
where's that
you
position?
loves
That
it.
could be anywhere.
Yeah, it could be anywhere, but you do love Miramar. In fact, I love Miramar because it has got the slow build. The teams are moving inside the circle with the zone, and in the final circles, that's where the final action breaks. And in fact, the vehicle explosion.
Oh, yeah.
Please, I want to see that. The teams are being so smart. They don't pick single vehicle. Please, someone do that mistake.
Oh, you want to see a convoy going by and then
Yeah.
every single vehicle, just the first one starts off and then it's like a chain reaction, huh? Man, you really are sinister. Floki was right about you, Habna. But anyway, as we have a look at some shots of Picardo, if you don't know this place, well, I guess you really haven't played a lot of Miramar, these iconic buildings on one side, right next to the theater. But for now, as all the teams are going to be running about on, Spawn Island, the prison island, so to speak, question is, are they going to be able to, just scrape their way through, or are they going to become prisoners of their own doing? Because, we did kind of notice, especially with the rotation, Shadow, if you leave it a bit too late in a map like Miramar, as I said, you can see the vehicles from miles out.
Yeah.
It could be problematic.
It could be problematic. In fact, that exactly what happened with the players of Team Leaf Esports in previous group. In fact, all the top 3 teams, top 4 teams were making late rotations. They were playing with the blue zone. Leaf Esports, in fact, lost some of the players because of the blue zone damage. That is exactly what you don't want. Yes, you had a good game in match number 1, but be friendly with the zone, because if you are not, the blue zone is going to punish you, no matter if you're at the top or the bottom team.
Just be friendly with the zone and no one else, because again, no love is going to be lost between any of these teams, as once again the big beautiful bird is going to take to the skies. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be flying a bit to the northeast. Now, the map, you could say it is pretty much bisected in half with a little bit of extension towards the northeast over there. Now, well, we're flying northwest, I beg your pardon. But the thing is, all the favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance. We've got San Martin, we've got Picardo, Los Leones, where we saw a lot of the action in the last game, mainly because the circle formed there. Now, I want to see some drama here in Miramar. I've never really been up to the ruins or trailer park that much. I wish the circle has, parts of those places in it.
Well, first of all, I'm not at all liking the plane trajectory
Because
it's bisecting. It's bisecting.
Oh my goodness.
I wanted a southern, eastern, western, complete eastern circle. Make it ruins anywhere. But teams are going to be pretty happy with that. We are going to be a little adjusting towards the teams and let them be happy, let them have their fun, because some of the teams like taking extreme drop location. Like you mentioned, Ruins and Trailer Park is not highly contested, but Campo Militar is.
So in this position, in this playing path, what is an extreme location? Campo Militar? Oh, all right. Well, I guess you could head there because Remnant's little part of the camp itself is going to be in the circle, and Shadow pretty much central. I think everyone is going to be happy.
Everyone is going to be happy, especially the teams dropping in towards the Saint Martin area or the Hacienda area, because initial circles tend to take concentric shifts. If they are happy with you, if they are not happy with you, they might go up all the way towards El Hazar. But Old Hood Esports is right in the center, but a fight is breaking in XP.
Well, looks like Boss Esports are going to be taking the fight to Exodius 9 as Nitro does have that the Mac in his hands. Now he switches to yet another big gun. The M249 could be devastating at this range, but it looks like he's going to get shot at from elsewhere as Kid is going to be right next now. Boss Abrod with that shot. Can he connect? No, he cannot. As Shark is going to be a bit too stingy for him, and well, we are going to have the first few picks coming in. In fact, I do believe that some more action is breaking out elsewhere as Sultan from Orangutan is going to get the better of a member of 4 Savage enemies. And well, we're going to shift our focus on this fight because I love this. The Winchester coming in. Now Exodius was trying to make sure his teammate has the cover from afar, and well, it definitely works as now they have 2 finishes to their names, which means, well, Boss Esports not quite living up to their names. They are going to be on the back foot. And whoa, wait a second, Psycho's already knocked out?
Exactly. And the last person, Bantai, is remaining. He's definitely not singing the song Bantai because he has a lot job to do. He has to run away from the territory, fight for the position points, because you don't want to end up being at the 16th spot, especially when you didn't have a flashy gameplay in match number 1. You have to have the consistency. Better go for the position points. Go at the extreme corner somewhere, what the player of Team Mayavi did, Nakul did. Exactly, replicate something like that, but Team Exodius is in no mood to let go of that single finish point, because every single point is going to add pressure onto the opponents. Team Exodius, will they let him go? I think they will.
The thing is, they might just let him go, but for now, I don't believe that they know that the confirmation of the 3rd finish is going to come in. They might just be thinking that, wait, as I say that, Psycho is finally going to breathe his last. As, well, Boss Esports are going to be reduced to 1 man, and that man is Bantai, and looks like he wasn't the brother his teammates needed him to be in this moment. But again, let's see if he can live to fight another day, maybe survive till the end. We've seen that happen in the past. Yes, he might not get those finish points, but if he manages to sneak his way in unnoticed, you never know. Like I said, we've seen in the past, he might just walk away with those delicious placement points elsewhere. We are going to focus on Orangutan Gaming, who, well, we did see them get that early knock. However, no finishes for them thus far.
Well, no finishes, but the game has just started. Right now, they are on the, I think, extreme western side, the area you wanted them to drop in. Ruins, XP, your wishes are being granted today because there is a team present all the way towards the Ruins area. In fact, rotations are also going to be pretty easy if they take the northern route.
I do agree with you over there, but I wasn't expecting so much of construction at the Ruins. Now, of course, they aren't at the Ruins per se, but they are in that general area, as you did mention. So again, I like the fact that, you know, teams are going to be spread far and thin across the entirety of this map, which kind of felt like, you know, action is going to break out a bit slower. But since drop spots were contested, well, I am going to be a happy man elsewhere. Down south on the other end of the map, we have the boys from Global Esports. Now, Sangwon, Dark, Iconic, and Slayer. The thing about this team is they have been a tight-knit unit for quite some time. In fact, since the beginning of BGIS, BGMI, I beg your pardon, these gentlemen have been playing together. So the synergy is, of course, there. And, well, it was on display in the last game with the Slayer, boy oh boy, coming in to make sure he saves the day. But have a look at the circle, and you did mention OG up top over there, Orangutan. How are they going to make it to the next zone?
Well, they better take the complete northern route, because if they are going to come from the Carter field,
where Bantai is right now.
Yeah, exactly, where Bantai is, he's opting for safer rotation, because Carter fields offer a hilly area, mountain area. You get a vision from far long away, and most probably the players are going to stop their rotation. In fact, Orangutan looking at and do realize not to move from Carter Fields or El Pozo. Looks like Ash is already headed up for similar rotation like Bantai. On the other hand, GE might go up against towards the player of Gold Leaf Esports because right now they are in the Los Leones gatekeeping the area or just looting the area. They have to be a little careful. In fact, the same thing goes for the players of ECBC. Those should go completely eastern rotation towards the Impala side because Impala is not contested at all. It's a pretty safe area to hold on to and just have a safe spot.
You know, talking about ACBC, I'm going to try and not mention Akadaka at all in this game because, well, we might have a few copyright issues, but it is going to be hard, especially since I am so thunderstruck. But coming back to the game right now, it does look like Gain Default might see some action break out early as Extreme Skills did do good in the last game. Question is, can they do so again? Now, Gain Wiki with that 150 rounds reduced to 139 is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage in a short span of time, but looks like they do have an early lock on one of the members as grenades are going to be going off. Wiki does lose half his HP. For now, he is going to be the first man, and just as I say that, another grenade goes boom, and now the floor is going to be lava as well. He is going to be burnt to a crisp unless Golem goes in and puts him out of his misery. Now, they are going to have a little bit of an upsetting start this time around. Question is, where are his teammates?
Little too far away to help him out in his situation. That's why he's going to say them bye-bye. And that's kind of a split in Miramar doesn't usually work, especially in the initial stages. Later on stages, you get a complete hill or the mountain or any ridge for your own self, hold on to it. But in this stage, when the teams are rotating inside the circle, there is a very high probability that there is going to be coming in. There is someone going to be coming in your compound.
Also, I guess you got to keep in mind that Gain Default, they did land at the power grid, and there's only so much loot for an entire team. So it makes sense that they would scatter just a little bit, and well, it was unfortunate for them that someone came along from Monte Nuevo, and that someone, well, they are packed to the gills with skills. It was Extreme Skills.
Well, it was Extreme Skills. Right now, they are also trying to move inside the circle. There is a very high chance they might collide in with the rest of the players of Team Gain, who are outnumbered in this situation. For now, Team Gold Leaf is making their rotation, trying to move inside the circle, find a safe spot. Better they don't grab the attention of the enemies, because we do know Miramar vehicles don't have much healing, they don't have much health, few bullets in your direction and the vehicle goes all boom bam and you lose your life.
Especially with a truck like that, because if that loses the wheel, it's just going to skid all over the place. There you have it. Now, this is what I wanted to bring up. Thank you so much, production. Now, the circle has kind of imploded in. The graveyard is going to be the epicenter. Bob, now, what are the teams down south going to do? Because sooner or later, they are going to come out of the blue, but have a look at La Bendita. We just might have some Mad Max Fury action breaking out sooner or later.
3 teams are around the La Bendita area. That means a very high action. But Global Esports tends to move for the late rotations. But in Miramar, is that a good strategy? Only time will tell. Hyper are winning the race. They are already making a spot for themselves, booking a slot over there inside the circle. And Global might have to pay the price because it's no blue zone. It's wall of death.
It is a wall of death, and I'm going to agree with you, because if you make it to the ridge first, all you got to do is make sure you prop your vehicles on the other side, lock and load your weapons, and, well, unleash hell on the enemies. But for now, Extend Esports, who, were extinct in the last game, I am glad they are going to join us this time around, because, again, Shadow, every single game matters. But for now, they do have their sights set on 10-8 MVP. Now, 10-8 MVP are near the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron. However, looks like Ninja is going to be left out just a little bit. But now, Extinct, they have a whiff of that, and they know that, sooner or later, a car's going to dash out. There you have it. You can hear it. Shots are going to be fired, but Ninja, well, he lives up to his name, as he makes quick work of all those bullets, and, well, he is out of harm's way. However, for ACBC, this could be problematic, because have a look at how Gold Leaf are skirting their perimeters.
Well, they are trying to spot the enemy. They are in fact trying to cover whole La Bendita area from all the 4 directions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at least, we were talking about the Miramar vehicles. This is what they're good for. They can defy gravity.
Well, they skid too much. I hate driving in Miramar, especially because I like to go in the center and just hold on to position, because I don't like driving. I'll run in the open but that is more dangerous. Don't do it. Don't do it in a competitive lobby. Don't run out in the open like a bunny.
Well, let's have a look and see what's happening elsewhere on the map, as all the teams are going to be migrating towards the center of the circle. And if production is going to give us a little bit of a glimpse, it would be brilliant, because I do see a lot of teams heading in a little bit of a collision course. Now, all of this is going to be happening due north. You know what? Forget the map, because we are right in the thick and thin of the action. Now, our esports are migrating down south, but they've got to make sure they look all around, because following them, there we have it. Oh my goodness, this could be even better. Old Hoop esports are chasing them just behind. There you have it. The visual confirmation is going to come in, and Ayush hits the deck for that little stability. Question is, are they going to be unleashing a barrage of bullets in their position, or will they try and hold on to the fact that they are still, not exposed? Nobody has an idea they're here, and well, they could use that for the latter rounds. But for now, Extreme Skills have found a warehouse all for themselves, but global esports are dangerously close by.
Well, they are close by, and for the matter, Old Hood Esports didn't fire the shots because the circle is going to close in any minute, and the players of RE Esports were way ahead of them. If the circle goes in the favor of RE, then they will pay the price. That's why they needed to be silent. Then they have a complete open area. They are already heading off for rotation, but Extreme Skills has been spotted by the players of Global Esports and are at the receiving at the end of the bullets.
Well, talking about being at the receiving ends of things, Boss Esports are going to bid us adieu, as it does look like Orangutan Gaming is going to get the better of them. But for now, they are going to be in a battle of themselves. Have a look at that. Right at the top, as the circle does shift due south, Orangutan still out in the blue, and they have one opposition, one obstacle to overcome if they wish to make it down south. And well, that is going to be the team we know as SenX. But on the other side, there we have it again. I could not have timed it better. They are going to break the blue. They are, in fact, going to go down the road. I wonder what SenX is doing, because they heard the shots there, Shadow. They should be trying to gatekeep them just a little bit, but looks like they've let them come in, and now, since Orangutan Gaming have that little ridge to their advantage, this could spell trouble for this team. I think they realize that, and now they are, in fact, going to be moving out themselves.
Because they have a long journey to travel, both the teams, Orangutan and Senix. They have a longer journey to travel all the way towards the zone.
It's like a temporary truce.
Yeah, temporary truce. Hey buddy, you go your way.
See you in the next one.
Yeah, we'll see you in the circle. But yes, on the northern side, so many teams are rotating in. Global Esports is going to be pretty happy because they are on the southern side of the circle. No one is there. On the western side, yes, two teams are there. Mostly teams are trying to still hold on to the La Bendita area, the hill. Let's see who is going to be the king of the hills, because that is what matters when you're in Miramar. But right now, OT has spotted on the players of Team Exorius. The vehicle will explode, the player will go down. But Blue Zone is also coming in.
The Blue Zone's coming in, and it looks like he's still not out of ammunition. Finally, Ash is going to get the better of Nitro, but kudos to Nitro for making him use every single bullet in that magazine case, and well, it isn't going to work out for him at the end. Now, Orangutan Gaming, they have let loose a few shots, which means all eyes are going to be on them, but it does seem like they are going to get away scot-free, and Ash knows that he's got his finish, which means, well, he still hasn't got his finish. This could be interesting. Now, Exodius, they realize, wait a second, they've all gone. They're giving precedence to the Blue Zone, and well, Ash is going to make sure he regrets this just a little bit, because Nitro has teammates we all wish for, ladies and gentlemen, as it's going to be Kid who comes in for the rescue. I beg your pardon, he's my kind of guy. It's a 90s kid.
Well, he is 90s kid, but he is playing like a kid, because look at the first aid. He's only having one first aid onto himself. Will he be able to make inside the... A medkit has been dropped, but there are two players. Players. They have to travel so much inside the circle. I'm not sure if they can make it or not, but let's see. He came at the right time to help his team.
I mean, I'm just going to say teamwork makes the dream work, and that is the kind of gentleman that you want on your side. And judging by the circle, Shadow, looks like they are going to make it inside, which means all is still well, but now the circle has shifted to La Bandita once again. It is going to give you those vibes of Crater Fields. However, we do have a lot of, wreckage in that little Valley of Death situation. Question is someone going to get caught in between? Because this is where, since you have high-rise, not buildings, but mountains on either side, it's easy to shoot in. And, well, the 90s kid, you called it. He's going to fall down as the shark, and, well, maybe not the best decision, but I'll tell you one thing. The fans are definitely going to be happy.
I think his teammates are also going to fall down because they are still in the blue. They are very late for their rotations, but the team that is quick is Global Esports this
Smart
time.
decision.
Yeah, very good decision. Complete control of the southern side. In fact, there are around hilly areas also that they can have a complete control of. But Old Esports is picking a fight with the players of Team Extinct Esports, firing few bullets in their direction, but not being very successful in dishing out the damage or getting a knock.
Well, as far as Extinct Esports are concerned, I'm sure they do not want a repeat of last game because, well, they weren't even present. They were in oblivion, and now they are going to be playing with a little bit of a handicap. Elsewhere, looks like Dr. Ninja is going to come down, and I wonder who the aggressors were. For now, Old Hoop Esports, they do have a good position in the circle, considering the fact that they have those buildings, but in proper fashion, if you spot a vehicle at distance, chances are you are going to take out their wheels. Before now, Orangutan Gaming, they have their work cut out for them as iQOO is going to be the first in the line of defense as Senex are still bringing the fight to them. Elsewhere, it does look like Global Esports are doing good. They are wrecking havoc as well, but Sangwon goes down, but I'm going to focus over here as AK is going to make sure he goes along with his teammates. He is going to be left behind. Wait a second. Oh, I beg your pardon. The colors kind of confused me. It is Extinct Esports who try to come in through that little commotion over there, but they are going to get away scot-free, which means now Orangutan Gaming could be at the receiving end of things. Elsewhere, Extinct Esports, well, they are going to be put down under, and now they are going to bid us adieu. On the other side, a grenade comes in. Proper precision, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the Dark I mentioned earlier as he gets another frag for himself.
Well, Global Esports eliminated a whole squad and the area is still uncontested. Global is still having the complete control towards the southern side, but Orangutan have a job to do. They have to move inside the circle, and there are so many teams that are present over there, and they are grabbing too much attention to how they are going to move inside. That is going to be the main question. But First Blood Esports is at the perfect position to spot the players. Ash has spotted down Dawn, got him, and getting the finish as well. And we did see First Blood Esports in the Valley of Death, as I like calling it. They better make sure that they keep an eye on above as well, because when you have sharp shots like Ash and the other boys, skirting nearby, it's a pretty precarious situation to be in. Elsewhere, looks like Senex are going to be bleeding out as the last man is going to be taken by the play zone, which means, well, another one bites the dust as now we are reduced to 11 squads with 39 people still alive. Now, this is the moment that is going to decide, is the game going to go in favor of Orangutan Esports, or are Global Esports going to be happy? If it's a Southern shift, boy oh boy, they are going to be elated. And it is a Southern shift, which means, well, Shadow, they have, first pick in any position. However, have a look at those two circles just on the bottom right. They've got to contend with one squad before they get stabbed in the back. Well, they have to contest the hills, also the hilly areas, mountain areas that the circle is offering. But another team will also go up for contestation, that is going to be gain people. But northern side, that is where the action is happening. Orangutan has to move inside. ACBC is quick on the rotation, have already started from the western side. There are already teams colliding with each other, Team Gold Leaf and Team Hyper.
Well, speaking of teams colliding, Gold Leafs are going to be thwarting an attack coming in by Hyper King, as you did mention, and looks like Hyper is going to be on the receiving end. Ashish is going to be down on his knees. Now, there are 3 men on each side. Correction, it does look like Gold Leaf have all 4 members alive, and oh my goodness, that grenade shook the screen, shook the studio. Prince is one lucky man to still be standing now. Johnny OP is going to come in with his UMP, lay down some lead on the side. Unfortunately for him, it is going to be a little bit of a stalemate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Orangutan Gaming come under heavy fire as they contested First Blood Esports' position. 3 men down on the knees. It's all down to the Revenant. Correction, it's all down to Rango, and the Revenant Well, for First Blood Esports, and wait a second, is that it? Is that all for Orangutan? No, Ash is still alive. He's making sure he picks his teammate up, and well, we've seen this boy either with a sniper or with an M249. He can do a lot of damage, but looks like ACBC want to join the party as well.
Well, they showed back to their enemies, but there was somewhere else ACBC was present who shot in their direction.
Miles out.
Yeah, they are so far away, and their rotation were cut short of ACBC. Still one finish, lost one player, one is already down on the knees. Can they go for the race? Especially when Capron is already getting so much attention and the bullets from enemy area. In fact, grenades are also coming in the direction of ACBC, and it is none other than Orangutan, but Orangutan has to be very careful because Old Road Esports is also present.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have multiple fights breaking out all over Miramar. Looks like Orangutan are going to get the better of First Blood Esports, which means, well, we are now down to 9 teams. Elsewhere, Iconic is going to be rattling off with his M4 as grenades are going to be going off left, right, and center. But amidst all that chaos, Haxer is going to make sure he is going to be that reliant teammate as well. Capron is going to be picked up. Gain Esports, on the other hand, Gain Default, they are out. We were talking about that GE needs to go up against them, and well, looks like they have been dealt with. But for now, it is going to be AKOP and Ash as they try and make their way in, but looks like AK is going to be caught out, and Ash is left without a lot of opportunities. The play zone doing a tremendous amount of damage, and that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. The big boys are going to be falling this time around. Orangutan out in the 7th position, and looks like ACBC are joining them as well.
Well, it was OH, Old Hood Esports, that eliminated them.
Wow.
And perfect positioning inside the circle. It's a battle of that who is the first one to reach inside the circle, and this time it was Old Hood Esports, and Orangutan always has been little late, and that's why they were paying the price. But Old Hood Esports have an enemy in the nearby vicinity that is going to be last player, I believe, or RE Esports. On the other hand, Jadoo, no, it was not the last. Jadoo goes down, a vehicle has been exploded, multiple fights are breaking in, and our esports is not looking good at all in this situation. But in the team that is not looking good is going to be team 10-8
Well, what do you do when you've lost your hero and all that magic has kind of fizzled out? It's all going to come down on the sweet little Canary and that Rockstar to get the job done. Question is, are they up to the task? Because, well, as Hero is going to be beating down, looks like Canary is going to come in from that left flank, putting some lead in, and another team is going to bite the dust. 10-8 MVP had a decent run, but they are out of the 5th position, and looks like the Canary is going to come under fire as well. Question is Rockstar going to be on hand? He is. They did lose a member. He's going in for the revive, which means now Canary is the only one, the first person in the line of defense against Old Hood Esports. And let me tell you one thing, you do not mess with boys from the Old Hood, but against all odds, Iconic and Dark are still in this game with 7 finishes to their name.
Well, 7 finishes and still looking very strong. GE, this is your game because Old Hood Esports is going to engage in a fight with the players of Team RE, and that is the perfect time for you to do a third party. But Team Hyper Cherry Whitey is going for the heal battle. He's still in the blue global.
Oh, he gets taken out.
No, he was a little short on the healings, but Team RE is going up against Old Hood Esports.
Well, they are going up against them as an airdrop lands in no man's land. For now, it is going to be 2 members down from Old Hood, as one of the members from R Esports is going to be on his knees. Now Canary is going to be up first, but he almost gets the knock. Instead, it's going to be the Sultan himself who puts him in the ground, and with that, the revive should be coming in. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. Canary's teammate was a bit too far off, although Rockstar did pick Hero up. They can't do anything in this fight, or can they? Because Hero, he wants to live up to his name. He knows where the enemy is. He is going to be cooking that grenade. He loves that grenade now. The question is, are they going to hear it? He's going to make sure he keeps it and pins it in. And now the UMP is going to do all the talking. Grenades are going to go off. He's going to make sure he is not caught in the blast radius, but his teammate Rockstar is going to come in and provide some aid. Have a look at that HP on Old Hood. They are surviving on a sliver. Sultan, you better not take damage from the blue. That's exactly what happens. And now all the odds are now stacked against him. Rockstar, all he has to do is make sure he gets a shot in on Claus, and that could be it. It isn't going to be an early Christmas or New Year's for that team, as Claus is going to be taken down. Final 2 teams, 3 teams alive. Global Esports once again in a similar situation. I think this time around it is theirs for the taking. There you have it with one final boom. Dark and Iconic are going to make sure that Global Esports leave an imprint in this game. Well, winner chicken dinner goes to the deserved team here. Wow.
Well,
I'm going to take a deep breath right now.
You have to, because the action that was breaking in everywhere, every direction of the map, northern side, southern side, everywhere the fights were happening. And yes, Global Esports was right in the perfect positioning. In fact, the last player of team Old Road Esports, he was running for the cover because he was out there in the open. Blue zone was closing in. He had no cover onto himself. He's trying to get behind that rocky area somehow, but he failed.
Well, he failed, and again, for someone to succeed, chances are someone has to topple over, someone has to fail, and that's exactly what happened. But Global Esports, again, let me just tell you one thing. Before this game started, I gave you a little insight that, I don't expect certain things from Doc, coming in, because, again, CQB Maestro, I'm going to keep him up there. 5 finishes this game. I think he let his weapons do all the talking.
Well, certainly he did. Global Esports, initially they were very silent inside the game, going for the late rotation, but later on when the curveball came in, everything went in their favor.
Even though they had the entire southern aspect of the circle for quite a few rounds in their favor, they made sure they kept it that way, because we did kind of spot one team coming in. I'm blacking out of the name. There you go. Gold Leaf came in, and then another team comes in. They made sure they dealt with what was at hand. And again, when you have your back against a wall, the wall in this case being the blue zone, all you got to do is look in one direction.
And that's where the players of Orangutan were paying the price, because they were on the opposite side of the circle and the teams were closing in from all the direction. In fact, so many teams were present on the northern circle. In every circle, every single circle, it was a problem for Orangutan to move inside. They had to take multiple fights. Yes, they were winning. Yes, they were looking very good, but up until they went out.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. Now, we did see Ash, getting a couple of nice knocks out in the blue. They made the right decision to get out of there, but they did not capitalize on the finish. And, every single point is going to go on, it's going to make all the difference, because, we'll get to the points later on. Before we get to the points, let's have a look and see what went on in this game, because I'm pretty sure none of you missed all the action, but in case you did, well, here they are on your screens now.
Well, the initial fight broke in between the players of Team Exodius and the players of Team, I believe it was Boss Esports. Yes, they lost 2 of the players. Things didn't go very well for them. Old Road Esports, very good outing in this one and match run as well. Exodius started off really good, but later it became a very big challenge for them. In fact, the last player of Team Boss, I believe Cherry Whitey, was right there in the blue zone going for the heal battle, but I think he was a little short on the healings, or was a little late.
I believe it was Hyper Kings, wasn't it?
I think it was Hyper King, not Boss Esports. Hyper King, Cherry Whitey was there. Yes, Team Orangutan. In fact, this moment also, they had to struggle with moving inside the circle. The blue zone was giving so much damage to them, but Team Exodius.
Wait a second. It wasn't the explosion that brought him down, but the final few bullets coming in from Ash's M249.
Well, M249, in fact, that is, I want to ask you, M249 in Miramar, is that a good choice?
I mean, if you can connect your shots, absolutely.
Which is a very difficult thing to do.
See, but then again, you saw one thing. He hit the deck, he made sure he goes prone, tries to use the bipod for a little bit more stability, and, well, looks like his opponent was keeping him dancing as well, because he kept zigging and zagging his vehicle, out of the bullet's path, and like I said, it came down to that final bullet. But again, a lot of fights breaking out all over the place, as we did see. Now, this is the situation I was talking about. Now, initially, First Blood, they were in that little Valley of Death situation all by themselves. Orangutan decide, you know what, we want to rack up a few finishes. They go in. Unfortunately, they are split up a bit too thin, losing 2 members, but winning the battle.
Well, they won the battle. In fact, the last players of Team First Blood also ran away from that situation. They had to move inside the circle. The circle was closing in. They had no option. They didn't want to be doomed to that particular situation. But this time, Team Hyper almost lost all their players. Cherry Whitey was the last guy standing. But for Gold Leaf, it became a very big challenge, because the circle, look at that, circle was closing in. They had no option. They were pretty much lost in that fight. But ACBC, again, being the first one to have the control of of the circle, gatekeeping Orangutan every time in every circle. But later on, Old Hood Esports, who were moving from the western side, had more control of the area, more better positioning, and perfect time for the third party.
Perfect time for the third party, and again, when you are pretty proficient with your grenades, chances are the enemies aren't going to be able to get out in the nick of time. Now 10-8 as well. Amazing reactions coming in from them. Unfortunately, they were, they got the better of them courtesy R Esports, but I am not too disappointed with this game. Now, Global Esports, I'm going to get to them in a second. Let's just have a look at this little fight breaking out. Now, R Esports' Canary was instrumental making sure that the boys from the Old Hood were brought down one by one. And again, Rockstar provided some much needed cover behind from behind his own teammates' lines, and well, this is where it all came down to. Now they in fact, Shadow, they got knocked out by the blue.
Yeah, this is up until this point, Old Hood Esports were looking very good. All the 4 players were there. RE Esports, although they were on the low ground, very precise grenades coming into the picture, picked up a very good fight, and they kind of helped the players of Global Esports as well, because the players of Old Esports were already very low on HP when the players of Global started shooting in their direction. And in the end, it was a numbers game. RE was in a bad position. They were in the slopey area down the lower ground. Global had the upper ground, and they went all aggressive.
Also, so we did see Iconic and Dark, the final duo as far as Global Esports is concerned. There was no way, even if R Esports did manage to get a knock, they had them covered on each and every side. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But now the match is underway. Let's have a look and see how all the other teams did as we have a look at the points coming up on your screens right about now. And well, this is what you all wanted to see. The big boys coming in, sweeping the opposition. Global Esports, 24 points, 9 of which came via finishes.
And our esports is not far behind. 9 finish points, 21 total points. Old Hood Esports, consistent gameplay coming in from the teams. 10 finish points, total 20 points, sitting at the 3rd position. At 4th, we have Hyperking with 4 finish points. Not very flashy gameplay, but yes, a very good placement game. I think position points do matter a lot.
Well, as far as Hyperking is concerned, looked like they did have that little cherry on top of the cake, and Cherry did get them these position points as well, didn't he?
Living up to the name. Orangutan, on the other hand, were quite aggressive. They had a very good positioning up until the fight when they went against the players of RE Esports. 5 finish points, a good outing coming from them. First Blood Esports also 4 finish points, not bad at all.
Not a bad outing, but again, we did see them in the thick and thin of the action right at the beginning. In fact, I do believe they did go up against Orangutan in the end as well, managing to clip the wings off 2 of them. And again, not a bad outing for this team. You got to keep one thing in mind. Now, 2 games are done and dusted with, so the pressure is going to be mounting up, but the pressure isn't going to be mounting up for the next gentleman on our screens as we have a look at the iQOO MVP from this game. And well, let's see if you're right, because it is going to be still the Sultan of Swing himself from Old Hood. It's Sultan with 5 finishes, 865 points of damage.
Well, he was doing so much for his team. 5 finish points. In fact, Orangutan had total 5 finishes. All finishes belonged to him. He was the one, and 0 assist. That means all the 5 finishes belong to single guy, that is Sultan.
Yeah, because when you're racking up all those finishes, I mean, you can't assist your teammates. Your teammates should be assisting you. But let's see if any of his teammates are going to join him. We already know the answer as we have a look at the top 5 players from this game. And well, Sultan is going to be all by his lonesome at the tippity top. But have no fear, because Global Esports has Dark and Iconic, while R Esports is going to send out Canary, and well, Orangutan Gaming are going to make a name for themselves as well, with AKOP in the 5th position with 3 finishes to his name.
Well, 3 finishes, 287 damage. Damage doesn't matter at all, because you're getting 3 finish points, my friend.
Boom.
Yeah, you need the points, finish points. That is exactly what you need. Yes, Orangutan had a very good outing in match 1 and match 2. They are pretty consistent, and Global, we all know, chicken dinner at 2nd position. Again, consistency coming in. In fact, Old Hood Esports also a very good outing. But where are the rest of the teams? Match 1, match 2, the qualified teams. Is it the pressure that is they are not able to handle?
It could be, but we are looking at a lot of facts and figures. Let's have a look at a few more, and then I guess we can break it down a bit more. Have a look at that. 54 grenades used, a lot less than what we are used to, which means, well, all the bullets were doing the talking right now. Only 5 of those grenades ended up in finishes. Now, The thing about Miramar is it's open, and if you take your moment, if you take your chance, if you miss, chances are that you are going to be aggressed on instead. So I think that is what happened with a lot of these teams. Maybe Erangel might be a different picture.
Well, maybe, but in Erangel also we saw only few teams chiming in. The qualified teams are somehow not able to deal with the pressure of the situation, maybe, but we'll find out. But right now I'm happy. Grenade use 54, finish is also 54, but not from the grenades. But knock finish ratio this time is pretty good. No airdrop looted because teams were busy rotating inside the circle. The circle was throwing so many curve balls right from the start, and teams just had one job to do: get inside the circle somehow. So many gatekeepings were happening, so many teams were on the northern side present, so it was a little difficult job to go for the airdrop, especially in Miramar where it's so open. But let's have a look at the finish damage graph, that which team dished out how much damage, and it's except for 3 teams, it is balanced, I think.
It's pretty balanced, but then what does surprise me are the teams that have barely any damage. Because again, you don't want to be at the receiving end of things all the time, but it is what it is. But of course, a couple of teams are going to stand head and shoulders above everyone else. Now, right dead smack center, we have the boys from the old hood with 1994, points of damage, 10 finishes to their names. And well, our esports ended up doing good as well with 1887 points of damage and 9 finishes to their names. Global Esports, although they did get the chicken dinner, largely, well, due to the fact that Iconic and Dog did survive till the end, they also still have a good number of finishes, 9 to be precise, and looks like this time, they did not have a lot of opposition, towards the beginning of the match. Also, if you have a look at the damage, they picked and chose their battles well.
Well, they definitely were picking the good fights only and avoiding the bad fights. But let's have a look at the top 4 squads. Global Esports leading the chart with 9 finish points are Esports very consistently at second position, 9 finishes to their name. Old Hood Esports with 10 finishes at the third position. Hyper King at the fourth position with 4 finishes. Similar performance like match 1.
Similar performance like match 1. I guess you could use words like consistency, but again, you do want to see them, aggressing a bit more, getting a few more finishes for themselves, basically making it a bit more flashy, because at the end of the day, all of us, we love that drama, and the more drama, the more masala, the better. But now, it all's going to come down to the next game. Now, this group, they are done with a couple of their matches with only one left. And also, before we actually talk about what's going to happen next, let's have a look and see what's happening with Group 2, I believe, who did play their matches offline. But let's have a look and see how each and every team did, as we are going to have the point standings coming up on our screens. Wait for it, right about now.
Yeah, Team Ironside leading the chart with a chicken dinner and 13 finish points, total 28 points, a very high lead in fact over Esports. In match number 1, they were at the tippity top with chicken dinner, but this time 7 finish points, nothing to complain about at all. 19 points, consistent performance for Heroes, also consistent performance again at the third spot with 19 points. But Team Ironside is the one that have taken a jump in the leaderboard. Team Cavendish, I believe they were on the second page of the leaderboard, I think so.
I believe you're right.
Maybe. Right now they are at the 4th position. Crowned Elite also have stepped up with the 8 total points to their name. Wargod Esports at the 6th position. Rush Esports. Nigma Galaxy has somehow stepped down this time.
Well, if you have a look at the position point to finish point ratio, 1:4 means that they did get in an early skirmish, managed to wipe out a squad, and what I'm expecting is, while they were basically going through all the spoils of victory, another team thought that, hey, those guys are going to be diminished, let's go and knock them out, and that's probably what happened. But on the other side of the table, we do see a few more teams, and this time Neon X and RSR ending things with 0 points. Again, one more game in hand. Let's see if they can turn their fortunes around.
Well, they better do that, because there is only one game that is left in their hands. And we were talking about the drama spicing thing of aggression. Ooh. I think this time it is going to come from the top 4 teams, because consistency has been shown in match 1 and match 2. The bottom teams have nothing to lose. In fact, their chance of qualifying for the next round is like a pie in the sky, because I don't think so. The teams who have been consistently at the bottom, even if they do get a chicken dinner, I don't think they can qualify.
Well,
maybe.
You never know what could happen because, again, the only thing is, if all these teams, if they grasp that one moment, that one opportunity that, iQOO and the tournament of BGIS 2021 has provided, anyone can make it because, yes, all these teams, a couple of these teams that have been invited, they are showcasing why that invitation is justified. I mean, they are putting on a heck of a show, and it can get a bit intimidating for all these newcomers. But again, we've said this in the past, and I'll say it again. If you want to go down as a legend yourself, all you got to do is grab that moment, grab that opportunity. And, well, speaking of legends, I have this bad boy in my hand. It is the iQOO 7 Legend. Don't take my word for it. Let's have a word from our sponsors now.
Are you ready for this?
We've talked about unleashing that monster inside. Looks like a couple of teams did take this to heart because that's what we've been seeing in the last couple of games, with a couple of teams just dominating over the opposition. Now, if we talk about what we saw on screen, Global Esports getting the chicken dinner in the match of Miramar, coming second in their first game, despite, again, in both situations, their numbers were reduced to half before the final circles, before the final firefights even began. In fact, even in Miramar, they did lose, I do believe, their members somewhere at the midway mark. But that is what it's all about. That is where, the champions are separated from the rest. And speaking of champions and the rest, let's remind you once again as to which other teams are going to be competing in the last game on this day, because, Group 4 is now on your screens.
Well, Gold Leaf Esports is there, Team Senex is there, Team ACBC, Team Gain Default, who had a very good outing in Match 1, Match 2. They were right in the center area in the final circles. That's where they lost the match. But First Blood Esports, Boss Esports, Old Road Esports, surprising everyone. Hyper King, Team 4 Savage Enemies, Team Extreme Skills, Team Tenet MVP, who are not being the MVP at all. Extinct Esports, RE Esports, again, consistency coming in from RE Esports. Orangutan Gaming is there with a good performance. Global Esports, the winner of the previous game.
The winners of the last game, and my eyes are still just kind of glued on to Extinct Esports. And let me tell you why. Now, you got to make sure that you reach the matches on time. Punctuality is key, something that we want to infuse everyone with, because again, I did mention this as a joke early on. Us Indians, we have our own little time slot, right? The Indian Standard Time, as we like calling it. You are invited to a party at 9. It's only cool if you show up at 10. Not the case this time. Now, they do have a little bit of a handicap. Last game wasn't the best game for them. I don't want to just say this out loud, but they might still have a chance if they get a chicken dinner, which again can technically happen.
Yeah.
The chances might be a bit reduced. They get the chicken dinner and they get a lot of finishes. But again, it could go down to the last game. But I do believe with that little bit of a handicap, they've left it a little too late.
I think it's a little too late, especially for the bottom teams, because even if they get a chicken dinner and double-digit finishes, let's say 15 finishes, they are getting only 30 points. The team that has been performing consistently,
they need to go out first.
They need to go exactly. They need to go out first, so that the spot in the top 4 is empty for the grab. Because unless they leave the lobby first, you're not getting up there, my friend.
There you go. Unless, like we said, if someone doesn't fall over, how is someone going to get above them? It's as simple as that. For someone to win, someone's got to lose. But for now, it does look like all the players are almost ready. We're going to make sure that everything is going to be tickety-boo as we go in to the last game for this day. But, I like the fact that, yes, maybe they have been given an extra chance with that extra map. But it seems like this time around, as far as Group 4 is concerned, the invited teams are making sure they come out swinging.
In fact, they qualified also.
Oh, yeah.
Our esports, Oldhood esports, both the teams were consistently performing really well in the match 1, match 2. This time also, Oldhood esports were in the bad position. They were already low on HP. That's when Global striked in. Otherwise, this could have been their game as well, but nothing to complain about. Consistency coming in, and I'm hoping they will qualify.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because for now, we are going to take you on a little journey, and this time it is going to be on the island of Erangel. And well, you do have the prison over there. I wonder how many of you watching know exactly where we are, because this time I do believe this is Western Georgia, not Northern Georgia.
Well, this is the only prison you ever want to be.
How often have you been to the prison in Miramar?
Me? Miramar?
There's a prison in Miramar.
I don't know.
There you have it. This is the only prison that we are aware of.
Yeah, but it's Yasna, I believe, or the Puchiki. No, it's Yasna. Yes, definitely Yasna.
That is the cafe, yep.
Yeah, this is Yasna.
There you go.
The place I like to drop in, but at the backside, at the apartments, because the rotations are quite easy for noobs like me. But dropping right in the center of Yasna, if it is being contested, then it becomes a challenge. But for now, we are in the Novo Rybnoy area. Well, not too many teams like to drop in Novo. Hot drop contestation has been missing, kind of.
Again, I do believe it depends on your flight path, right? Because if your flight path is all the way to the west, coming to Novo isn't the good idea. And again, as you mentioned, teams are hesitant of those drop spot locations and those drop spot fights that break out early. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to jump right in to the thick and thin of it as the game is about to commence. And well, we are going to say bye-bye. Well, the studio is already gone, and now the game is going to start as the C-130 is going to take to the skies for one last time here on day 1 in round 3. And well, where are we flying to, Shadow?
Well, we are all the way towards the southern side, from the military base island towards the southern side of the Gatka.
Which means someone could drop at Novo.
Yeah, they can, they can. I hope many teams drop in, more than one drop in towards the Nova. Someone drop in towards the Milta, and we get to witness the bridge camp action, because that is also quite missing. But the teams that likes dropping in towards Siverny or the Stalber area, they might have to take a longer route or just change their drop location. In fact, this time no one is going towards the Rozhok area as well. Not too much contestation in Rozhok. Even if the teams drop in or glide in towards there, they see the parachutes and they just change their route.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind, that they still have options, you know, maybe pick up a vehicle in Pochinki. So we can't really rule that out just yet, because chances are, you know, you want to be in the center of the action right from the beginning. If you're at the school, if you're at Rozhok, if the circle is going to form, chances are it still might have that area inside. So, you know, you want to be as central to the map as possible. But now what's going to happen is, as soon as the plane disappears from our screens, the first zone is going to form. If it's going to be down south, well, all the teams heading north are going to be hitting their heads against a wall. But for now, we're going to wait with bated breath. And there you have it. The first circle is going to have a little bit of a downward spiral. It's going to be a bit to the south and to the east. And I do believe most teams, barring the ones at Primorsk, are going to be happy with this outcome.
In fact, the teams at Gatka also, they have to make quick loot, quick rotation. But again, the drop location contestation, again the player of team 4SE, 4 Savage Enemy, goes down.
Well, it looks like we do have a few people going down early on, as the Savage Enemies are going to have one man down. But it looks like some retaliation is going to come in. But nope, it's going to be a pistol shot to the head, and that is all she wrote for one of the boys. Now, I love the fact that we have an early skirmish breaking out in Pochinki once more, as Hyper King do have the upper hand, and looks like smoke grenades are going to be deployed, making sure the enemy's vision is obscure. But for now, the question is, do you want to make sure you have this little bit of a stalemate, or do you want to back off just a little bit, making sure you get a bit more loot?
Well, they need the loot, they need everything, they need the armor, because one of the player of Team Hyper King is only having a shotgun and the pistol. In close range, shotgun is a deadly weapon, but Cherry Whitey with Scar is leading the charge and trying to spot down the players of Team 4AC over there. I think Rishi Whitey do have an idea. There is an enemy in the adjacent compound, and there the fire shells are dropping in and missing also. Not too accurate with the trajectory over there. Somehow misses the grenade over there, and the player of 4 AC will live for another day.
Well, the thing about Predator is, A, he is on the other side of things. He is not on the top of the food chain just yet. And the enemy, in the form of Hyper King, they know exactly where he is elsewhere. It looks like Gain Wiki found himself, well, out in the open. And God OP from Exodius 9 is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. The reload is going to come in as well. But I'm just taken aback by that outfit. Pretty flashy. Meanwhile, back in Pachinki, although Hyper, they do have an idea where Predator is. In fact, they did lob a grenade as well. They are giving 4 Savage enemies a lot of time, Shadow, to regroup and do some harm. And there you have it. Exotic, in fact, is going to be at the receiving end of things. But he's going to be nifty enough to get out of harm's way in the nick of time.
Well, it's not going to be easy for either of the teams to regroup, considering their individual players are right across the road. Any minute the shots will be coming in.
The angles are set up.
Yeah, the angles have already been set up. In fact, Rishi Whitey and Predator, they both have the intel. They are present in the same vicinity, but they both lack those grenades or the molotovs. In fact, one of the players is just with a pistol. If that intel goes to the opponent player, Cherry Whitey, I think he will directly rush into the compound.
He could, and again, all it takes is that first initial knock. Now, whichever side is going to draw first blood, chances are they might just rush in. But for now, Devil is going to make sure he does deploy some smoke again, obscuring all those angles that we talked about. But sooner or later, this little truce is going to be broken because, well, A, the players are going to be itching for a fight. And B, flashbangs are going to go off, but Cherry is going to be unaffected. Now again, Shadow, the only thing going on in my mind is, yes, they are in the circle. Yes, they do have time to loot up, but it could be a bit late elsewhere. Looks like ACBC are going to come under fire with, again, one man caught out of the open, and this time it's going to be Aim God who gets the better of him.
Well, Aim God has got a finish point, but the problem is the bridge area, crossing the bridge area, because the rest of the 3 players of ACBC are present on the bridge, and Team Boss has to cross this bridge. ACBC is making sure their vehicles are not visible to the enemy. They are going to strike, or they are they running away? No, Boss Esports already know there are players present on the bridge. They are being very careful. They are saving their vehicles and making a better positioning on the opposite end.
Mind you, both these teams, they landed on the Sosnovka military island, one at Novo, one at the military base, and chances were that they were going to meet one another at the bridge. Now, normally you'd expect someone from the mainland itself, setting up a blockade, but this time around it is not going to be the case. Now, interestingly, I do notice that Shock and the boys from Exodius, again, they heard all that commotion. They know that, a few teams are going to be coming by that bridge, and now all they're going to do is try and wait, bide their time, make sure they only let those bullets loose when they are certain they're going to hit their mark, because Haxa, that is a position I do not want to be in. If he's taken down, it could spell trouble for ACBC. And I like what Chalk is doing. He is trying to disable that vehicle so it cannot be used.
Well, Captain, on the other hand, goes down through the hands of Nitro with that Scar L. This is giving an opening for the players of Team Exodius if they want to make the rush. Smokes are already being deployed, but they have to be careful of the players of Team Boss also, who are present right at the opposite end of the bridge area. Shark with that UMP 45 is denying the vision for the players of Team ACBC who have already gotten the raise.
I love this. Have a look at God's position for Exodius, right? He does have that high ground. He has that building now. Unless Nitro gets another knock over here, I'm not expecting any moves coming in. I like the fact that they're playing careful, but I do believe that someone from Exodius 9 could in fact go on a bit of a right rotation. Forget that, because you called it. Looks like another team is going to be joining his. Boss Esports' Bantai is going to drive past them, and now his teammates are going to follow suit. Question is, are they going to be opened up against by Exodius 9? Or are they going to let them pass? Looks like fighting is going to break out. This time it's going to be Haxor who gets the better of Shark. And, well, the tables have been turned as Exodius have been reduced to a 3-man squad.
Well, they have been reduced to 3-man squad. Team Boss is also not looking good at all, because Aim God goes down and they don't have enough cover to protect themselves, especially when the players of ACBC are also present. ACBC inside the water area. Exodius looking pretty good in this situation. They just have to hold their horses, not go all aggressive, gun blazing onto the enemy. But look at the angle Banzai has. He's right across the road, but Capron somehow finds a knock onto the player of Boss Psycho. Psycho was in the mood to take the waterways. I think that is why he got an early elimination.
Well, he truly is a madman by the look of things, but for now, looks like Exodius are going to be transferring their attention on to the gentleman from Boss Esports. Now, Boss Esports are going to find themselves in the same predicament the team before them was in, as now they are going to be cornered in. Now, still, I do believe they do have options at this stage. Now, they can, in fact, fall back just a little bit, possibly go under the bridge, come out near the gas station, and, well, just surprise Exodius 9 before now. They are going to hold their ground as Aim God and Harsh are hungry for a fight. Question is it going to be a bit too much? Looks like it isn't going to work out, as once again Nitro from his precarious position is going to put another one on their knees. Now this is where the remaining members should be coming in, and just as I say that, 90s Kid is going to lob a grenade. The grenade does look good. It goes boom with it. It takes down Aim God, but look at Harsh just picked him up in the nick of time. Had it been a millisecond too late, Harsh would have been all by his lonesome.
Well, Harsh is still surviving, but 90s Kid is looking all aggressive. Exotic goes down on the other hand. Can 90s Kid find a knock onto the players of Team Boss, who have completely denied the vision? And he does. He finds one player, knocks him down, going for the last one, who is surviving barely few HP, but the players of ACBC are still present. And then the fight is breaking in the Pochinki area as well, XP.
Oh my goodness, looks like ACBC are going to be reciprocating, as well as Evil Sky is going to get the better of Boss Esports with that little finish over there. But now 90s Kid, he did a wonderful job, but he is going to be at the receiving end of things. Wait a second, that is all she wrote. ACBC, ladies and gentlemen, we had pretty much written them off, but oh my goodness, Shadow, they just wiped out two teams while being submerged underwater. Elsewhere, we still have action breaking out in Pochinki as Hyper Kings finally, they've had enough. They're like, you know what, time's of the essence. They've managed to finish another member from Team 4 Savages. Looks like the 4 Savage enemies are reduced to 2. And now, Sam, he is going to be going in. It's Sai for the win, I beg your pardon. And that's it. That's it. In the blink of an eye, two teams are going to bid us adieu. And, well, 4 Savage enemies are going to be 6 feet under, and I like the fact that we have that little coffin animation coming in as well. Just one finish for them. But boy, oh boy, ACBC. I'm just going to call them Akadaka. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful outing by them. Again, just paint this picture. They were at the receiving end of things as far as Exodus is concerned, right? Then they are forced to go in the water, stay submerged, take that little damage, all that blood and water gurgling in their lungs as Boss Esports made their way. But again, like an amphibious assault, they came in and wiped the two squads out.
Well, the rotation from Haxer is, I think, was perfect.
Beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful rotation coming in from Haxer. He is the man who completely wiped out Exodius. But for now, Orangutan Gaming has their eyes set on the players of Team Senex. Team Senex walking in the wrong direction, a complete wrong direction. The players are already present. The extreme skills is getting better in this situation. Knocking down the players of Team Sensex. 3 players already down. Ignite is the last man standing, and for how long? Because Orangutan from the other end is shooting in the direction Ignite. It was a complete sandwich situation, and with that, Sensex goes down.
Man, you said sandwich situation. Talk about being between a rock and a hard place. They had nowhere to go, and in fact, they are themselves to blame because, again, zero scouting. And at this stage, Shadow, you should anticipate that every single compound is going to be occupied by the enemy. If it was a classic game, I would still be doing the same again. I hope they do learn from their mistakes because for now, although Orangutan Gaming did lose AKOP moments earlier, they have opened up their kitty with that one finish. Question is, are they going to add on to that, rack up some more points? We are going to have to wait and find out. But for now, what we can tell you is where the next circle is going to be heading in the matter of a few seconds.
Let's hope it goes all the way towards Rozok area somewhere. But we'll see. We'll have to wait a little longer. For now, all the teams are looking pretty happy. In fact, the action broke in pretty early this time. No one was shying away from the fights. Some of the teams, ACBC, were going all aggressive with the tactical gameplay coming into the picture. Some of the teams are in the mansion area going to be very happy. In fact, the circle is also favoring ACBC somehow.
It is favoring them. Again, they have their backs up against a wall, which is something they should definitely be capitalizing out. And in case you missed any of the action we were talking about earlier, wait a second, we might have something else breaking out. Hold on to the action earlier because looks like like Gold Leaf Esports are taking the fight to 10-8 MVP. And you mentioned before, you need them to be the MVP. But for now, can they actually thwart this attack as grenades are going to go off? In fact, that was devastating. Oh, if that bounces off the tree, it could be problematic. Unfortunately for the team, it did, and now Aura Ninja comes under fire. He gets in the house in the nick of time. But Johnny, he does have a grenade. Little does he know there's an enemy right by his side as well. He's paid a heavy price as MVP is going to bring him down, and now Singh is going to be, well, on the line of defense for his team. And Golden Leaf, again, they have the upper hand. Unfortunately, they are going to fall down, and now Prince is going to go in and make sure he puts them in his place, which means it's all down to Pro and his teammate Ninja from 10-8. I believe they still have a third man standing here, Shadow.
Well, they have a third man, and I think they should be having grenades as well to find a little opening or a little connection onto the players of Gold Leaf Esports. 3v3 situation. Let's see who is coming on the top.
Well, for now, it's all even Stevens, but look at the distance. Old Hood, they've heard the commotion. Are they going to be joining us? Nope. They are just going to be driving by, as looks like Pro is going to be brought down by a grenade, and now Singh, he's going to go in. Is he going to be the king? Yes, he is. He's going to make sure he puts the enemy 6 feet under, which means now 10-8 are reduced to a two-man squad. Ninja and Nemesis going up against their Nemesis right now. Elsewhere, looks like Gain is going to join in the fight as well. Before now, we're going to try and see what's going to happen over there. Now, Johnny OP and the boys, they do have the upper hand, Shadow. However, one of their teammates is down on the ground. Now, the question is, do they finish this fight or do they go in for that revive?
They can't go in for the revive directly in the open area.
They're going
one
for
of
it.
the player can go. Yeah, one of the player is going already. Another fight is breaking somewhere near the quarry area between the players of Team Gain and ACBC, who was looking very good, but a grenade comes in. Hazard goes down. On the other hand, Ifu with the M16 eliminates the whole squad of ACBC. At 12th position.
Well, we were just singing their accolades, but it looks like ACBC are going to be exiting in the 12th position. A good 7 finishes to their name. But meanwhile, on the other side, the action continues. And looks like Johnny did try and go in for the revive, but he realized that, somebody else is lurking nearby. And that somebody else are the boys from Global Esports. For now, Prince is going to lock and load that grenade. He does chuck it, does take down a little bit of damage for the enemy. But for now, it is going to be an exchange of projectiles, and Prince dangerously close to being knocked over. He is going to survive by a sliver of HP. I think Singh's position is given away. If Nemesis threw it outside, it could be problematic, but he throws it in and catches Prince off guard before he can patch him up. Now, this could be dangerous. He jumps out, he hits the deck, and down goes Singh, which means Nemesis is going to have the upper hand. Question is, can he hear that buggy coming in? Because that could be problematic now. Only one man is going to be left standing for Gold Leaf Esports, and looks like his position has been given away.
Well, his position has been given away, and beautiful grenade from Johnny takes down Nemesis. And the last player as well. With that Gold Leaf Esports, Johnny OP coming in with the clutch.
Here's Johnny. That is what he's doing right now, as Gold Leaf against all odds are going to make sure they are still in this game of the two-man squad, wiping out the enemies before them. Elsewhere, it looks like Extinct Esports once again facing extinction. They could come under fire, but Sangwon has been spotted in the distance. There goes the M4, and a few shots are going to connect. But now Sangwon, what is he doing out in the open all by himself?
Scouting the area most probably, but he is going to reunite with his teammates and Global Esports with that. Thanks to Sangwon has the intel, there is an enemy in the periphery. Are they going to pick up a head-on fight, or are they going to find an initial connection? Looks like they are going to find an initial knock. Thanks to the buggy, the player's position has been revealed already. But this time again, Global is having a good positioning, complete northern circle control. On the other hand, southern side we have two teams rotating in. Team Hyper is also trying to go for the northern side rotation, but they have to be careful of the team Global Esports. On the other hand, eastern side, not much congestion. Team Old Hood right in the centrish area, looking very good.
Well, speaking of Team Old Hood, looks like Claus is going to be a merry man as he does get the better of the enemy. As, First Blood are going to come under fire. Now, they are in a pretty precarious situation because, they do know that the enemies are going to be behind them just down slope, but that Visitor ahead of them is occupied as well. So they've got to make a decision, and I think the decision is pop some smokes, get in your vehicles, and get the hell out of here.
Well, they better be getting a hell out of here because this is not a good position to take the fight. The smokes are helping them to deny the vision onto enemy, but Team Erangel is having a very good position in a higher ground nearby the area. They have complete vision onto the players of Team First Blood, hand, first blood. How you are going to survive?
Well, as far as Orangutan Gaming is concerned, if you do believe in yourself at this range, by all means go for those shots. And even if they have some smoke, the hit markers, Shadow, they tend to give your position away. But unfortunately for Believe here, that wasn't the case. But like you mentioned, they do have the upper ground. And again, have a look at Orangutan, how staggered they are. Because, the enemy could come in from any direction, but they're going to make sure that each man holds down the fort and, well, has to deal with one front. Once again, Believe spots a little bit of commotion in that smoke, and, well, he is going to put a few shots down range elsewhere. It does look like Old Hood Esports are going to be coming under heavy fire. This time, our esports are doing all the damage.
Well, our esports are finding picks here and there, picking multiple fights with the players of Team Gain and Team OH as well. Multiple fights. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but on the other hand, Team OG is in a very good position. Ash is already ahead, scouting the area, finding enemies, getting as much intel as they can. In fact, they have too much intel about the enemies, but the circle is going to shift any minute, and it is in the favor of Global again.
Well, only in their favor if they deal with all the opposition that lies ahead, because, well, we have Extinct Esports at one end, but for now, Orangutan Gaming, they're going to make sure they deal with whatever is lurking down below, as Belief again is going to be laying down some shots. But now this is where all that experience comes in, because, well, they are out of the circle. They are going to have to make their way to the next circle. Question is, which route do they take?
Well, the question is which route to take. Better take the little northwestern side the route, because
few
that
teams,
is few teams are present
but
over
they
there.
don't know that.
No, on the eastern side they have to deal with Team OH over there. That's not good thing. But Ash, look at him. I think he has the intel that the path from the western side is pretty much clear.
And we were talking about action due north. We're going to wait on to that for a second, because our esports, they have gained default right where they want him, with the blue at one side and, well, their guns at the other. But is it going to be enough? They have kind of let them get away, as Extreme Skills are going to be eliminated by First Blood Esports elsewhere. Global Esports, they are taking the fight. That is a mighty throw. If that connects, I am going to be surprised. In fact, wait a second, Spray God over here showing that he is the god of grenades, and, well, the answers are going to be coming in as well, because Iconic isn't having any of this. He's like, wait a second, you put my man down, I'm going to make sure you pay the price. But now, Extinct, they do have that little bit of cover to work with, while all others from Global are just making sure they make a mistake. Elsewhere, Dark is going to be conveying some damage. In fact, that grenade comes in. Wait a second, that's it. That grenade did find its way into that little shack, Shadow, and, well, that is all she wrote for that team elsewhere. Again, it is going to be a display of grenades, ladies and gentlemen, but this time it does look like iQOO is going to be brought down by a hail of bullets.
But Gain, still having the higher ground onto themselves, can fire a few grenades in their direction. But looks like Global Esports is the one who is shooting in the direction of Team RE Esports, but they have moved towards safety. On the other hand, Orangutan Ash finds a knock onto the players of Team Hyper. RE is also falling down through the hands of Old Hood Esports.
Well, this game has the making for the big dogs to lock horns at the end, because at one end it looks like Orangutan Gaming are pushing their way through. They are aggressing on the enemies. They only have Old Hood to pretty much contend with. On the other, Global Esports are wiping out anything in their path, but looks like Ash is going to be taken down elsewhere. Hyper King finally succumbing to their injuries as they exit the game in the 7th position. Songwon, dangerously close to being knocked down. They still have this ridge to work with, and have a look at that. The enemies are in the open. All they need is some precise shots. This is where I'm pretty sure Slayer was wishing he had a big F24 or an AWM.
Well, Global Esports again having a very perfect position. In fact, the next circle is also in their favor, but Old Esports have the position advantage. They had the height. They are already spotted down the players of Global Esports, already shooting in their direction. The moment they make the rotation, when they come out in the open, Old Hood will start shooting in their direction. But Old Hood also have to move inside the circle, and the last player, I believe, is of RE. He is right on the periphery of the circle on eastern side.
Well, if you ask me who's in the circle, only one man is, and I was going to bring this up. If Global Esports want to win this game, they've got to make sure they have a makeshift fortification sooner or later, and that is where all those vehicles, ladies and gentlemen, come in really handy. Now, Slayer is going to be the first man to go and do just that, as he does park his buggy. But looks like the enemies are going to be a bit wary. I love this. They are going to deploy smoke, making sure they conceal their own positions. It is going to be a fight to the death. tooth and nails as Global Esports are going to take on Old Hood right now, and Slayer could be the ace up their sleeves because his position is not going to put away as yet. And there you have it. They tried taking cover, but now they are going to realize, wait a second, this guy is way too close for comfort.
Well, Sultan has been spotted down and Slayer is already shooting in his direction, but Sultan has the little free cover and the smoke to help him out. But Johnny find a drive-by onto the players at this stage, finds a knock, will go for the confirmation as well. But Gold Leaf Esports is still looking decent in this situation, but they have to be careful of the team at the top. That is OH, especially Sultan.
Beautiful move coming in by Global because they have made sure that all their members are going to be against one another, and well, all they do, they still have two members way back, so they can provide the crucial long-distance engagements. There you have it. I was just going to bring it up. The sharpshooters are going to be holding back while Songwon and Slayer are going to be creeping and crawling their way closer to the enemy without them even knowing. Johnny is finally going to be taken down, and as we thought, it is going to be Dark from distance who is going to get that knock. For now, Old Hood, they know what's coming at them as Orangutan Gaming are going to be eliminated in the 5th position with a decent 5 finishes to their name. 4 teams still alive, ladies and gentlemen. 11 players wanting to walk away with the chicken dinner, but for now, it looks like Global Esports are dictating all the terms.
Well, OH also having the numbers advantage, in fact the good position as well, but they have to be careful of Sangwan because he has
Slayer gets
planned,
a grenade drop.
but Slayer grenade finds Ayush over there. OH has been reduced to 3-man squad because a follow-up grenade might come in any second, and Crazy is also down on his knees. Slayer again going for the grenade. Can he find the confirmation? Will look like he can.
Oh, he knows the enemy's behind the tree. There you have it. Crazy is going to be taken down, which means Sultan and Claws are now the only 2 members surviving from Old Hood. Now, this could be problematic. Oh, the hit markers giving the position away as Dark is brought down, which means Iconic, the man next to him, could be in trouble. But again, the same thing is happening with him as Slayer, through the smoke, is going to find a position on the enemy. It is going to be a 3-on-3 situation, a 4-on-2 actually, as Global Esports are looking good. 11 finishes already. Can they make it? 14 as now Close. 13, I beg your pardon, is the last man standing, in Slayer. Oh, he knows where the enemy is. He knows someone's lurking in the smoke. Is it going to be a grenade? Boom goes the nade. And well, Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about this earlier. We talked about Team Miami getting back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah.
We expected this from a team of such high caliber. Global Esports coming in, just decimating the opposition. Back-to-back chicken dinners.
Well, back-to-back chicken dinner consistency, even the first match also being at the second position. Yeah, very good game pick coming in from Global Esports. They are already making sure the teams that are qualifying in the next round fear from the name Global Esports, because that kind of a performance, I'll think twice before picking a fight with Global.
Oh, the next time the kill feed, pops up the name GE anything, chances are the other team is going to get just a little bit intimidated. But again, a lovely outing coming in from them. Now, this is where, the experience kind of just outplays or outmatches just pure skill and determination. But again, a lesson to be learned from this for all of the teams. Again, we pointed it out. The moment Slayer took that vehicle and made sure he had a little bit of a soft spot really close to the enemy, that was the game changer. Because even though Dark and Iconic were getting peppered by bullets, Slayer's position was instrumental. And if you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered there, because the highlights are going to be on our screens, and action was aplenty right from the get-go, right from the beginning. We saw, well, bullets fly and bodies drop.
Well, Exodius was picking up good fights with the players of Team Gain. In fact, in the bridge action also, ACBC was coming in, Team Boss was coming in, Exodius was present right over there, but ACBC came at the top courtesy to the player who went in for the rotation off of the flank.
This particular matchup, this 3-way fight over here just blew my mind, because have a look, ACBC were forced out in the water, but Exodius and Boss, they just kind of wrote them off.
Yeah, it was because of the player that went ahead in the path in the water area and for the rotation. And in fact, I like the fact Team Hyper King and Team 4 Savage enemies were not shying away from the fight. They had a drop location clash in match 1. They went ahead again for the same drop location, and this time again Team Hyper came at the top. But Team Senex, well, my heart goes out for this team. On one side they have team, on the other side
Orangutan
also
Gaming,
Orangutan
and then,
is there. Yeah, exactly. they couldn't do anything in this situation. The only thing they could have done was scout the area. That's it.
Well, again, whenever you are in the final few circles, you gotta always anticipate, always think that the compound is going to be occupied. But now over here, Gold Leaf Esports, boy oh boy, what a fight that was put on over here. I kind of expected, Team 7, which was Old Hood Esports, to come in and join the party, but that was not the case. Now ACBC looks like they are more of an aquatic team. They're more amphibious because on dry land they were simply overwhelmed.
Well, they were overwhelmed, but the clutch that came in the last moment, the grenades coming in, getting the final player also down. In fact, Johnny OP, in the final circle, this was the guy, he went for the drive-by as well.
He ran over a member of Orangutan Gaming.
Yeah, it was the 6th or the 7th circle. I think it was the 6th circle that is when it happened. But Global, right from the very beginning, the stars were aligned in their favor. Courtesy the perfect rotation and zone prediction,
grenade.
but this grenade was so deadly. Boom.
Boom! There she goes. And I do believe a follow-up grenade is going to come in as well, because they thought, we are going to be safe in this little shack, but Doc was going to make sure that, well, he lobbed that grenade to perfection, getting the job done. But again, elsewhere, we did have a lot of fights break out once again in these massive open areas with these gradual downslopes, but at this moment now, have a look at GE. They are all the way on the other side of the playing field, but this position from Slayer, least expected by Old Hood, was one of the moments that pretty much led them to their victory.
In fact, Sangwan also, he's in an off position, although he can't get angles onto the players of Team OH, but he is providing all the intel that was required. Yes, the rest of the two players were pretty much pinned down in that open area. They couldn't do much, but Slayer and Sangwan, in fact Slayer mostly, was shining.
Pinned down, but still remaining behind for a reason, because again, you expect that everyone is going to come into the circle. Yes, they might brave the blue, they might take a little bit of damage, but they were also providing so much information, because from that point they had the entire lay of the land in front of them, right? Even if Slayer went up, he lost his vision, but from that point they were still directing their teammates, and again, teamwork makes the dream work. Global Esports take a bow to back-to-back chicken dinners.
Back-to-back chicken dinners and a spot to the next round. Definitely.
That goes without saying. I mean, you come in second, you come in first, you come in first. I don't think they even have to confirm whether they're going to be going in to the next round. But I love the fact that, even at this stage, even though we're done with the 3 matches, you and I, we have no idea who's going to be going through. Of course, there are a few sharp ones out there. I know you've done all the calculations, you're writing everything down, you know exactly who's going through. But before we do that, let's have a look and see how the teams did in this game. And, well, it is going to be a bit upsetting for a few of you out there because, Global Esports almost hitting that 30-point mark, 15 points coming in via placements, 13 via finishes.
Well, 13 finishes, a very good game. On the other hand, Gold Leaf Esports finally stepping up with 7 finish points and total 17 points. Old Hood Esports, again, consistency, but not too flashy. 3 finish points, 15 total points. And Orangutan, again, consistent, 5 finish points, total 11 points, sitting in the 4th position. Our Esports, not too many finish points, but good placement points. That's why they are at the 5th position. They needed that consistency. But on the opposite hand, ACBC is having the finish points, but not the placement points.
And also, just the fact that ACBC did manage to get those 2 squads pretty much wiped out in a matter of minutes is something that is going to be close to my heart. Elsewhere, no team is going to be walking away with nada this time, as even Senex down below are going to have 1 point coming in through finishes. But again, you got to make sure you scout out ahead. You got to assume that every single compound is already occupied because, well, they just learned that the hard way.
Well, they learned the hard way, but they are learning. That's the main thing. You don't repeat the same mistake, that's all. But Team Boss Esports, which was pretty consistent in round 1, round 2, they were missing out in all the 3 games. In fact, Team 4 Savage Enemies, it looked like they were pick up a good fight, but this time they are at the 15th position. Extinct Esports at the 12th position. Tenet, I believe, had a good game.
Again, just coming back to Savage, they waited too much in Pachinki. But, forget all that aside. We've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look and see which one man stood above the rest. It is going to be Sangwan from Global Esports who walks away the iQOO MVP in the last match on the first day of round 3.
Well, Sangwan, perfect positioning, and Slayer gets the chicken dinner. All the teamwork coming into the picture. But yes, this is the man who was doing too much for his team. 5 finishes, 448 damage. Assist is going to be 1. But who are the guys which are following him? Who are
Let's
the
see
top 5
if
players?
his teammates are going to join him. And well, looks like barring just one, Iconic did just get one finish. But of course, he had a lot of intel and he did his part. But Sangwan, Slayer, and Doc make their way to the top 5 players.
And followed by Slayer is going to be Prince with 4 finishes and 376 damage. And from Team Orangutan, this time it is Believe who is making in top 5 with 3 finishes and 600 damage.
Well, I mean, that is a pretty round number, 600 damage. In fact, 3 finishes, 3 assists. He pretty much every single bullet, if I look at those stats, hit its mark. But again, we did see that they did have some good positions. They had the high ground from where they were raining down death. But unfortunately, they did go up against a team on the Western Hemisphere, if I remember. But again, the entire mountainside was open. And that is where teams like Global Esports, they capitalize on it from distance.
Well, they certainly capitalized and got the chicken dinner, but have a look at the match summary that how many grenades were used, how many grenade finishes are there, and you'll be surprised, XP. This time, 11 grenade finishes.
And we saw a lot of them. I'm pretty sure half of them came via Dark over there, the way he was lobbing those grenades. But yeah, 84 grenades used, 11 of which ended up finishing people, but of course a lot more we used to knock them on their bloody knees. 38 rescues coming in, 2 airdrops. In fact, the last airdrop was looted just moments before the game was won, and that man was Slayer, who made sure he had pretty much level 3 goodies. I only wish there was an AWM, because knowing the guy, he would have definitely used it as the last shot.
In the finals?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even in the last game, in game 1 that I was watching, in the final few circles, I don't know if you picked up, the M24 was going off.
Well, he certainly did, and this time also the finish distance is not 300 plus, somewhere in 200 range that we have been seeing, because not much sniping action has been except the Slayer from Global Esports. But let's have a look at finish damage graph. Match 1, match 2, it was pretty evenly spread, but this time the whole damage belongs to Global Esports, I think.
Well, Global Esports, and in fact Orangutan as well. In fact, Orangutan pretty much share their damage with Gold Leaf. So yeah, Global Esports are going to be way above the others with 21 points of damage, and of course 13 finishes coming in as well. Elsewhere, again, pretty even. I'm kind of surprised by this, because I expected a couple of teams just to be a bit more aggressive this time around. Not the case.
The bottom teams could have done that. At least
we wanted some drama. We wanted some targeting here, Shadow.
There was no targeting. There was a peaceful game, I believe. Everyone was going on their way. When they see an enemy, then they pick up the fight. But that's okay. That's okay. There is a pressure to qualify those for the next round, and let's have a look at the top 4 squads, and we are not surprised.
I'll say one thing. We already have the 4 squads on our screens. It would have been a bit difficult, garnering that information just from that performance graph. But over here, of course, Global Esports at the tippity top, 13 points coming in from finishes, and well, that chicken dinner kind of helps as well.
Well, that is certainly going to help, providing 30 points, back-to-back chicken dinner. Gold Leaf Esports finally stepping in the last game. Total 7 finishes. Old Esports, very consistent, 3 finishes. Orangutan, again, very consistent, 5 finishes at the 4th position.
Well, if you know an orangutan, it is an intelligent creature and pretty powerful as well. So that is what I've kind of gotten from this team. They are living up to the name because, like I said, they're not too flashy, but they know when to pick their fights and when to walk away from one. Now, they did not get the chicken dinner, but I do believe we could see that at some point or the other. Now, we've had an amazing day of fighting, and a lot of teams did good. Let's just have a look and see, out of the entirety of the day, which teams did well. And well, the first squad that is going to be basking in the spotlight is, of course, Global Esports. 30 finishes and almost 5,000 points of damage.
Well, that's a pretty high number, 30 just by the finish points, and I believe if my maths is correct, 42 from the position
points.
Don't
even ask me.
72 points.
Wow.
Well, I think it's a record till in day 1, at least it's a record, yeah.
I mean, if you talk about consistent gameplay, absolutely. Just remember, second, first, then double-digit finishes in game 2 and game 3. I mean, yeah, the points are definitely going to rack up. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Global esports living up to their names, getting the job done, and I'm sure a lot of you out there have big grins on your faces right about now.
Well, they certainly have. The fans are very happy. Their favorite teams are qualifying, and like you mentioned, they are showing why they deserve the invited slot because they deserve it. Look at the performance. They are having 30 finishes, almost 70 plus total points, back-to-back chicken dinners. They earn it, they deserve it, and they are moving forward in the next round. The other teams that are going better be intimidated by them.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out if there is going to be a bit of an intimidation factor because, yes, Global Esports did good, but over the last 3 games, if we had a look at the finish to damage performance chart, we kept saying one thing again and again. Pretty even, Steven. Pretty spread out, pretty nice and thick, right? So again, that goes to show that even, yes, I'm calling them underdogs, I'm calling them unknowns, but they are leaving an impression on my mind. They are literally imprinting themselves in my brain, which goes to show that they are up for the task. I think they can, give them a run for their money. But for now, looks like Global Esports had the better day.
Well, definitely they can. Old Hood Esports was right there in every single fight. In fact, other team, our Esports was there, who was in fact in every single fight. Match 1, in fact, I think Miramar, FPS Gaming also had a very good outing.
I mean, the Pirate went, "Arr!" and well, his team did do good, but well, that was of course a different time. And this time around, again, in this particular group, Global Esports, of course, stole the show, but a good outing coming in from Erangel as well. And like you mentioned, a couple of teams staying at the top, all just because they were consistent.
Well, they were consistent in match 1, match 2, match 3. For me, it was kind of like I was missing the action. The teams at the bottom, at least in the last game, should have gone all YOLO on the top teams, try to bring them down because it's possible. It's possible. You can take a head-on fight with the players of Global Esports and come out on the top because you have qualified.
Anything can happen. Again, make sure you have faith in your own selves. And I just want to address the viewers over here because I was going through the chat and I'm glad that the overall standings isn't coming up right now because you're going to have to wait that extra day. I love that suspense that is going to be coming in. But what we can show you, instead of the overall standings, what we'll do, all right, we'll give you a little bit of leeway. We're going to make sure that you know what happened in Group 2, again, the offline matches, as we are going to have the point standings coming up from the last game, though. Let's see who won that chicken dinner. I guess it's going to be... Boom! Team Ironside once again!
Yeah.
Wow!
In fact, 4 heroes also. Very good performance. Second position with 18 points. But where is OR Esports? Not in the first page.
Well, let's just, OR Esports, they got the chicken dinner in the first game. They came second in the second game. That's fine. Team Ironside again with back-to-back chicken dinners here. So it looks like Global Esports, you do have some competition lying ahead. But like you mentioned, 4 heroes ending the game with 18 positions. Not a bad outing. Nigma Galaxy, last time we saw them in the 7th. This time, they're in the 4th.
In fact, Fallen X Esports also were in the second half of the page in match 2. This time they are in the 6th position. War Goat Esports was also on the other half, but this time they have all stepped up. OR Esports, just 2 points, early finish, but they have match 1, match 2 to back them up. I think that's even. I think they will qualify.
I wonder, because again, these matches did take place offline. We didn't get to, witness all the action. I wonder if there was a bit of targeting happening over there. Because again, a team big as OR Esports, pretty much their playbook is out there for everyone to read, right? Again, if you do your homework, we keep saying this again and again, you got to do your homework because you have all these stats, you have all these numbers, you have all this footage available for all teams that, you can kind of read them like a book. And well, looks like that could have been the case for OR Esports. But again, that is all speculation at our end. Sooner or later, have no fear. They are going to be on your big screens and, well, we are going to see them in the orange and black once again. But for now, lovely day of non-stop action. In fact, the Miramars, I expected them to be a bit slow-paced. This time, boom, right at the beginning, we had fights breaking out.
Well, because the teams are getting more and more aggressive, they are fighting for the finish points and the position points. They see an enemy, they shoot in their direction. They're not shying away from the fights because they feel confident that they can take this fight and come at the top.
You know what I love? All right, so 4 groups have pretty much done their fighting for today, out of which we saw 2. Now, it's going to be the same tomorrow as well. Again, day 2 is going to bring in new qualified teams, I beg your pardon, and all those invited teams that you have been waiting for, they are going to be joining the mix as well, which makes it all the more exciting for us.
Well, it is going to be exciting, but I want more action, more drama, some targeting also happening inside the lobby.
Well, she wants more action, she wants more drama. I guess I'm going to have to agree with you, but I do believe we are going to be calling it an end from all of us here at iQOO BGIS 2021. We bid you adieu, and well, from Bhavna and I, we wish you a very good night. We're going to see you tomorrow.